Peace and salute. Or shall I say peace and light. Andrea Lynn, thank you. Man, while I wait for people to come in, I don't play music no more because they want to copyright everything. It's insane. And I get it. But I gotta see where these fires are in Quebec because, well, I'm going to be reading Manly P. Hall. Let me get that ready as a matter of fact. We will be reading the anatomy of man, of the occult anatomy of man. For anyone that's just coming in, a lot of people. The book comes with these. You know the symbol where the guy has his arms out and his legs. They got it. The symbol, the caduceus. It's got the Kabbalah's tree of life. Man. Comes with these pictures. The Temple of Solomon is you. There's 6 chapters. I'll probably read half if they're that short. Maybe I'll read the whole book, but for those who like my reading. But as I was saying, man, these fires, they you know, it took me 7 to 8 hours to drive to the Maine, and we weren't that far from Canada. Even though Canada dips down near the Great Lakes, it doesn't, you know, you don't have to go all the way up to Maine. You could go through upstate New York, but you still have to go through Massachusetts and then New Hampshire or Vermont. Yeah, we're pretty damn far from Canada, so this smoke is all the way down here. I went outside. It just got pretty bad. I mean, I could see the smoke in the street. I could smell it too. What's up with these forest fires? You know, I put the conspiracy twist on it. I personally don't think a cigarette can light something that big. Maybe I'm wrong. Peace, Bex. But yeah, those fires are roasting. Because if I could smell smoke here in Connecticut and see it, and that explains why the sun was Mountain Dew red yesterday. But it only showed up on my camera. I got a new video I'm gonna be uploading later. I went to that graveyard from the 1700s, 1800s, and both 17 and 1800s, and that church that's at the graveyard in the center of the city, which is it's just odd to me. It has a plaque that says Frederick Douglass was the first person to do a speech at that church. Not that that matters. I had to literally jump the fence to get in there and visit all the dead people. But I showed some of the granite stones and some the way they used to do these old stones. It's pretty interesting. These people had money. But yeah, they're starting to lock it because people ruin it for everyone else, man. Like, who goes into graveyards and ruins gravestones? Now you gotta be just a piece of crap to do that. Leave the dead people alone. Bad enough they're resting in the casket. Imagine, like, you ever seen the movies where they put people in caskets alive and when they wake up? You know, maybe because I watched those movies, it put a fear in me. I'll be damned if I get put in one of them and then you get resurrected. No, that ain't gonna happen. All that shit's fallacy. Where's Phil, man? Thanks for the package, Phil. I had checked the number and it said delivered yesterday. And I'm like, man, there ain't no package in my hallway. I was about to start banging on all 24 doors on both sides. So that's 48 doors that were about to get annihilated. I thought someone stole it, but it was in the mailbox. Yeah, I don't know what's up with tracking these things, man, because yesterday it said it was in Massachusetts. And then all of a sudden it said delivered yesterday. I didn't check it because it said Mass. That had just arrived there. So just like this other package I'm tracking, it didn't even leave Alaska yet. It's been a week. The thing's got to be wrong. The Michigan, the Michigander. Yeah, but I'm gonna be uploading that video of the ancient graveyard. It's just I never seen like a graveyard that old. Number one, but it's like dead center of the city. It's just odd to me. Right next to the gold building of Channel 61. And I'll give it 3 more minutes, see who comes in here, and then I'm gonna get going. It'll be the Occult Anatomy of Man by Manly P. Hall. Chapter 1 is the human body in symbolism. Now, that sounds like the little insert they put in the book that I was reading from Secret Teachings of All Ages. That was the name of the chapter, the human body in symbolism. Because someone did tell me that the Secret Teachings of All Ages is like a encyclopedia for all his books. You know, people have their opinions where they say it's regurgitating stuff that, you know, some people don't, and that's fine. No one, you know, I understand. I'm sorry, I understand that everyone's not going to like the regurgitation of a Mason's book. But that's fine with me, because you know what? I like his books. The first line of this book, man, it says it all. Mm-mm, 58 seconds. I mean, yeah. That means Michigan, as a matter of fact. Alright, I'm gonna get going. Time is up. People ain't here. They could catch up. Damn, the stupid number thing's gonna be in the way. Alright, the human body and symbolism. Or shall I say the occult anatomy of man, chapter 1. The human body and symbolism. In scriptures we are told that God made man in his own image. So that means you're God. It is so stated not only in the Christian Bible, but also in the holy writings of nearly all enlightened people. The Jewish patriarchs taught that the human body was the microcosm, or little cosmos, made in the image of the macrocosm, or the great cosmos. This analogy between the finite, it's either, finite. The analogy between the finite and the infinite is said to be one of the keys by the aid of which the secrets of Holy Writ are unlocked. There is no doubt that the Old Testament is a psychological and an anatomical textbook to those capable of reading it from a scientific viewpoint. The functions of the human body, the attributes of the human mind, and the qualities of the human soul have been personified by the wise men of the ancient world, and a great drama has been built around their relationships to themselves and each other. To the great Egyptian demigod Hermes, the human race owes its concept of the law of analogy. The great Hermetic axiom was, that which is above is like unto that which is below, and that which is below is like unto that which is above. The religions of the ancient world were all based upon nature worship, which is a degenerated form, has survived to our own clay as phallicism. The worship of the parts and functions of the human body began in the later Lemurian period. During the Atlantean epoch, this religion gave place to sun worship, but the new faith incorporated into it doctrines, many of the rituals and symbols of the previous belief. The buildings of temples in the form of the human body is a custom common to all people. The tabernacle of the Jews, the great Egyptian temple of Karnak, the religious structures of the Hawaiian priests, and the Christian churches laid out in the form of a cross are examples of this practice. If the human body were laid out with the arms spread in the shape of any of these buildings, it would be found that the high altar would occupy the same relative position in the building that the brain occupies in the human body. All the priests of the ancient world were anatomists. They recognized that all the functions of nature were reproduced in miniature in the human body. They therefore used man as the textbook, teaching their disciples that to understand man was to understand the universe. These wise men believed that every star in the heavens, every element in the earth, and every function in nature was represented by a corresponding center, pole, or activity within the human body. This correlation between nature without and the nature of man within, which was concealed from the multitudes, formed the secret teachings of the ancient priestcraft. Religion in Atlantis and Egypt was taken much more seriously than it is today. It was the very life of these peoples. The priests had complete control over the millions of ignorant men and women who had been taught since childhood that these robed and bearded patriarchs were direct messengers from God, and it was believed that any disobedience to the commands of the priests would bring down upon the offender's head the wrath of the Almighty. The temple depended for its maintenance upon its secret wisdom, which gave its priests control over certain powers of nature and made them vastly superior in wisdom and understanding the laity, I don't know, Laity, anyone knows what that is? Understanding the laity whom they controlled. These wise ones realized that there was a great deal more involved in religion than the chanting of mantras and the singing of hymns. They realized that the path of salvation could be walked successfully only by those who had practical, scientific knowledge of the occult function of their own bodies. The anatomical symbolism which they evolved in order to perpetuate this understanding has come down to modern Christianity, but the keys to it apparently have been lost. It is a tragic situation for religionists that they are surrounded by hundreds of symbols which they cannot understand. But it is still sadder that they have even forgotten that these symbols ever had any meaning other than the foolish interpretations which they themselves have concocted. The idea prevalent in the minds of Christians that their faith is the one and only true inspired doctrine, and that it came parentless into the world, is unreasonable in the extreme. A study of comparative religions proves beyond doubt that Christianity has begged, borrowed, or stolen its philosophies and concepts from the religious and the philosophies of the ancient and medieval pagan worlds. Among the religious symbols and allegories which belonged to the world long ago, before the coming of Christianity, are a few to which we would like to call your attention. The following Christian symbols and concepts are of pagan origin. The Christian cross comes from Egypt and India. The triple mitre from the faith of the Mithraics. The shepherd's crook for the Hermetic mysteries in Greece. The Immaculate Conception from India. The Transfiguration from Persia, and the Trinity from the Brahmins. The Virgin Mary, as the Mother of God, is found in a dozen different faiths. There are over 20 crucified world saviors. The church steeple is an adaptation of Egyptian obelisks and pyramids, while the Christian devil is the Egyptian Typhon, with certain modifications. The deeper one goes into the problem, the more he realizes that there is nothing new under the sun. A truly sincere study of the Christian faith proves beyond all doubt that it is the evolutionary outgrowth of primitive doctrines. There is an evolution in religion as well as in physical form. If we accept and incorporate into our doctrines the religious symbolism of nearly 40 peoples, it behooves us to understand, at least in part, the meaning of the allegories which we borrow, lest we be more ignorant than those from whom we secured them. This brochure is devoted to the problem of explaining the relationship existing between the symbolism of the ancient priests and the occult functions of the human body. We must first understand that all sacred writings are supposed to be sealed with the 7 seals. In other words, it requires 7 complete interpretations to understand fully the meaning of these ancient philosophic revelations, which we have liked to call holy writs, Scripture is not intended to be historical. Those who understand its literal meaning understand he least of its meaning. It is a well-known fact that Shakespeare, for dramatic reasons, brought together in his plays characters who had actually lived hundreds of years apart. But Shakespeare was not writing history, he was penning drama. The same is true of the Bible. Scriptures leaves historians hopelessly involved in self-contradictory chronological tables where the majority of historians will remain until the judgment day. Scriptures furnishes excellent subject matter for debates and also ground for hair-splitting over the meaning of the terms and probable locations of unknown cities. Many of the biblical landmarks now pointed out by guides were named hundreds of years after the birth of Christ by pilgrims who suspected them of occupying sites somewhere near those mentioned in the Bible. All this may prove convincing to some, but to the thinker, it is conclusive evidence that history is the least important part of a scripture. When the Empress Helena, mother of Constantine the Great, visited Jerusalem in 326 AD, she discovered that not only all traces of Christianity had already been lost, but that a temple dedicated to the goddess Venus stood on the hill now accepted as Mount Calvary. Less than 400 years after the death of Christ, there was apparently no one in the Holy Land who had ever heard of him. This does not necessarily imply that he never lived, but it certainly does indicate that the halo of miracles and supernatural atmosphere with which modern Christianity envelopes him are largely mythological. Like all other religions, the Christian faith accumulated a weird collection of fantastic legends, which are its own worst enemies. For they have taken the simple moralist of Nazareth, the man who loved his fellow creatures, and built around him a superstructure of idolatry which loves no one and serves only itself. As Buddha in India merely reformed the Brahmin concept, as Buddha in India merely reformed the Brahmin concepts of his day, so Jesus reshaped the faith of Israel and gave to the disciples and the world a doctrine based upon that which had gone before, but remodeled to meet the needs of the people who surrounded him and the problems which confronted the Jewish nation. The Essenes who educated Jesus were of Egyptian or Hindu origin, and his faith incorporated the best of that which had gone before. The records preserved of him are largely allegorical, and the simple man is plunged by them into a dark sea of supernaturalism. This was not entirely without purpose, however, for as Shakespeare took license with history in order to present essential truths, so it seems the historians of Jesus used the character of the man as the groundwork of a great drama. He becomes the hero of Seven Sealed story, and those Christians who have studied symbolism can gain from that story the key to the true Christian mysteries. They will then realize that Scripture is perpetual history, that it pertains to no nation or people, but is the story of all nations and peoples. It is a wonderful thing, for example, to study the life of Christ in the light of astronomy, for he becomes the sun, and his disciples the 12 signs in the zodiac. Among the constellations, we find the scenes of his ministry, and in the procession of the equinoxes, the story of his birth, growth, maturity, and death for men. Again, the tortured chemicals in the retort further reveal to us the life of the master. For with the key to chemistry, the scriptures become another book. In this particular work, however, we can only concern ourselves with the relationship of these allegories to the human body. We discover that the life of Christ, as found in the Gospels, has been conventionalized until it agrees perfectly with the lives of dozens of world saviors. For all of them are also astronomical and psychological myths. It's physiological, sorry. Yeah, not psychological. It's astronomical and physiological myths. All of these myths come to us out of the most remote antiquity, where the primitive races used the human body as the symbolic unit, and the gods and demons were personified out of the organs and functions of the body. Among certain Kabbalistic writers, the Holy Land is mapped out on the human body, and the various cities are shown as the centers of consciousness in man. There is a wonderful study here for those who will investigate deeply and sincerely the ancient mysteries. We cannot hope to cover all the ground, but if you can gain from this booklet a key to the situation, we hope you will pursue the line of thought until you have made it all inclusive and opened at least one seal of the book of divine revelation. Oops, what's going on here? The Occult Anatomy of Man. This is chapter 2, the three worlds. According to the mystery schools, the human body is divided into three major parts. And in analogy with this, the universe, without, is said to be composed of three worlds: heaven, earth, and hell. Heaven is a superior world, and for some unknown reasons is supposed to be above, although Ingersoll proved conclusively that owing to the rotation of the earth, oh boy, up and down are always changing places. Yeah. Nearly all religions teach that God dwells in the heavens. Their members are taught to believe that God is above them. God is in you. So they raise their hands in prayer and lift their eyes to the heavens when they implore or petition him. Among some nations, he is supposed to dwell on the top of mountains, which are the highest places in the world. Wherever he is and whatever he is, his place is domicile. Yeah, his place is domicile is above, overshadowing the world below. Above and hell beneath is the earth, which the Scandinavians call Midgard, or the Middle Garden. It is suspended in space and forms a dwelling place of men and other living creatures. It is connected to the heavens by a rainbow bridge down which the gods descend. Its volcanic craters and fissures are said to connect it with hell, the land of darkness and oblivion. Here, twixt heaven and earth dominion wielding, as Goethe said, exists nature. The green grass, the flowing rivers, the mighty ocean exist only in the middle world, which is a sort of neutral ground
where the host of good and evil fight their eternal battle of Armageddon. Below, in darkness and flames, torment and suffering, is the world of hell, and it's spelled with one L here, which he have interpreted as hell. It is the great beneath, for as surely as we think of heaven as up, we think of hell as down, while this middle place earth seems to be the dividing line between them. In hell are the forces of evil, the tearing, rending, destroying powers which are always bringing sorrow to the earth, and which struggle utteringly to overthrow the throne of gods in heaven. The entire system is an anatomical myth. The entire system is an anatomical myth. For the heaven world of the ancients, the domed temple on the top of the mountain, was the skull with its divine contents. This is the home of the gods and man. It is turned up because it occupies the northern end of the human spine. The temple of the gods who rule the earth is said to be at the North Pole, which also, by the way, is the home of Santa Claus, because the North Pole represents the positive end of the spinal column of the planetary lord. Santa Claus, coming down the chimney with his sprig of evergreen, the Christmas tree, at the season of the year when nature is dead, has a fine Masonic interpretation for those who wish to study it. The same is true for the manna that descended to feed the children of Israel in the wilderness. For this manna is a substance which comes down the spinal cord from the brain. The Hindus symbolize the spine as the stem of the sacred lotus. Before the skull and contents are symbolized by flowers. The spinal column is Jacob's ladder, connecting heaven and earth, while its 33 segments are the degrees of masonry and the number of years of life of Christ. Up these segments, the candidate ascends in consciousness to reach the temple of initiation located on the top of the mountain. It is in the domed room with a hole in the floor, foramen magnum, that the great mystery initiations are given. The Himalaya mountains rise above the earth, representing the shoulders and upper half of the body. They are the highest mountains of the world. Somewhere upon their summit stands a temple, resting like the heavens of the Greeks upon the shoulders of Atlas. It is interesting to note that the Atlas is the upper vertebra of the human spine upon the condylos. Condylos. I'm probably saying that wrong. Of the skull rests. In the brain, there are a number of caves, ventricles, and folds, and in them, according to Eastern legends, lives the wise men, the yogis and hermits. The caves of the yogis are said to be located at the head of the Ganges River. Every religion has its sacred river. To the Christians, it is Jordan. To the Egyptians, it's the Nile. While to the Hindus, is the Ganges. The sacred river is the spinal canal, which has its source among the peaks of the mountains. The holy men in their retreats represent the spiritual sight in the human brain and are the seven sleepers of the Quran, who must remain in the darkness of their caves until the spirit visualizes them. The brain is the upper room referred to in the gospel where Jesus met with his disciples, and it is said that the disciples themselves represent the 12 convulsions of the brain. It is these 12 convulsions which later send their messages by means of the nerves into the body below to convert the Gentiles or preach the gospel in the Middle Earth. These 12 convulsions gather around the central opening in the brain, the third ventricle, which is the Holy of Holies, the mercy seat, where between the spreading wings of the angels, Jehovah talks with the high priest, and where both day and night the Shekinah's glory hovers. From this point, also the Spirit finally ascends from Golgotha, the place in the skull. It is a clairvoyant fact that the Spirit not only leaves, but also enters the body through the crown of the head, probably giving rise to the story of Santa Claus and his chimney. The Trinity in man lives in the three great chambers of the human body, from which they radiate their power through the three worlds. These centers are the brain, the heart, and the reproductive system. There are the three main chambers of the pyramid, and also the rooms in which Ark given the entered apprentice, fellowcraft, and master mason degrees of Blue Lodge Masonry. In these three chambers dwell the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, who are symbolized by the three-lettered word which is AUM. That frequency. Oh shit. The transmutation, regeneration, and unfoldment of these three great centers result in the sounding of the lost word, which is the great secret of the Masonic order. From the spinal nerves come impulses and life forces which make this possible. Therefore, the Mason is told to consider carefully his substitute word, which means the marrow of the bone. In the cerebellum, or posterior brain, which has changed of the motive system of the human body, and is the only brain development in the animal, is to be found a little tree-like growth, which has long been symbolized by a sprig of a cassia, and as such is referred to in the Masonic allegory. The two lobes of the cerebellum were called by the ancients Cain and Abel, and have much to do with the legend of the curse of Cain, which is literally the curse of unbalance. Damn. For the murder of the spirit of equilibrium, Cain is sent forth a wanderer upon the face of the earth. I have in my possession a very remarkable skull, which originally rested on the shoulders of a homicide. It is of high organic quality, but bears the curse of Cain. This individual had a grudge, which he nursed very carefully. Nursed grudges sometimes become very dangerous things. This person swore that when he met a certain man, he would cut his heart out and throw it in his face. A number of years passed. His hatred grew, and at last, meeting his enemy, he attacked him and fulfilled his threat. He was hanged for the crime, but the skull bearing testimony to the brain reveals a very interesting fact. The right half of the brain is under the control of Mercury, the planet of intelligence, and as a result of the crossing of the brain nerves at the base of the skull, it rules the left side of the body. The left half of the brain, under the control of Mars, the spirit of anger and impulse, rules the right side of the body, and likewise the strong right arm. As the result of his hatred and the rulership of Mars, which grew out that hatred control his nature. I mean, that hatred, the left rear side of the brain is fully twice the size of the right side. The individual allowed Mars to control his nature. The impetuosity of Mars ruled him, and he paid with his life for the mark of Cain. Science knows this. Science knows there is a very narrow line between genius and insanity. For any dominating vice or virtue, man must pay with unbalance. Unbalance always distorts the viewpoint, and distorted viewpoints are unfailingly productive of misery. In the skull is the switchboard, which controls the activities of the body. Every function of man below the neck is controlled by a center of consciousness in the brain. Proof of this fact that injury to certain centers of the brain result in paralysis of various parts of the body. Medical science now knows that the spinal cord is an elongation of the brain, and some authorities even claim the cord to be capable of intelligence throughout its entire length. This cord is the flaming sword which is supposed to have stood at the gates of the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden is in the skull, within which is a tree bearing 12 manner of fruit. The brain is filled with vaulted chambers and passageways, which have their correspondence in the spans and arches of the temples, while the third ventricle is undoubtedly the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. The spinal cord is the serpent of the ancients. In Central and South America, the Savior God is called Quetzalcoatl. His name means a feathered serpent, and this has always been his symbol. This is the brazen serpent raised by Moses in the wilderness. The 9 rattles on the tail of the serpent are called the number of man, and they represent the sacral and coccygeal bones. Yeah, or coccygeal bones, which whose centers the secret of human evolution is contained. My fault. I need something here. Every organ of the physical body is reproduced in the brain, where it can be traced by the law of analogy. There are 2 embryonic human forms, one male and the other female, twisted together in the brain. These are the yin and the yang of China, the black and white dragons fighting each other. One of these figures has as its organ of expression the pineal gland, and the other the pituitary body. These 2 ductless glands are well worth consideration, for they are very important factors in the unfolding of human consciousness. It is known that these glands are larger and more active in higher grades of mentality than in those of lower quality, and in certain congenital idiots, they are very small. These 2 little glands are called the head and the tail of the dragon of wisdom. They are the copper and zinc poles of an electric circuit, which has the entire body as a battery. The pituitary body, which rests in the sella turcica, of the sphenoid bone directly behind and just a little below the bridge of the nose and connected to the third ventricle by a tiny tube called infundibulum. Infundibulum is the feminine pole or negative center, which has charge of the expressions of physical energy. Its activity also regulates to a large degree the size and weight of the body. It is also a thermometer revealing disorder in any other of the chain of ductless glands. Endocrinology, the study of the ductless glands and their secretions, is still in its experimental stage, but someday it'll be revealed as the most important of all medical sciences. The pituitary body is known under the following symbols by the ancient world: the alchemical retort, the mouth of the dragon, the Virgin Mary, the Holy Grail, the lunar crescent, the laver of purification, one of the cherubim of the ark, the Isis of Egypt, the Radha of India, and the fish's mouth. It may well be called the hope of glory of the physical man. At the opposite end of the third ventricle and a little higher is the pineal gland, which looks not unlike a pine cone, from which it is secured its name. From which it secured its name. Sir Ernest Alfred Wallace Budge, keeper of the Egyptian antiquities in the British Museum, mentions in one of his works the Egyptian custom of tying pine cones on the tops of their heads. He states that in the papyrus rolls, these cones are fastened to the top of the head of the dead when taken into the presence of Osiris, lord of the underworld. Undoubtedly, this symbol referred to the pineal gland. It was also the custom of certain African tribes to fasten pieces of fat to the tops of their heads. And interesting that American Indian should wear his feather, which was originally symbolical of spiritual perception. In the same place where the Christian monk shaves his head, the Hindus teach that the pineal gland is the third eye, called the eye of Dangma or Dangma. It is called by the Buddhists the all-seeing eye, and is spoken of in Christianity as the eye single. We are told that ages ago the pineal gland was an organ of sense orientation by which man cognized the spiritual world, but that with the coming of the material senses and the two objective eyes, it ceased to be used, and during that time of the Lemurian race retreated to its present position in the brain. It is said that children recapitulating their previous periods of evolution have a limited use of the third eye up to their 7th year, at which time the skull bones grow together. This accounts for the semi-clairvoyant condition of children, who are far more sensitive than adults along psychic lines. The pineal gland is supposed to secrete an oil, which is called resin, the life of the pine tree. This word is said to be involved in the origin of the Rosicrucians, who were working with the secretions of the pineal gland and seeking to open the eye single. For it is said in the scripture, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be filled with light. The pineal gland is the tail of the dragon and has a tiny finger-like protuberance at one end. This gland is called Joseph, for it is the father of the god, man. The finger-like protuberance is called the staff of God, sometimes the Holy Spirit. Its shape, its shape is like the evaporating vessel of the alchemists. It is a spiritual organ which is later destined to be what it once was, namely a connecting link between the human and the divine. The vibrating finger on the end of this gland is the rod of Jesse and the scepter of the high priests. Certain exercises, as given in the East and in the Western mystery schools, cause this little finger to vibrate, resulting in a buzzing, droning sound in the brain. This is sometimes very distressing, especially when the individual who experienced the phenomenon, in all too many cases, knows nothing about the experience through which he is passing. In the middle of the brain, surrounded by the convulsions in the third ventricle, a vaulted chamber of initiation. Around it sits three kings, three great centers of life and power, the pure, the, the pituitary body, the pineal gland, and the optic thalamus. In this chamber also is a small gritty seed, which is undoubtedly connected with the king's coffer in the Great Pyramid. The third ventricle is supported to be the seat of the soul, and the aurora radiating from the heads of saints and sages is said to represent the golden glow pouring from this third ventricle. Between the eyes, just above the root of the nose, is a spreading in the frontal bone of the skull, which is called the frontal sinus. The slight bulge causing by the spreading of this bone is known to be phrenology as the seat of individuality. It is here that the jewels are placed on the foreheads of the Buddhas, and it is also from this point that the serpent rose from the crown of the ancient Egyptians. Several of the mystery schools teach that this is the seat of Jehovah in the human body, while its function is through the generative system. His center of consciousness as part of the spirit of man is supposed to be located in the sea of blue ether called the Veil of Isis, in the center of the frontal sinus. When clairvoyantly studying the body of man, that little point always shows up as a black dot and cannot be analyzed. The Palatine Hill, the ancients, upon which were built the temples of Jupiter and Juno, also has its place in the human body. The palate bone is a sort of hill-shaped structure, and right above it are the orbital cavities containing the two eyes, which are the Jupiter and the Juno of the ancient world. The cross, of course, represents the human body. The upper limb of it is the head of man rising above the horizontal line of his outstretched arms. As already stated, the great churches and cathedrals of the world have been built in the form of a cross and contain, where the head should be, the altar upon which are burning lighted candles. These candles are symbolic of spiritual centers in the brain, while the custom of placing a rose window over the altar suggests a soft place in the top of the skull. The skull, the upper room, is the sanctum or sanctorum of the Masonic temple, and to it only the pure can aspire. The winged bone, which medical science knows as the sphenoid, and the Egyptian scarab carrying in its claws the pituitary body, and also bearing aloft the gleaming spark of immortality located in the frontal sinus. We are told in ancient mythologies that the gods came down from heaven and walked with men, instructing them in the arts and sciences. In a similar way, the godlike powers of man descended from the heaven world of his brain to carry on the work of constructing and reconstructing natural substances. We are told that in the ultimate of evolution, man's body will slowly be dissolved back again into the brain, which was its origin, until nothing remains but seven globular centers radiating seven perfect senses perceptions, which are the spirits before the throne and the saviors, which he is bringing into the world to redeem it through the seven periods of his growth. Man is an inverted plant, gaining his nourishment from the sun, as the plant does from earth. As the life of the plant ascends, its stem to nourishes its leaves and branches. So the life of man, rooted in the brain, descends to produce the same result. This life descending is symbolized as the world's savior to come down into the world to die for men. Later, these lives are returned again to the brain, where they glorify man before all the worlds of creation. So much the story of the brain. Now let us consider the next of man's marvelous parts, namely the spinal column. I had to take a drink. Okay. Chapter 3, the spinal column. Connecting the two worlds, heaven above and the sphere of darkness below, is the spinal column, a chain of 33 segments protecting within them the spinal cord. This ladder of bones plays a very important part in the religious symbolism of the ancients. It is often referred to as a winding road or stairway. Sometimes it is called the serpent, at another times the wand or scepter. The Hindus teach that there are three distinct canals or tubes in the spinal system. They call them Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna or Sushumna. These tubes connect the lower generative centers of the body with the brain. The Greeks symbolized them by the caduceus or winged staff of Hermes. This consisted of a long rod, the central sushumna, which ended in a knob or ball, the pons of the medulla oblongata. On each side of this knob are wings arched over, used to represent the two lobes of the cerebrum or cerebrum. Sorry. Up this staff and twisted around its wind two serpents, one black and the other white. These represents the Ida and the Pingala. The ancient Hindus have a legend concerning the goddess Kundalini, in which it is said that she descended by means of a ladder or cord from the heavens to a little island floating in the great sea. Connecting this with embryology, it is evident that the ladder or cord represents the umbilical cord, while the little island is the solar plexus. When the ladder is cut away from the heavens, the goddess flees in terror to a cave, the sacral plexus, where she hides far from the sight of men, like Amaterasu, the Japanese goddess of the shining lace. She must be lured from her cave, for while she is there and refuses to come forth, the world is in darkness. Kundalini is a Sanskrit word meaning a serpentine or twisting gasp of force or force. This force, so the Eastern sages claim, can be drawn up through the central spinal canal, the Sushumna. When this essence strikes the brain, it opens the center of spiritual consciousness and inner perception, bringing with it spiritual illumination. The system of culture whereby this is made possible is the most secret teachings of the Eastern saints, for they realize that this spiral, twisting force is not only illuminating, but like the serpent, which is its symbol, also a deadly poison. Smatterings of Eastern occultism are coming all the time into the Western world, but we are sorry to say they are bringing with them endless suffering and sorrow. For these great truths in the hands of individuals incapable of rightly understanding or applying them destroy intelligence and reason. Along the spine are a number of nerve ganglia and plexuses. All these have their place in religious symbolism. For example, we are told that the early Jews called the sacral plexus and the sacro coccygeal, the sacrococcygeal, I think. Yeah, the sacral plexus and the sacrococcygeal ganglion. This word, man, sacrococcygeal ganglion. The cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. There is a small plexus in the region of the kidneys called the sagittarial plexus, which the ancients knew as the city of Tarsus, where St. Paul fought with the beasts. Higher occultism teaches that the lotus blossoms, nerve centers of the spine, are reflections or negative poles bearing witness of seven great positive centers of consciousness located in the brain. These seven function through the centers of the spine is approximately the same way that the seven spirits before the throne function through the planetary bodies. This disciple is warned not to work with the centers upon the spine, but to labor instead with their true rulers, the centers in the brain. The wandering of the children of Israel in the wilderness, the pilgrimage of the Mohammedan to Mecca, the endless pilgrimages of Hindu holy men who spend their lives going from one shrine to another, represent the pilgrimage of the spirit fire Kundalini through the nerve centers along the spine. By certain specifications, force is turned into these centers one after the other until when seen clairvoyantly, they are great flower-like areas which light rays stream like petals. Each of these lotus blossoms have a different number of petals according to the number of nerves which branch out from it. It is said that the Logos, when the time came to create the material universe, entered a state of deep meditation, centralizing his thought power upon the seven flower-like centers of the seven worlds. Gradually, his life force descended from the brain, which was the great superior world, and striking these flowers one after the other, waved birth to the lower world. When at last his spirit fire struck the lowest center, the physical world was created, and his fire was at the base of the spine. When the world returns to him again, and he once more becomes supreme in consciousness, it will be because he withdraws the light from these seven centers, beginning with the lowest, and returns it again to the brain. Thus, the path of evolution for all living things is to raise this fire, whose descent made their manifestation in these lower worlds possible, and whose raising brings them into harmony once more with their superior worlds. This myth, this myth of the life force that comes down and took upon itself worlds, is found among all the civilized nations of the earth. This is the Haram Abid who built the Masonic temple, the bodies, and was then slain by the three vehicles which he formed. This is likewise the Christ, slain for the sins of the world, because of the fact that the spinal fire is a twisting, serpentine force. The snake has been used in all parts of the world to represent the world's saviors. The uricus, worn by the Egyptian priests upon their foreheads, was symbolic of Kundalini, the sacred cobra, who, when she was raised in the wilderness, saved all who gazed upon her. Moses and the brazen serpent. As the brain is the center of the divine world, so the solar plex is the center of the human world. For representing semi-consciousness, it links the unconsciousness below with the consciousness above. Man is not only capable of thinking with his brain, he is capable of a certain phase of thought through the nerve centers of the solar plexus. It will probably be wise at this point to describe the difference between a medium and a clairvoyant. To the average person, there is no difference, but to the mystic, these two phases of spiritual sight are separated by the entire span of human evolution. A clairvoyant is one who has raised the spinal serpent into the brain, and by his growth earned right of perceiving the invisible worlds with the aid of the third eye or pineal gland. This organ of consciousness, which millions of years ago connected man with invisible worlds, closed during the Lemurian period when the objective senses began to develop. The occultists, however, by the process of development hinted at before, may reopen this eye and by means of it explore the invisible worlds. Clairvoyants are not born, they are made. Mediums are not made, they are born. The clairvoyant can become such only after years, sometimes lives, or self preparation. On the other hand, the medium, by sitting in a darkened room or by other similar practices, may secure results in a few days. The medium uses the solar plexus as a mirror, and upon its sensitive nerves are reflected pictures recorded in the invisible ethers. Through the spleen, which is the gateway to the etheric body, the medium permits decarnate intelligences to come into his spiritual constitution, the result being voices and other spirit manifestations. Automatic writing is gained by permitting the etheric arm of an outside intelligence to control temporarily the physical arm of the medium. This is not possible until the medium removes his own etheric double from the arm. For two things cannot occupy the same place at the same time. The process of periodically separating the life forces from the physical arm is very dangerous, often resulting in paralysis. Mediumship is unnatural to man, while clairvoyance is the natural result of growth and the unfolding of the spiritual nature. There are 100 mediums to one clairvoyant, for the clairvoyant can become such only through self-mastery and the exertion of tremendous power, while the weaker, the more sickly, and the more nervous an individual is, the better medium he makes. The clairvoyant is unfolding his mind by filling it with useful knowledge, while given the first instruction given the would-be medium is make your mind a blank. The reason mediumship through the solar plexus is a retrogression may be summed up as follows. The group spirits who control the destinies of the animal kingdoms govern then charges through pictures thrown against the solar plexus. For the animal has no self-conscious mind. As a result, instead of thinking with its own brain, it thinks with the brain of the group spirit to whom it is attached by invisible magnetic cords. These cords convey their impressions and photograph them upon the sympathetic nervous system. Having no will of its own, the animal is incapable of combating these urges and consequently obeys them implicitly. Man governs himself through a cerebral spinal nervous system because he had developed individuality and the sympathetic system no longer rules him. Opening himself to impulses through the solar plexus area, the medium is thwarting his own growth by preventing the cerebral spinal nervous system from controlling his destiny. Man has always liked to lean on external things. He hates to face each problem and solve it with the brain God gave him. He consequently leans on the invisible worlds, asking them to help him to accomplish the labors which he should do by his own efforts. I've been saying that. Thousands of people must carry the karmic responsibilities of the medium, for many follow this calling because hundreds of people want to talk to deceased relatives or get inside tips on the stock exchange. Those who by their patronage encourage things of which they do not themselves approve are personally responsible for the injury which their selfishness has thus permitted other persons to inflict upon themselves. The difference, therefore, between mediumship and clairvoyance is about half the length of the spinal column. It is the difference between negative and positive. It is the difference between the midnight of the seance room and the noonday of the temple. All the organs within the body of man have their religious significance. The heart, with its chambers, is itself a temple standing upon the mountain of the diaphragm. The spleen, with its little umbrella-shaped body, collects the sun's rays and has charge of the etheric body. It is this etheric body coiled within the spleen that injects the white blood corpuscles. That injects the white blood corpuscles into the circulatory system. We know that the human body has been the inspiration for nearly all mechanical contrivances. Yeah. Hinges are copied from human body. Likewise, die ball and socket joints. We are told that the first plumbing was reproduced from the arterial and arterial and venous circulatory system. Hundreds of machines and implements have been inspired by the subtle workings of our own vehicle. For the human body is the most marvelously constructed machine that the human mind can study. The close relationship between the generative system below and the brain above, for the brain is a positive generating system, is of course due to the spine connecting them. At a certain time, a number of little doors, which now separate the brain from the generative system, are opened, and the sushumna becomes an open tunnel so that the impulse is carried immediately to both ends of the body. It is for this reason that the candidate assumes the vows of celibacy, for the close connection existing in the advanced disciple between the brain and the reproductive system necessitates an absolute conservation of all life energies. The tonsils are directly connected with the generative system. In fact, they are part of its positive pole in the brain. The customs of, ooh, I don't know about that word. The customs of vaccinating healthy children and cutting out normal tonsils on genital principles should be reconsidered. Most tonsils are infected as a result of the child eating too many sweets during the first years of life. The moral is don't cut out the tonsils, cut out the sweets. Many parents are responsible for the illness of their children through either ignorance or indulgence. They allow the infantile consciousness, as yet uncontrolled by its higher vehicle, to destroy itself before life fairly begins. When children are sick during the early years of life, the physician will often find the cause of the ailment in the parent, and the father or mother, not the child, should be dosed with pills. If the stomach is kept in proper condition, the tonsils will give very little trouble. The absolute economy, the absolute economy exhibited by nature in the building of all its structures should be sufficient proof that the Lord was not wasting his time when he made tonsils and appendixes. He apparently had reason for making them, but these poor, unoffending organs have become a gold mine to medical scientists who remove them at the slightest provocation. We are told that the vertical position assumed by the human body, which forces the contents of the intestinal tract to travel part of the time uphill, is the reason for the appendix, which is missing in creatures of horizontal carriage. I didn't know that. Every organ not only has its visible purpose, but also an invisible spiritual purpose. And the individual is to be admired who manages to go through life preserving intact as many as possible of its original anatomical parts and members. While on the subject of the debt of science to the human body, we might add that the decimal system is the result of primitive man's counting on his fingertips, whereby 10 became the unit of enumeration. The ancient cubit also was the distance between the elbow and the end of the second finger, or approximately 18 inches. So it goes back through the study of all things until we find that nearly everything with which man has surrounded himself is an adaptation from the body with which God surrounded his spirit. Man is gradually gaining control of organs of his body, but also over their functions. Science states that certain organs function automatically or mechanically, but occultism realizes that there is nothing mechanical about the functions of the human body. Let us take As an example, a workman throwing a piece of iron among the wheels and levers of a smoothly working machine. There is a grinding crash and the machine stops. If, on the other hand, you figuratively throw a monkey wrench into the human body, it will immediately begin the process of throwing it back at you. It will surround the foreign element with a coating and try to absorb it. If this is impossible, it will try to eject it through some channel appointed for that purpose. If this means fail, it will, in many cases, accustom itself to the presence of the obstacle and keep right on working anyway. This shows unmistakably that the organic parts of man possess some inherent form of intelligence. Therefore, they are not machines, for no mechanical device is capable of intelligence. Paracelsus, the great Swiss physician, who after many years in the Far East returned to Switzerland to teach medicine, first gave the European world its concept of the nature spirits. He taught that the functions of nature were under the control of little creatures who were invisible to the normal senses, but who, working through the kingdoms of life, minerals, plants, animals, and parts of the human body, kept all these evolving in an intelligent way, under the control of the great celestial hierarchy of Scorpio, which has charge of all body building in nature. These elements are the invisible intelligences governing the human body and its functions. As a result of man's ever evolving consciousness, he is acquiring more complete control over the functions of his various organs. There are two kinds of muscle, voluntary and involuntary. The difference being that the voluntary muscles, which are controlled by the conscious mind of the individual, have fibers running two ways and crossing each other, while those which are involuntary are without cross fibers. The heart used to be considered as involuntary muscle, but it is now beginning to show cross fibers, thus foreshadowing the day when man will consciously and intelligently regulate the beating of his own heart. The same will be true with respect to all other organs that survive the periodic changes taking place in the constitution of man. The Eastern holy man can successfully live without his heart beating. He can stop it or start it at will by lifting the tongue so that it closes the air passages into the lungs. He can remain in suspended animation for months. Many Eastern chelas or disciples, or is it chelas? Many Eastern chelas or chelas disciples do this while being given spiritual initiations out of the physical body. There are cases on record where these holy men have been buried in the ground. Weeks later, when the body was dug up, it was found to be dried like leather. Water was poured onto it, and after a certain lapse of time, the man who had not taken a breath in weeks got up and walked off. What? This is the result of extraordinary control which the mind is capable of gaining over the functions of the body. Occultism teaches that there is an entire universe within the human body, that it has its worlds, its planes, and its gods and goddesses. Millions of minute cells are its inhabitants. These tiny creatures are grouped together into kingdoms, nations, and races, and become one thing composed of many parts. The supreme ruler and God of this great world is the consciousness in man which says, I am. This consciousness picks up its universe and moves to another town. Every time it walks up and down the street, it takes 100 million solar systems with it. But because they are so in infinite, whoa, infinitesimal, I think that's the word, infinitesimal, I don't know. Man cannot realize that they are actual worlds. In like manner, we are individual cells in the body of an infinite creation, which is hurling itself through infinity at unknown speeds. Suns, moons, and stars are merely bones in a great skeleton composed of all the substances of the universe. Our own little lives are merely part of that infinite light throbbing and coursing through the arteries and veins of space. But all this is so vast as to be beyond the comprehension of this little I am in us. Therefore, we may say that both extremes are equally incomprehensible. We live in the middle world between infinite greatness on the one hand and infinite smallness on the other. As we grow, our world grows also, resulting in a corresponding increase in the scope of our understanding of all these wonders. I'll read chapters 4, 5, and 6 tomorrow, man. I'm reading. It's been an hour and a half straight I read. So yeah, let me open up the Pizzano. I had to sit down. Um, um, nah. Booted myself out like an idiot. I gotta get used to. I don't know. I like this book because it just proves a lot of stuff I talk about. Well, we can't really say it's like factual. Someone wrote it, but it kind of weighs in on my way of thinking. I don't want to say beliefs because I don't believe nothing. It's either you know or you don't, or it is or it isn't. Peace, Sugar Seeds, Bex, Kimba, The Realist McCoy, Mind's Eye. I'm gonna keep going. Orphan Andy. I said the Michigander, Misael Only the Wise, Gabriel, Mark Basket. Salute to everybody, and Andrea. I don't know. I like that book. Is this something about Manly P. Hall's books? I hated reading growing up. I'll tell you that one. I agree, Realist McCoy, on that. Like the book that Manly P. Hall has on America. I read a couple chapters from that. You know, I'm not really a political person. Like, I just found out this morning that police were sovereign citizens and the laws didn't apply to them or something like that. And I'm like, wait a minute. I got to look into this because, you know, that means they can commit crimes. That's why they're they're sovereign citizens, and they have the what is that called, man? Uh, shit. They have the police have man, I can't think of it. What's that damn shit called? The police. It's called that protects them. I can't think of it. People want to abolish it. It's been abolished in New Mexico, Connecticut, I think too. Come on, somebody knows in the chat what the police have that protect them. Can't think, man. My brain's fried.
Immunity of some sort?
Yeah, there you go. Qualified immunity. And they're sovereign. So, you know, that shit's got to end, because I watch so many videos, it fires me up. And it's like, you know, it seems more than ever since this dude got into presidency, police or tyrannicalism is coming out of them. More than ever. Like, I'm not saying it didn't happen in the 80s and 90s, but nowhere near now is now. I don't care what no one tells me. Growing up, the police, they wouldn't even message you most of the time. Now, they go out of their way to fish for something, to arrest you. And I'm getting way off topic. It's supposed to be about the body, but I just learned that this morning, that I didn't know police were sovereign. By getting that job, you just automatically a sovereign. No wonder they want to be cops. Public disservients. That's what they are. Disservients to the community. You look what happened to that lady. She pulled over. She was a state cop, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Or he was. But either way, it was a cop pulled another cop over. He was speeding. Come to find out, he had like 7 other speeding incidences in the company car. So he got fired. You think she would have got reprimanded for doing good? Nope. Getting the scum out of the police. No. Her life got even worse. So they are a gang, however you want to look at it. The Thin Blue Line is a gang. It's dividing the country. That's why they call it the Thin Blue Line. And now, because that lady got treated like that, what do you think these other good officers are going to do? Even more nothing now. They're driving by, threatening her life, phone calls, harassing her, and she can't even, I forgot what happened, she can't even drive the cop car. She's worried that she'll get into a call and they won't come and back her. So, I don't know. I used to think we could pass a law to where, you know, and it's another thing. They don't care if they get sued. It's because it's coming out of our tax money when these cops get sued. And that ain't right. They should pay out their fucking pocket. Because if I break a crime, if I commit a crime and break a law, I got to pay out my pocket. But you mean to tell me the police break laws and it comes out of our tax money, of course? I don't know. I think they're using, because some guy just got arrested for being going to the scenes. And these people, some people have followers that will call the police departments and because they want to make a change, but they're calling it something terrorism, you know, and they're going to use these people to implement more laws. I see it already. It's like they need us to speak up on stuff. They're going to use us too as an example. Watch. I guarantee it, man. I already know how this crooked ass government works. They'll create the problem just to get their solution. And, you know, they don't care. They'll do anything. But anyway, enough of that negative ass shit. This pissed me off when I started thinking about them. The terrorists. They're the terrorists. Syntax grammar is what the judges. What is that, Gabriel? What's syntax grammar? What's up, Bex?
That was amazing, Charles. That was like, I don't always get to hear your whole, the whole read, you know, because I'm sleeping when you start. But that was, it's my fave so far.
Yeah, I like this one. I'm gonna finish it tomorrow. There's only 6 chapters in this book, but a lot of stuff he says, man, I've been saying for years and been thinking for years like that. Like when I started to learn, I used to watch this channel called The Mind Unveiled. I think. No, that's a different one. Lifting the Veil. Sorry, this guy had long hair. Forgot his name, but he had a channel called Lifting the Veil, and he would teach that the Bible, you know, you heard Manly P. Hall. He said there's seven different stories that you're taught ways to apply the Bible. And one's the body, one's the universe, but and you are all of them. You know, I forgot they didn't say the other ones, but I started to look at life differently when I started to realize this stuff. I realized we are the gods and goddesses, and they took the truth and completely bent it to use it as a weapon.
Yep. They sure
And the
have.
more free I feel.
At the very beginning of your reading, it talked of 25 different, I think it was crucifixions. Was within the first couple of minutes.
I could look.
25 something, and it made me think of how there's 25 prophets in Islam.
Hold on, I'll pull it up. There is?
Yep.
Some people, like Christians and Muslims, argue all the time. And one thing that I've read from Manly P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages was that Muhammad was he had a young wife. It was a chomo. You sure it was the first chapter? Let me see. This book comes with 2 charts of the human body. It teaches you all this stuff I read. Yeah,
it was when it was talking about there'd been many, I don't know if it said prophets, or it was sort of saying like, you know, that, you know, not only Jesus had been persecuted, but maybe it was 25 persecutions. It was when it was comparing that said something sort of saying along the lines that, you know, that something had happened someplace, it had happened in many places, many times. I might be paraphrasing because my brain does that, but I do remember it mentioned the number 25. Does the document have a search function, or is it just PDF?
It has the search, but it just names the chapters. Ow.
Oh, you can't search the word. Can you search the word 20?
I was going to look for 25, but it's probably written 25. But it won't take long. These chapters aren't super long.
Gabriel said 25 crucified saviors. There'd been 25 crucified saviors.
It says Christianity has begged, borrowed, and stolen its philosophies. You're damn right they did. And first, they burned all my ancestors alive and stole everything they used to teach. And then took it and said, this is the truth. They rewrote it. They put it in their own perspective. They're known for that. The crusade, conquering lands and stealing people's stuff, man. I have no respect for any of that religion.
Mm-hmm.
well, the people in a lot of these people at the top that know the truth and teach the lies, I have no respect for them. Let me see.
There was a lot of gems in it, though. A lot of
Definitely.
gems in that. Laity means lay people, as distinct from clergy, or ordinary people, as distinct from professionals or experts. Laity, as opposed to the clergy.
Or
Or
right here. There are over 20 crucified world saviors. The church steeple is an adaptation of Egyptian obelisks and pyramids.
mm-hmm.
Wait, hold on. This is the Christian
Crucified.
cross, Egypt and India. The triple mitre from the faith of the Mithraics. The shepherd's crook from the Hermetic mysteries of Greece. The Immaculate Conception from India. The Transfiguration from Persia. And the Trinity from the Brahmins. The Virgin Mary, as the Mother of God, is found in a dozen different faiths. There are over 20 crucified world saviors, and that's all it says. Because then it goes up to church steeples, an adaptation of the Egyptian obelisks and pyramids, while the Christian devil is the Egyptian Typhon. Yeah. Huh.
Interesting. So it didn't use 25. It said over 20, though. That's where I'd go, and I definitely look for the 20 of those stories and look at them personally, and then I'd try and sort out which 5 were infestations, or vice versa. I would try and segregate. It says over 20, though, so I just find it really ties in a lot of people's division, for lack of a better way of putting it. You know, like some people would only be hearing the I'm just going to typify it with the new agey metaphysical stuff, right? And I'm being very typical there because there's lots of ancient studies in those practices, but most people don't dig deep into things. You know, it's like, that's why I have a lot of respect for Muslims, because they do have a level of integrity with the way they position their argument or their belief system, juxtaposed to people who just sort of blindly speak a language from religion that they just, it's like the most cognitive dissonance you've ever heard if you don't understand that somewhere along the lines here, people drank other people's blood. Right? That's what they did. Right? So that's what sacrifice is. They weren't just like killing things for no reason. They were like, for some reason, drinking blood. You know, and we know that now. So how do we not know that the crucifixions of the people, that the death of these people is what made them prophets versus being prophets before they sacrificed their blood to everybody? Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or to even claim that we should revere this act in any way, shape, or form. You know, but in fact, there's something to all that, you know?
Soon, I even heard stories of certain like civilizations, or I don't even like using that word because that's just saying they weren't. I don't know that word civilization. Like now you're civil. No, we're uncivil. But anyway, certain
But
parts of the world.
I think it's okay, because if you just, as an aside from talking to AK yesterday, right? Like though that village showed Obama their civility, right? You know, that's real civilization right there. That's an unnecessary, uncalled for act. And next time Obama goes to visit that village, right? I should hope that he should understand that they get to carry their guns. You know what I'm saying? Like, we showed you respect, now you show us respect. You know, that's civilization.
They don't
My
take
opinion.
our guns. You know, these morons are willing to give up their guns. You know, they're using the illusion of it's for peace. It's for world peace. But they don't talk about the military. They have an excuse of why they need guns and the police. You know, then you know, we got to learn from other countries. There's fucking Boosted. What's up, bro? Fuck, bro. We got to learn from other countries' mistakes, like Europe, Britain, and they lost their guns. Now they can't defend themselves, and they highly regret it. We got to learn from the country in South America that's just taken over by socialism, garbage. They got their guns taken. This guy was telling his story. He lost 6 businesses he had that were thriving, and he watched thousands of people get shot and put in things in the ground, allegedly, right? I don't even know if it's true, but he was saying it, that I forgot what it was called. They called like these military people. I don't even think they were like with the government there. They just were shooting the people and taking the guns. I think it was, what's the country down there in South America? I talked about this before. I forgot the country, man. Not Argentina. Yep.
Venezuela?
Venezuela, yep. So people better not fall, man. Yeah. And there's so many that are pro Second Amendment. I am too. It's just our Constitution is being ruined. You know, the Constitution can't work. People
Could
not to be afraid it can't work, but it could. Anyway, back to the human.
I couldn't attest to what happens in these European countries on the down low, though. Like, have they just created a market for black market guns? Perhaps. Is it just a different branch of arms trade that they don't want to have receipts for? You know, I can say in Canada, from what I understand, most of my friends who don't have guns licenses, right, don't have guns, you know, but I've never asked, you know, like,
the gun don't kill. It's the idiot behind the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't put my weapons down until the most people that I don't trust do, and that's the police and the government. How the military can back these people, it's beyond me. It is. It's like these politicians create the most criminal people, and yet a lot of these corporation CEOs are criminal. And it's like the military knows it, but they'll turn their cheek to get that stripe. I don't know. It just blows my mind. We've become a country of cognitive dissidents for real.
Mm-hmm.
We've been that, though.
But that's where I would say that, back to the reading that you just did, my interpretation of it is, okay, on some subconscious level, humans want to revere something, you know, and they actually have been supporting us to become drone-like mediums, right? Literally downloading like lower vibrations and following the masses like animals, okay, which animals, having no self-conscious, having no sense of self-consciousness on some front, are actually doing it 100% peacefully, right? Whereas humans are self-conscious, one of the reasons why they're doing it. And even Manly P. Hall says, okay, you can become a medium in 3 days in a dark room, right? Big fucking deal. You're born that way. He says you're born a medium and you can become it 3 days in a dark room, you know? But clairvoyance, right? Clairvoyance is decades of study. Right? Clairvoyance, and that, you know, to voyeurs, to see, you know, in
what the fuck? You didn't break it down. I don't know. I didn't have time to really sit back and think what I was reading. To be honest, at that point, I just wanted to finish that chapter.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting fucked.
It's but there's a lot to digest. That being only 6 chapters long. Not that I've read a lot in the last 20 years. I listen to people read, but conveniently I can listen to it again, you know? It's...
Well,
There's a lot to unfold there. You could spend a year studying that book alone. That 1-6 chapters, you could just keep unfolding what it's saying. You know, each freaking line was like some sense of macro to human to micro, you know, like it was, yeah, to me, just mind expanding.
I would too, man. I want to live in a world with no guns, but the problem with that is we live in a world with distrustable people. They're very evil. And I ain't putting down no weapon until that evil is eradicated, put in the cell, or something. But in my lifetime, hopefully it will be. But in reality, probably not. But I like to think it will.
What is it? No weapon. Is there some line that's like no weapon's mightier than the sword?
Yeah.
And we're
Unless
gods. And we were made in his likeness, you know? Like I mean, don't get me wrong, having a gun in your back pocket's no problem, but if I didn't have one, I would just scream no and put my hand out like fucking Neo. Like I would scream it with all my fucking might. I would just be like, and I would dodge. I would dodge too. I'd fall, or you know, I'm just saying, I'm not just gonna stand there, but I would scream it with complete conviction, you know?
No. A guy who prayed to Jesus when they went to give him the capital D. They showed this video when that was going on. He was in the hospital and he didn't want it. But because he checked in to the hospital, he was stuck in there and he had to get it. He started praying. And they were like, that didn't work. I said, oh, so much saving you. But yeah, these people are psychotic. What's the label that I give them? I forgot that damn label everyone calls them. People, politicians. I forgot. Where's Christos, man? I gotta talk to him about. I got some fresh ginseng root, and I got some lemons. I need to go get some of that other root, and I need one more thing. I need to get all 100 parasites out of the body. I gotta stop eating sugary stuff first for like a couple days. Make sure it's all out of me. The pen definitely, yeah, the pen's mightier than the sword. But the problem with that, the tongue is the sword. So whatever you write with your pen, is said with your tongue. So, or your mind.
That's where I would interpret that as the word. The word is mightier than the sword. The word, you know, and that supports the no weapon formed against us shall prosper.
But I think,
you know, all Neo style in my mind.
The Psycho has a gun, though. You could speak all you want. If he's willing to blow your wig off, he's going to do it. And all that talking is for nothing. So, in situations, it can be. But in reality,
yeah, I'm not. I was talking about using my human will to make sure that that bullet does not penetrate my skin, like that it is a big fat motherfucking no. You know?
Yeah.
And it bounces off my fucking aura like a fucking, you know? And actually, yeah, like a rubber ball, like bounce off me, stick on you, motherfucker. Like, don't even you dare.
I know. Come up, Lucid, or Jay Phillips, aka Lucid. I've been asking about you, bro. I thought something happened. Everyone's been trying to call you, man. I had a new phone number. I don't know if you got it, but everyone's been trying to get a hold of you. AK, me, Kimba. Shit, even Jesus came here looking for you.
Have you,
Yeah.
who's Neville Goddard? Do you know?
Who?
I think it must be an author. Lucid asked early on when he came on if you ever get into Neville Goddard.
It's understandable, Lucid. You got your son now, so I know children are one of the biggest bills in life, and considering the system's screwed right now, and milk and all that, man, you bet. Tell your wife to breastfeed. Fuck buying that synthetic garbage chemical milk. Yeah, Jesus, he's a fucking joke. I remember praying to that guy, begging Jesus to come save my mother. He just shit all over my face. I'm still waiting for an answer. So, he better hope I don't see him when I die. Put him in the headlock. Why do people get so mad when I say Jesus is a... I say that stuff because I personally think there was someone that lived that was not named Jesus, but they created Jesus from someone else's life that lived like Jesus in real life. You know, like they steal people's stuff and they switch it. Well, they stole someone's story and called them Jesus. Bill Nye the Science Guy. I got a headache.
A headache.
Yeah, I do. My eyes.
Not like you were reading.
Huh?
I said it's not like you were reading for 3 hours. I don't know why you'd have a headache.
It's behind my eyes.
Yeah, I was drifting in and out. I heard some of it, so I'm not really much to say on it, but it sounded very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I like this book. I'm doing the next 3 chapters tomorrow.
Hey, Bex.
Oh.
Hey, Phil, I listened to that whole 50-minute thing on the murder of Manly P. Hall yesterday.
What?
Yeah, I sent it to you in Telegram, Chuck.
Okay, I'm gonna check it
But
out.
late. I think I sent it pretty late in my day. I think I sent it before I went to bed. I'm not sure. I'd have to check, but yeah, what I thought was interesting too, I found it interesting all mind's eye style. I was looking at the word man Lee P. Hall, right? So man life all. Like man life all. Right? LYPH and all. It's interesting. Man life all.
It was a hermaphrodite.
Man's life personifies all.
Well, and I think I think it's valid for what we just read, where he said a lot of people were crucified, or a lot of saviors were crucified. There were over 20 plus crucified saviors. If they do kill people that come here to tell us truth, the idea that guy was murdered, considering how much truth is in that, for people to dismiss it simply because he was known, but like to give all these speeches, and I don't know.
He was definitely an oddity.
Yeah. I think though I'm gonna be delving quite a bit into his works. I think he's like yeah.
Yo. Is that a phoenix? No. That looks like a deer head. What is that thing? Phil, what's your avatar?
I don't know. Yeah, kind of looking like that. Yeah, it's a phoenix.
I knew it. It looks like the phoenix is holding something in its teeth. These people, Like, especially religious people say all these symbols are evil. But then when you start learning about all this stuff, like especially tarot cards, when you learn the symbols and you break it down, you know, if you spend your whole life running and thinking everything's evil, what are you going to learn? How are you ever going to defeat this so-called evil if you don't know what it is? You're just going to run your whole life? I'm not downing anyone at all. Sometimes maybe when I speak, it sounds like it, but I'm not. I don't think I'm better than anyone.
You don't come across that way to me. You speak very matter of fact, very bluntly when you're pointing out the obvious. And you could be slightly exacerbated once you actually state it so simply. It might come out like, because it is, but that's the beauty of not having seen something obvious before, or if something's obvious to someone else. Anyways, a little bit of exacerbation or frustration is not, I think is to be expected.
Hey, Chuck, why don't you wrench up Marcel?
True. Yeah. Anyone. If anyone's hiding people or blocking, let me know. Because if anyone gets blocked or they hide you or anything, someone let me know if that ever happens to anyone. Because
yeah,
I heard some people have been doing that other channel. I'm not with that shit, man. People can basically say what they want until they start downing. If people's like talking shit about people in chat, then you could like time them out.
I don't think you have that problem here, but I seen Marcel didn't have a wrench, so I figured you might want to wrench him up.
One guy came in and talked shit, and it was one of my old so-called friends. And I blocked him.
I got you.
I'll do that to my own so-called friend.
Right.
Just imagine. No.
Mark, what's up, bud? Marcel?
Good. I just woke up. It was a busy day. Up early. I went to the garden. After that, I went searching for empty cans and bottles. And got me a little amount of money for that. And I bought some groceries with it.
Nice.
And the rest of the day, cleaned some stuff in house and fell asleep on the couch. It's getting boring,
How's the garden?
It's always the same.
Oh, just dying already. I opened up a what you call it, exclusive. What's up, man?
What up, dude?
Thought you were dude. Disappeared. I'm like, damn, something ain't right. God, he always comes through.
How you guys been?
Good. You?
Been good. How about you?
Best I can. Go in for my skull cap at the end of June.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for that. But I was gonna build on what you guys were talking about earlier with the crucifixion. Cruci means cross in Latin, and fiction obviously is fiction, fabricated. So I think that's
nice. I never looked at it like that. Oh shit.
Yeah, man, it's a big fairy tale, you know. Going through what I've gone through, realizing that, it's the urge within self that only brings forth forward direction. You know what I mean? It's within self that brings the outer into fruition.
Yeah, exactly. You create your own.
Yep. You create your reality in which you live by the thoughts that you have in your mind. And it's so true. I remember playing with my damn gun, you know, thinking, oh, what if this thing went off in my face? And for sure enough, dude, finally ended up going off in my face. And so you gotta be vigilant about what thoughts you have, and to really be aware of what thoughts you're bringing into reality, because it will change your reality. And that's why, you know, I preach love and kindness and compassion. You know, that's really what's going to save the world. But it's going to take everyone on the same page at once, you know.
Yeah.
And that word love is really subjective
Evil.
to evil.
Backwards.
Like evil, evolution, evil.
No, that's the word live is evil backwards.
Yeah, live is live, live, live. Let's see.
But then
Yeah.
love being evil, and they always fuck with our vowels in different languages, right?
Yep.
So
Love too is evil
it's like,
backwards. Love is,
yeah.
I mean, love backwards is evil too.
yeah.
Love.
So, and they would need to double down. They would need to double down, you know, like live and love or such, you know. I mean, they are interchangeable in a perfect world. Those two things would be interchangeable. Loving would be living, and living would be loving, you know, like for everyone. Why would you not just love and let live and let love, you know, like
Right.
love, let live. Whereas, but I do, you know, that's where I would say that to be a realist, you know, to see what I see that is part of the truth of the stories, regardless of what part is fiction, right? That, you know, I do think that that there is some evil force so great amongst some bloodlines, right? Because of their behaviors, due to likely extreme boredom, right? Like likely literally being bored of the spirit completely, you know, like a hole in a log, like the real meaning of bored, you know, like something is bored with purpose, right? And it's like, to me, that's my most hated word used for humans. And if I did had children, that would have been the only word not allowed to be said in my household was I'm bored, right? I'm bored. Use a better word. Yeah, use a better word, because, you know, the only thing I can see happening to the human condition right now that's truly boring is like addiction, right? You know, like that puts a hole in someone that they can't, that seems to be unfillable and unnecessary, you know? Like, but that being said, back to these creatures that may have in these stories, for whatever reason, and I think it has to do with a choice of learning to be mortal, temporarily mortal, literally and figuratively. Like, that's why time is so important. That's why the measure of time is so important. Why babies are so, why the idea of sex and babies might seem way more juvenile in the way our cultures express them than we should be for 2,000, 6,000, 130,000 years old. You know what I mean? Like, because it's way newer than we think, you know. Anyways, my point is that these bored, likely immortal, you know, they could have sat like monks and waited. They could have, you know, shutting that system down to hibernation, going all leathery, like the book we just read, where they rehydrated them and they walked away, you know. Or you could, you know, or you could have continued to be in this society and look like Rockefeller, you know, or maybe they've been drinking the purest of blood, trying to find the purest of blood to drink as often as possible to maintain some semblance of normalcy, you know, amongst us. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, but I do believe that there's some vampiric underlining story, you know, some level of otherness, you know, that is represented in these stories, right? That then reflects back on us, right? Like,
yeah, I think it comes back to what Lucid said, that you have to give your own life meaning. And if I look at my life in the past, it didn't have meaning. It's at least not the right one, you know. I thought I had something, but it's what you were just doing something stupid, you know. You didn't know what you wanted to do, and I think that's. I think a lot of people have that. The questions why do we live the way we live, and I never got answers from that until I changed my life, you know. Because the life that has been given to us is meaningless in this system. You know, we're just working for those corrupt, vile lizards, basically, you know, and you have to change your life. And I think that it starts there. Give your life meaning. And like you said, try to live in love and bring some happiness to other people, even when you're hurting yourself. And I think that's the only way that things will change and bring people wisdom, true wisdom, you know, not the fake shit.
See, bored. Cerebravisi. How do you say that? Cerebravisi. To have drilled. You would drill yourself. Bored. Bravis.
Yeah, this system can make you bored because if you stick to this system, it will make you without purpose, you know. I always had that question in myself: is this it? Is this the way everybody lived? And I thought to myself, that's not the way I want to live, you know. There's no meaning to me, you know. It's meaningless. Until I stepped into nature, until I had my burnouts and was walking barefoot with just one goal, just being one with nature and however you want to call it, and reading interesting stuff, the scriptures and books of wisdom, and then my life got turned into something that was beautiful, you know, with a purpose, being one with nature, trying to be friendly to everybody, and trying to fix stuff. And I think that at that point lies the problem as well, because there are a lot of people are not there yet to change or to do anything. I think that's the biggest problem, that nobody really questions anything.
Chuck, Kimba's backstage, I think. And hi, Lucid. Nice to meet you. I'm Bex.
Very nice to meet you. I enjoy your commentary quite a bit.
Thank you. These guys have been really worried that my hair's all crazy. My hair's all Homer Simpson right now, and I can't figure it out.
Right.
Anyways.
I had a big valley in my head. No worries.
I think you look great.
I can drop out if Kimba wants to join in. I can. I'm gonna make some coffee because I really need a coffee.
Do my hair, but whatever, boy. Oh Lord, Voynich is telling me to do my hair. Oh Lord, oh Lord. I'm not doing my hair for no master, let alone you. Sorry, no offense, good friend. Dear sir, I mean no offense. I say in good humor.
Oh, comment. Whoever got booted out.
I say in good humor. Fuck that, man. Sorry.
Man, what happened to Marcel?
He said he was
went
going
to
to
make
drop
a
out,
coffee.
so Kimba
And Phil. Okay.
Yeah, you can have 6 people up here, right? Right. Lucid!
What's up, Kimba?
I want to give you a hug, and I want to tell you, you ran out of phone time.
Yeah.
Don't ever do that to us again,
I'm
brother.
sorry.
No. Go.
You
Yeah,
beat me
yeah.
to it. I was just gonna tell them that. Don't ever do that shit again. Especially after the talk we had.
Yeah.
Right?
Bro.
Borrow
like
someone's phone. I don't care if you got to go in town, ask a stranger, excuse me, I need your phone for just 1 hot second. Yeah, that's what he
I will for sure. I'll make sure to keep in touch with you guys.
Okay.
My bad.
Oh, I still
know
get
you
my
did.
phone on here. I was happy. Yeah.
They
So good.
discharged me from my job, so it's like
Did
getting money.
they? Okay.
And
Did you go to unemployment?
I'm signing up for disability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unemployment in the meanwhile, though. You get it, definitely. I don't want to talk about your business on here, but
Yeah, it's all good.
you'll definitely get it.
Yeah. Yeah, they won't fight it. They've been really charitable.
What are they going to say? The truth? That'll be points against them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make them look like total shitheads, right?
They're supposed to give you a pink slip.
Well, they did basically, but they have been charitable. When I have that GoFundMe up, they put in like $500.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That was nice of them.
Yeah. My boss and then all my coworkers and whatnot. Yeah, they were really charitable.
I know you like that job too.
I fucking love that job. But so supposedly, once I get better and once I get cleared, I can go back. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have the same position, but hopefully that'd be nice. You know, 50 grand a year is kind of a
Paula
change.
ain't lying. She's not lying.
What's that? What'd she say?
Unemployment.
Yeah.
I know some people that fought 5 years before they got it.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah.
Fuck.
Hell, get whatever you're entitled to, Lucid. Whatever you're entitled
everyone's
to.
different. Everyone's different.
Yeah, and I think it was disability. Disability. She says she's just supporting getting the unemployment while you're waiting for disability. Really, is what that statement says, in my opinion.
How's your son doing, Lucid?
He's good, man. He's 11 pounds now, bro.
Ooh.
Yeah,
11 pounds. That's a good size baby.
Yep, from 5 pounds 10 ounces in the last 2 months, 2.5 months. He's gained 6 pounds. What's up, boy?
So good. Yeah,
he's eating like a champ.
Yes,
yeah, he is.
I did my hair and it doesn't look any different. Look.
He
But I did my
Forget what
hair.
Boyna thinks. It don't matter what he thinks.
There we go.
Matters what you think.
What about you? I mean, do you even still care about your hair, Lucid, or is it just like, dude, I'm just glad my head is there instead of my hair?
Yeah, I'm really glad my head's still there.
Right? And I mean, excuse me, but it's gonna take me a while to get used to this, dude. It's not like I'm looking at a freak show, but it's so weird, you know?
Yeah, I feel like freaks a lot. When I go out in public, I see people's eyes, and they're like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "Yeah, I survived a gunshot."
Yeah, dude.
But yeah, I'm just happy I'm alive.
Yeah, I can imagine, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole story is so it's so out of a movie script, right?
Yeah.
Right?
When it first came to me on this channel, I was like, "Am I?" Because I had this like actual cognitive dissonance because I heard what everybody was talking about, but I just couldn't. I just also because it's in English, right? So that like all of a sudden that became a barrier, and I just couldn't understand what was going on. And I heard it right because well, people weren't talking about it, but they were suggesting it, right? And I was like, no.
Yeah.
No, but
right? It was like, no. Right? You were like, no.
Yeah, you know,
that is so just out there.
They don't look that bad.
It took me 2 days to actually construct this image in my no. And even then it was like, okay, so it should be this. And even then I was like, no, that's impossible. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people think that, man. A lot of people.
Just be glad it wasn't a 50 cal.
Yeah. Just be glad it wasn't 357 ammo.
Yeah.
That it was the 38 special. Because the 357 would have blown my head apart.
What did you blow? What was it? 22?
It was the 38 special.
Wow.
I had a 44 snub nose, Smith & Wesson hollow tips. Man, that thing is a cannon.
Yep. And even the 38, man, it's amazing that I'm
I know, dude.
sitting here talking to you guys.
But you were talking to everybody like within 10 days, within 10 days later, and you were like,
I was out for 5 days, and then it took, I think it was 4 weeks that I, got up and started walking around and using my hand. And
you're like the real Wolverine, eh? We're not going to test it again, basically. You're like a fucking walking Wolverine without.
Don't do the other side. Your hair looks fine like this. Your hair looks fine like this. This cut through the middle. It really looks fine. Yeah.
They call me the real crackhead.
Lucid.
Oh, shit. The real crackhead. Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Conan.
I understand what that's like because I've had a real bum belly since I was 22 years old. I woke up and somebody allegedly saved my life under the guise of organ harvesting. But I had a car accident when I was 22, and I woke up with a 24-centimeter scar from like 3 inches above my belly button down an inch into my pubic hair. Like they fucking maimed me, man. But allegedly saved my life. I'm just saying it's I get it's traumatizing no matter what, but like the miracle that, I didn't know you before, but I know these guys have been really worried about you. They didn't tell me, not that they would have, but I didn't know why, and it's just a real pleasure to meet you. And like I said, like fucking Wolverine, man, amazing,
Yeah. I just been working on my hand and motor functions.
How's that going?
Yeah.
It's kind of really hard.
Thank you, Chuck.
So my extension, my hand atrophied while I was in the hospital because I was laying on it a lot. But I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Every day's a challenge, and
So, but I think that's your main focus, right? Or your extensions, to make them function. I mean, that's such, that there could be so many other things being dysfunctional with so many things.
Yeah, I could be a vegetable, man.
You're so.
They thought I was gonna be a vegetable when I woke up, and I had all my memories about what happened that night. And,
wow. Amazing.
Fucking,
they said you asked about me. It was like, where's Chuck?
Yeah.
They called me when you came to. They called me.
Yeah.
Your wife's mother, I think it was.
Yeah. Mother-in-law Kelly.
That was a big relief, man.
Chucky was very touched. That was for sure. He was touched. Weren't you, Chucky? He was very. He's like, he remembers me. I remember you excited. And he's like, he remembers me.
That is deep. That is deep, Kimba.
Yeah, it is.
That's also why you pointed out. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. Because
how long has it been?
It's been 110 days.
Oh, total 110.
Yeah.
3 months and 10 days. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can add very fast. Yay.
Let's see. Sometimes
neuroplasticity, though. Neuroplasticity and human will. Pretty fucking amazing forces,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot to were you yeah. I'm the kind of person who always needs to get sick or injure myself to slow down.
Oh, right. Me too.
Yeah.
Like fall and bust your ass, then you're like, yeah, and then do it about 30 times. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I'm not trying to make this as like that about some sort of philosophy in my head, like that. Yeah. That's trying to justify anything happening, as some sort of intentional lesson or
it totally sounds like it though.
Yeah.
I had some pretty bad habits that I don't do anymore.
I'm just challenging you, sorry.
You haven't drank any beer?
What's that?
You haven't drank?
I haven't drank anything. No, nothing.
That's good, man.
110 days.
Good for you. Good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What about
is another day conquered, bro.
Oh, sorry. What about Rosie? Rosie. What's your name now? How's she doing?
She's doing all right. She's we're trying to get her. She's got her shit going on.
Yeah, you don't have to talk about it on here if you don't want to, man.
Yeah.
Personal stuff.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I'm pretty sure everybody understands addiction,
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's been a struggle, but we're getting there. Yeah. I can only look up. That's the only place I can do. I can only look up because I'm on the bottom right now. And that's
dude, we're holding hands, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Holding hands, damn it, we're hugging. What are you talking about, boy, Nick? There's no holding hands over here. We're hugging.
So that's why I said we're holding hands.
Oh, okay.
I already told you, bro. You can call me anytime, man, if you need someone to talk to, man. I don't give a fuck if it's 1 a.m. 2 a.m. don't matter. Time don't exist.
I know it, man. Yeah.
If my friends need help, time don't exist, bro. Call me whenever.
Cool, man. Appreciate you, bro. Really do. Yeah, I've just been eating a lot of weed and.
for you.
I mean, did you use a weed eater, or what did you do?
Yeah, I'm a weed eater.
That's always a nice, relaxing feeling, right? Help relax you.
So I got a new pipe that I love. I love this.
Oh, you got a new one? Oh, let me see. Ooh. Oh, let me see the end. Oh, Chucky, can you big screen that? I want to see the detail on that puppy. What kind of detail? Oh, no, I could see it. What is it supposed to be? Okay. What's supposed to be on? Oh, wait, hold on.
It's a Pikachu.
So I bought this.
Pikachu.
We have like this summer fest down by the river.
Yeah.
And dude gave me a badass nug with buying it. It was like he just handed it to me. I gave him the $10 and gave me the pipe, and he gave me a fat ass nug of weed.
Oh,
he was
damn.
like, here's something to break it in, and I was like, nope. I fucking ate it. He was like, what the fuck?
What did he? I mean, what was his reaction like when you did that?
Yeah, he just was like, what the hell?
I like it.
I was like, I can't smoke too much, man.
Okay, so once it makes me think of this moment that I was roaming the streets like midnight, leaving a party or a nightclub. I don't remember, in Amsterdam, so in the 90s, and I had and it was a big street, but it was just a very shady hour, so to say. I don't know what hour exactly, but an hour that you could meet like anybody out on there on the street.
Yeah. The freaks?
Some freaks. So 2 or 3 funky or freaky punks came up to me like a bit aggressive, like, "Hey, dude, you got some weed?" Like really aggressive. I was like, well, that's not the way to ask for some weed. But I said, you guys are a bit uptight, but I mean, you called in lucky because I actually grow my own weed, so I've got this big bunch. So you actually struck the mother load, and I gave them just this fistful of weed. Like, dude, I didn't smoke so much tonight. They looked at me like, wow. They looked at me like so totally amazed, like, what? And they were so aggressive. They started out so aggressive, and they walked
That's
away.
probably why they needed weed. They were out of weed, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but you do smoke. You still do smoke, dude.
Yeah, I do smoke. I'm really not supposed to, but
helps with the pain.
But still, you do. Yeah.
But you've been eating it. You've been eating it more, right? You've been eating it more. Okay.
Usually, I'll take a couple nugs or.
You don't make edibles? You won't make edibles?
I got a buddy that makes me these 1,000 milligram gummies.
Oh, 1,000 milligram gummies.
Yeah, they're
holy
fucking.
But Jesus, that's a lot.
I usually eat 2 or 3 of them at a time.
What?
Yeah.
You do what?
Yeah.
Damn! I have 50 milligram cookies. 50. Damn, you're talking. That's like. Oh, okay.
That's like you eating your whole cake.
Yeah, that's like never coming down for like days. But
No. So I'll take my oxycodone, but I'll take the weed along with it or the gummies, and I'm trying to wean myself off the oxys.
Oh, okay, yeah, and that high of a milligram isn't affecting you like I would probably think it would, because you have a lot more. Yeah, you have a lot more going on, and yeah. Oh, you were shot in the head. Yes, no.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
What's that, Charles?
You shook that shot to your dome off.
Trying to. it's been really tough the last couple months. These last 2 months, it's been a fucking challenge, man. Dealing with the emotional and
PTSD.
well, not so much PTSD. There was a couple times where I heard a loud bang, and it scared the shit out of me. But for the most part, I'm alright with that part.
That went by
It's more
fast. But now you're getting to the emotional part. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more emotional now.
Yeah.
Big ass dent, and so like there's certain spots on my head where I can barely touch it, and I can feel my brain.
Oh, dude, that's so
and it's wild.
That's what I happened. I thought like maybe bump your head,
I mean,
disappear.
That physical part is such a big part of the emotional part, right? The whole physical.
For sure. It's I think it's what sparks your emotional part,
Sorry, what's that?
The physical sparking your emotional,
Yeah.
I've been through what Lucy's going through, but I didn't get shot in the head. I flipped the car over.
Yeah. You've been through something. My sister went through something like that too. And she was the physical, and then went to emotion. It's just like a roller coaster.
Yep. Right. I split my forehead wide open. I could see what I was thinking. That's how deep it was.
Ooh.
And I would look in the mirror every day, and it just depressed me and knocked my teeth out on the steering wheel.
So, but
and I would think, why fucking drive drunk?
But Lucy, I mean, you can actually feel your brain. I mean,
yeah, my brain can feel my hand, or I can feel my hand.
And so, but I mean, sorry, excuse me for asking it, but what happens? What happens when you apply a little pressure on the part that you can feel? Do you feel more wise, or more stupid, or more?
There's times where I feel like I can't talk, but that's without pushing it.
Mm-hmm.
When are you getting? Oh, sorry.
What's that?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. When are you getting that plate? You're getting that plate for your head. When is that happening?
End of June.
End of okay.
Wow, so that's very soon.
Yes.
So is that okay? That's like an exterior prosthesis to protect your head and to make it feel secure. Yeah. Something that you'll wear, a skull cap, sort of
Yes. Exactly.
And is it it's likely like a silicone underneath, sort of something that some sort of memory foam.
He's gonna be our private Skeletor.
They took a CT of this side.
Yeah.
And they grew from some of the fragments that they pulled out of my brain.
Yeah.
They took the stem cells out of that, and they're growing a plate that will match this side.
So they're going back in to fix her up underneath.
Yeah, they're gonna flap this. They're gonna flap this up
with your own bone.
Yeah.
Yes. You know what? Yeah. Sorry. Go on, Bex.
No, I was just gonna say, and people don't believe that we're in some sort of Westworld thing. Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, we apes, we did this, we apes, we did this, right? We fucking." Right? Yeah, we fooled around with some worms and some pond scum, and voila, our skin fell off, and we made robots.
I was gonna say, Lucid. Lately, I've been hearing this lately in the last week, and I've been wanting to say this. I've been hearing this commercial, and I think it has to do with what they're doing with you. That comes out, and they say it's called Qnetics or QT-netics, where they take your own bone or tissue, whatever it was. I forgot. I'm not sad. I'm too elated right now. And so whatever term it is, they take it from you, and then they help regenerate and build parts or whatever, for your body. So when I heard that, I was like, is that a new thing they just came out with, and it's now on a commercial?
I have now.
They
I have
don't.
no idea. I didn't even know they had the ability to do shit like that.
Oh, they've been working on this shit like since
Yeah,
1938.
they're
So
just now saying it on commercials, though, like on the mainstream commercial on the radio. That's why I was like, wow. And I was thinking, is it only for the rich people? I didn't know, because you never know.
Yeah.
You never know. So when you say that, it makes me think of that. That's probably what they're doing with yours. They're
Probably.
thinking yes, and they're doing that to help. See? Interesting.
How long you been on, Chuck? Today?
2 hours and 39 minutes.
no, 40 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
Boy.
Dude,
You gonna be on for a while, or?
yeah, probably another hour.
I gotta go to occupational therapy. So what they're doing with occupational therapy is they put these electrodes on my arm.
Why you can't open your hand?
Yeah, it'll send power to my hand or to my nerves, and it'll open my hand. And they do that for like 15 minutes so that they can
arm
build the muscles. Yeah, to my arm, to my hand.
So they can mimic. So they can mimic the signal
nerves firing.
Your other side, right? Because,
yeah.
Your right side was right.
Yes.
Hello, doggies. Hello, doggies.
Yeah, them dogs are always going off. My bad.
Oh, but your right hand works very much all right, dude. Yeah. Right? You can do pretty much everything with that. Yeah.
How about your leg?
Yeah.
Hell, it works better than my hand. And I had carpal tunnel surgery done. And your hand works better than my hand. There's something wrong with this, Larry.
Oh, you're not even kidding. Yeah. Oh.
I could barely bend mine unless it's on ice.
I was going to say, Lucid, that something that might help you especially once you've got your plate in, I would bet that your brain is sort of protecting your hand still too. If it's busy feeling things it's not used to feeling on the outside, like it just, once it feels secure and stuff, I'm sure that those neural links will, really respond. But once you've got some grip power, I did something that I told Voy the other day when I was unemployed, and he kind of laughed and said that people wouldn't understand what I was saying when I told them that what I did when I was unemployed. People were like, what do you do? And I answered like I was like a North American's version of what we'd been told that Europeans never answer with their job. They always answer with like their hobby, right? So I said I'd been writing backwards with my wrong hand, right? And then asked further, what do you mean by that? And I was like, well, basically my right hand's been teaching my left hand how to write, right? So I've picked up a pen in my lifetime over times in my wrong hand, and written and tried to write with it, and it sucks, right? So when I was unemployed, I put a pen in each hand, okay? And I tried to write in the same direction with both hands, right? All like writing in the same way. Well, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Hold on one second. That was just, I'm almost done. But what was even easier to do was to put a pen in each hand and write backwards with my wrong hand and follow the pattern in reverse. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you're actually writing like you're writing in a mirror. And for someone with no physical, challenges in my hands, it was like second try. You got my left hand can write like in a mirror.
I mean, I really do appreciate the challenge that you bring on there, but you lost me a long time ago.
That's so hard.
I was talking to Lucid, so that's all right. Yeah.
I was
no
trying
offense.
to follow, but no, man.
Yeah, it's okay. I hope he understood. I think he did get what I was saying. Like, I just mean, I mean that in any sense. I don't just mean picking up a pen. I mean, like, put a ball in your good hand, put a ball in your bad hand, and grip with your good hand, and just, play
tennis. Play tennis.
Yeah.
With 3 balls. I mean, that's not easy.
I have no idea what you're talking about, boy.
No.
I was just, yeah. I'm not a medical practitioner or anything.
I was just trying to divert it. Like I didn't know what you were talking about either. Like
it's okay. I've got my camera on, and I was just telling Lucid something that I thought he might find helpful. You know, you can make a joke of it all you want. It's not a big deal. It's just because you're not understanding. We can easily change the conversation. I was done, like I said.
Come on, everyone.
It was helpful. That's all I'm saying. You know? Yeah. You know, I don't know if every time people get up from a seat, they lead with the same foot, for instance, where we're dominant on one side and we have a less dominant side, which is interesting. They don't call it the submissive side, probably because actually who's doing all the work? The dominant side. So who's really dominant? The submissive side. Anyways, I'm just saying our bodies lead with one side and one side becomes dominant. And an interesting practice actually is to change your gait and just try and lead with your other leg. It feels like somebody else
that comes back to this sign that my nephew was born under, and he was like a big dragon, and so his motto was like, serve to rule and rule to serve, right? That's what it comes down to, what you just said there. You know, just be humble. Just be humble to rule, and if you want to rule, be humble. You know.
Hey guys, I gotta roll.
Okay.
If you guys are on later after therapy, I'll be back up.
Okay, listen.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
Good luck.
It's very nice meeting you.
You can do it.
I'll see you again.
See you.
You got it.
Peace. One love.
He sure as hell got it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does.
For show, for show.
You know, that's the thing about warriors. Everyone gets to warriors and say they're strong, but people fail to see the pain in warriors. The pain they go through.
They go through the most pain too, I believe. That's my belief, you know. I believe they go through the most pain.
Yeah.
That's my belief. Oh, be an empathic warrior. Oh, that's even fun. That's even more fun. Yay!
Anyone see my posts?
Where? On your channel? Pictures? Your pictures?
I posted some new pictures that show the 1800s. It shows all these temples in Mexico, all over the world. I got 5 different pictures, and they all show the 1800s and present day. And it shows that they were all buried in dirt, trees. I mean, it shows this place was absent of life for humans for fucking few decades and centuries. They had to dig all this stuff from under it being buried. Yeah.
I think I looked at a couple this morning. I'm not sure. I don't remember unless you just did them recently.
I see what you see too, Chuck.
I put them up around, I don't remember what time, but they're definitely today I put them up. What was
I
that?
saw them.
Fish stick monkey. What? Well, yeah, a lot of stuff.
What? What are you looking at? What are you reading?
Fish, dick, and bunky? What the fuck is that? Fish, dick, and bunky?
I like
What's that?
Pinterest. I opened the account
here.
here.
Fast food place? What?
I opened an account on Pinterest. They got pictures from all over the world, and I'm gonna make a couple videos. So I'm just looking at the architecture, and it said fish stick something. I'm like, what? What the hell? What kind of architecture is that?
Look at it. What does it show you? Are you looking at it?
It's
Are you looking at it?
I'd be looking at it. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'd be looking at that. What? What is that?
What the fuck am I looking at? The fuck are you looking at? I mean, what is this?
Your camera's on, eh, boy?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
What kind of architecture is that? Choir minds want to know.
I have no clue.
Yeah, and the train just honks behind me, so that even confirmed it. We want to know.
We have a right to know. What are
Right?
they? What are they building down there? I mean, what is it? What is it? I want to know. I think we have a right to know.
Ooh, it's a wasp. Okay, all right.
wanna go- Find one of these underground cities and crash the parties these elites be having down there.
One big party, you know, all the time. Yeah.
I want to see how far you get.
It sounds like so much fun. One big party all the time. Oh, yeah.
Put a body cam on you, Charles. Go in deep. Take footage. Post it so we could see.
No, they all want to be near.
Too bad I was joking.
They all need to be near people that are, you know, out there, you know, in the realm. On the surface. You know, otherwise they don't know how to emulate it again and again and again and again.
It's like people like being.
So give these people a break, you know, if it's people at all. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's people. You know what I think is people? Soylent Green. That is people.
Mm. It's a lovely day out here.
It is, right?
It is. It's lovely. I love it.
It is quite agreeable, you know, altogether. Altogether, it's quite agreeable. I must say.
I got what looks like some big white puffy clouds out here, you know? Whether they're real, where they come from, I don't know, but they're here.
Mm.
You know, I want to know the scenario behind the big white puffy clouds. Sometimes I wonder, is there a cloud machine around? Does it pump them out? How are they coming up from the ground? It seems like they're coming from the ground up.
You're talking about.
I want to know behind that, the answer behind the cloud.
But Kimba, do you have blue sky? You're talking about, do you have a blue sky? Is there a blue sky behind the clouds?
They cloud
There's
seed. Here in Florida, they're doing it from the ocean on ships. Cloud seed.
what? How did you say that, Charles? What about in Florida?
They do it off the coast. They have boats to look it up. They have ships and they have big
The cloud
machines
seed.
that have water, and it's just, you know, who knows what chemicals are being mixed. But you evaporate water and let it go in the sky, and it'll definitely start to rain.
Yeah. They I recently saw a picture of Mount Baker, which is one of the biggest mountains in our sight line, right? That sort of stands out amongst the mountain ranges in that direction. And Mount Baker, I think it's in Washington, actually. I didn't know. I do know that it's one of those, they call it a dormant volcano, but it exhausts out the top. You could Google it right now, Mount Baker exhaust, right? And it's like pictures of what looks like steam coming out, you know, sort of like venting steam out the top of this allegedly dormant, this allegedly dormant alleged volcano. um,
Say that again? No.
I'm just saying, you know, and do I even believe it's a volcano now that I see that it could be potentially making clouds, you know? I don't know. But I'm sure they have all sorts of machines. Like they always used to be able to make snow up at the ski hill. How did they? We just never asked how they did it. We never went out in the morning to see what kind of machine.
I remember experiencing man-made snow back in the day when I was younger. Yes, we go up to Virginia North. They had man-made snow, and like you said, I was never like, well, as a little girl to myself, I know I was like, man-made snow. Where's the? I want to see the machine, but I didn't say that like to my parents. But yeah, man-made snow. What the hell? What are they? Some big ass machine that pumps out, you know, so much an hour, half a day.
The
A
water.
day.
It can make, you ever see your air conditioner create ice on it or snowy ice?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now with HARP, it's all. I bet you with just frequencies now. They don't even. I could guarantee you because there's water in the atmosphere at all times. We just can't see it all the time. I guarantee with frequency they could stir up tornadoes, fucking earthquakes. I mean,
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that either. Yeah, put frequencies in there. Whoop. Yep. Whoop.
volcanoes. Damn. I want to know what volcanoes are. I'm not buying what they teach you in school at all. I don't think there's any plates around grinding. The earth ain't moving. Okay, we're stationary. Now, where
But
the
Chucky,
heck?
I feel it. I'm telling you, Chucky, I feel. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I had to say that. I had to say it. Okay, sorry. Go on. Sorry.
I thought you were serious.
No, I had a joke. I had a joke, and you know me. I'm smart. I'm smartass. Okay.
I told my friend, I was like, if the earth was spinning, you could get in a helicopter and sit in one spot and wait for your destination to come to you. He was like, no, because the atmosphere is spinning too. Hit the earth. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. How did you get past elementary school? Yeah, I agree with programmable water, Marcel. All vibration changes molecular structure.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm just into these huge trees that used to be here. And if anyone watched Divergent video and he said they cut the trees down and then put the dome, I never thought of that. When he said that, my mind was blown. I had to sit back and think about it for a little while. I was like,
He said they cut the trees down and built the dome. Is that what he said?
Well, they cut the trees down, and then, you know, the Bible says that we were kicked out of the Garden of Eden. So who's to say this whole place at one point wasn't the Garden of Eden? So maybe, you know, this God banished, because we are savage. That, you know, there might be some truth out of that. Because when you look at us today, you know, and then they say Jesus died for sins. That don't matter. People are sinning, so-called sinning more than ever now. Raping the earth, the people, poisoning everything. Wow, that really helped by killing that man on the cross. So, no, he just said they cut the trees in order to put the dome. Because if you think about it, look at some of these tree stumps. They go up past the clouds, some of them. The clouds go around these freaking mesas, aka tree stumps. And I'm thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, them trees must have went way past the firmament. I mean, you read about them in some of these ancient texts. You know, these people were climbing up, and who was there when I read that they said the sun used to be close to the ground where they had to crawl? Not, you know, they must have been titans or giants saying that. It couldn't have been our size people at all.
Mm-hmm.
But that makes sense to cut the trees down and then cap it. But we don't even know if any of that's true because none of us been to past a certain point. None of us went past, I think, the 40th or 50th parallel, or maybe 33rd degree parallel is the farthest we go. Well, I got to look at the map. I got to look at a Mercator's map that has all the little squares. I got to see where the 40th parallel is because there's a certain point that no one goes past. No airplanes. If you look at Divergent show on map.
That's not the 40th. That's the 33rd. Of course, it's the 33rd.
Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe the 33rd no one goes past. That's why it's a famous number. But even though 33rd is like 33 degrees, nothing freezes. Anything below 33 is frozen. That's another thing with that. But
it's a lot. I mean, 33 degrees is a lot on 90 degrees, isn't it?
What was that?
33 degrees on 90 degrees is a lot. Is more than a lot. It's like too much, actually. Finland.
You know what?
Finland is inside of that realm, though. And Russia.
I bet you them trees exist outside of this realm. Titan trees.
And Greenland, you know, they're all inside there. So
why is the Masonic compass at 47 degrees? Anyone knows? I'm gonna have to look that up, see what they say. What was that? Oh, I almost said Marcel again. Divergent showed a map back that it's I don't know, it wasn't a Mercator map, it was the other flat Earth map. And it shows all the flight paths and ship paths. And believe it or not, if you look, they're all within a circled area. No ship liner or airplane that's commercial, probably even military for the most part. Well, no, we'll keep the military out. But commercial ships that deliver cargo, none of them go past a certain point. All the delivery routes are within the Lord of the Rings circle on this map. And I said, man, nobody even gets close to that ice wall, boy. They got the military out there patrolling like you're gonna steal something.
like I care.
You know,
like I care. You know, I
I
care.
do. I want to
I care a lot. Care a lot.
I want to get out of here. I want to go see some Germans outside of this ice wall.
I don't want to get out of here. You know, that's this thing that they want to make you. That's why they want to have you. That's why they need to have you believe in space. You know, to go out there, out of the dome, out of this world. You need to get out there into space. That's what
I didn't say space.
No,
I said other land.
No, but that's what they want your mind to be at. You know, there is
no space.
I think that's programmed.
And Becky has a good story about that with the underground tunnel systems, the so-called what they call space.
Yeah.
Who?
Me.
Who, Marcel?
Rebecca.
Bex, Becky, Rebecca, all of the above. The Holy Trinity of bees. Holy Trinity of me. Rebecca, Beck, and Becky. Although I don't suffer from any sort of DID. I hope.
I don't want to stay because ain't nobody, not nobody. For the most part, 90% of this population ain't gonna do shit. They ain't gonna stand up for nothing. They're just gonna let these people they're just gonna keep grabbing their ankles and getting doinked. So I want out of here. I'm tired of watching all these victims and nobody wants to stand up. It ain't gonna get no better. It just seems to get worse and worse and worse. And next thing you know, it's gonna be like China out this bitch. You're gonna have your neighbors telling on you that you're smoking a cigarette. And then you're gonna lose points on your point sheet. That's what's coming next. That type of life.
Well, yeah, like everything that is from the history or known history, that every time people thought, oh no, this is the end of days, it wasn't the end of days. It was just the end of another era, and it will be the same as this. It will not be the end. It will just separate the chaff from the rest. It's a natural picking order. Yeah, if people don't want to wake up, they will suffer the consequences.
But that's the thing, Marcel.
That's the thing, If people don't want to wake up, they will be woken up, but not to a life they expected, but the life they will get. That they really ask for not intervening with everything that's happening now. You're right about that, Charles. That's true.
Like how many times
it will be a different world.
We've said so much, Marcel, and I've been called crazy. Oh, this ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. And then it happens, and I thought, okay, now these people might say I'm not crazy, and they might start to open their eyes. No.
Yeah, the opposite, right? They still hate you, and I know, man. I know. The same here.
They go to touch that flame again. No, it's going to be different this time, Chuck. I'm going to touch it again. Watch. I'm like, damn, bro, you got 100 scars on that hand. There hasn't been a different outcome yet. And you're still going to touch it.
Yeah.
Okay. So witchcraft is powerful.
My dad goes to a gym, and you would expect all kinds of healthy people there with a healthy body and a healthy mindset. But my dad has no jabs, none whatsoever. He totally agrees to the mindset we have here, and but he sports there, and there are young and older people, and they are talking to each other. And one of those guys is talking to my dad, and he was talking about, oh yeah, I was sick and this and that, and I took all the jabs and all that. Yeah, I'm still not feeling fine, but I will take the next one, and everything will be okay. And then I think to myself, these are healthy people that are busy with their body and healthy mindset. You would expect, but totally not. They are totally following the science, and my dad said, well, it's like I was going insane there. You cannot convince those people otherwise. I gave up on those people, sad to say. I'm not gonna bother with those people anymore. I only focus on the people that do have a feeling that something is wrong. Let's say it carefully, But now those people, they cannot be woken up. They will just walk straight off the edge. They will. Yeah, they're gone.
You can tell that when people you could spark a conversation with them and by their answer or what they say, you'll know right away if their eyes are open or You know, they're intelligent.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you think that someone is really clever and intelligent, and then you start digging with a few questions, and then you realize, what the fuck? You know, these are people that I looked up to in the past. You know, they basically know nothing. Not that I know much. I'm still learning. You know, every time I learn something, I know and I realize I still don't know nothing. You know, but those people think they know everything, but they don't know shit. You know, they're stupid as fuck.
What about Neil
And like
deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, that guy is straight from a loony institute. You know,
he's not intelligent. He's not.
No.
He reads scripts.
Just like
He wouldn't
Einstein.
debate. He wouldn't debate. I want to see Eric Dubay debate Neil deGrasse Tyson. Eric Dubay's 200 proofs the Earth isn't a ball or something like that will demolish anything that he brings to the table. Neil the Ass Tyson. Neil the Ass.
Yeah.
Oh my, Charles.
That's a good one.
Right. That's a good one.
That's his name from now on.
All right, let's rename him.
I think it's important though not to always dismiss. I think wasn't it Dark Chameleon that told us about what his grandmother taught him about being capable of learning something from someone I'm just trying to remember. It had something to do with don't think just because you know don't think you because you know so much about some stuff you can't learn something from someone you don't know any that doesn't agree or something. I know I'm totally adding way more words in there, but it's foolish to.
I know what
It's
you mean.
foolish, yeah. And yet I know we've all spent times busting our heads up against brick walls trying to trying to help trying to get a message across to some people. So, it's also, I think there would be a lesson in not wasting too much time spending time with people that it's really hard to learn from, but if when put in a situation with someone where you have to, or where you are listening, even if you are rolling your eyes, to at least take away something from it, that's to look for that thing that they have to offer. Beyond just your own self-justification of why you don't want to listen to them. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I agree. Sometimes just listening to someone, even if you don't agree, it makes you open to some other points. You always learn something from someone, even if it's just a little.
I've learned to not lie for money like he does, and I'd rather take the truth over ignorance.
Yeah, I agree.
I hear you. I couldn't lie anymore at all for nothing. I can't lie for nothing no more. That's why my famous statement when I say to people is always, well, you want me to tell you the truth? And hold on your punches. Do you want me to tell you the truth? Because if you don't want me to tell you the truth, there is no sense in us talking. No, there isn't.
Yeah.
Police.
That's true, Paula. If you meet some people in the neighborhood here, and some people I have to say used to ask, how are you doing? And then I always would tell them, do you want the short version or the long version? And sometimes they said the long version, but now nobody's stalking anymore for me. If they really want to know the truth, they don't want to prevent you anymore.
Right?
Yeah.
They don't even look at you. Yeah. They don't even want you to breathe in their direction.
Exactly. Yeah. They look at me and they think, oh, there you have him again with this. Huh? Well, I don't mind anymore. I used to years ago, but I cut that all loose. It's a waste of time to having those people around.
Marcel, did you take that picture that's in your avatar?
No, I found that on the internet, but it's I got something with trees, as you know. The underworld, the roots, and the upside down roots into the air is like the perfect balance between the two worlds, or the realms, or whatever you want to call it.
They connect the two realms.
Exactly,
Heaven and
exactly. Yeah, and they are in communication with both realms, or even more. And like you said, the bigger trees were probably connected to more realms, worlds, or whatever you want to call it, realities, consciousness. Give it a name, you know. I don't want to step on one or two names, but it probably can have a lot of meanings and words to it. But
if
yeah,
you
I just like this picture. Yeah.
if you look at, I forgot what the name of it is, but one of my old live streams, I read this PDF I have of the Australian Aboriginals, and they talk about the star people that lived on the firmament, or what did they call it? They didn't call it the firmament, they called it the dome or something, but there was people that lived on top of the firmament. They were called the star people, because they lived on the stars.
Oh yeah,
And
I think so too. You got layers. You got layers of, yeah. Continue. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
Nagajini, man, peace.
But you were saying about the natives, the people that live on top of the dome.
Yeah, and they would climb the tree. I think it was once a year. They would do a trade. They would meet halfway, but they talked about the eclipse, and I forgot who said that, but I've read that too somewhere, where there was an eclipse, and I don't know if this was Nagajini who said this actually, but someone talked about an eclipse where they would climb the tree, and when the eclipse happened, they were able to leave, and then when the eclipse came back around, they could come back. But and then they talked about the star people, and they would climb up and down to I think it was once a year, if I'm not mistaken. But once the trees were cut down, it was a complete disconnect of their ancestors. But they came down, they were stuck here for eternity. But these star people lived, I think, for eternity. They didn't die. These star people, but they're our ancestors.
Yeah, and what's fascinating to me is like you talk about the ancient, and but what it looks like to me. If you got in your brains, you got the receptors and the connectors. They're like an electric impulse to communicate or give information around. The trees that are missing now probably had the same function, you know, to communicate with other realms, like the receptor and the connectors to each other. And if those links are missing, that could definitely be the missing link they were talking about, you know. Maybe that's the part that is true from the whole story
that makes
they made
sense.
up.
Because in Enoch, it says God sent the angels to cut down the big trees. Now think about what I just read, and how a lot of these characters, like I've said before I even read this, I tell a lot of religious people those characters are body parts or functions of the body, and people are like, no, but wait till I master these characters and the body parts. I'm really gonna get some religious people mad. Nagajini.
Salute. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
Right. Much love and respect to the chat in the panel. I'm just listening for now.
Hey, was that you who was talking about? Remember, I think we were having a conversation about the eclipse, and that was
Yeah,
like it opened a gateway to leave and come back.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, for sure. That
That
was.
was,
I remember I had one of those conversations with you on this panel.
I believe that.
What's up? What about it?
No, because we were talking about the Titan trees, and from the Mayans to the Native Americans to the indigenous to the Germanic tribes, Vikings, they all talk about these big trees they would climb and visit other realms above. These star people, or they have different names in different tribes, but it seems all these old stories talk about climbing the huge trees to, you know, go up to this higher realm that the trees connected. Marcel said he liked trees and the concept of it connecting the heavens and hell, the two other realms. And I just brought up the eclipse thing that we talked about, how that opened like a hole in the firmament.
Right, right.
And look at the UFOs they use when they go straight up. They could be going to the upper realm, something we don't know about maybe. Or all these eclipses, they make big deals out of them because they're probably using them to exit or enter.
Yeah, the realization that they cut all those trees, which have been there probably forever, if they are that big. It's like the biggest sin you can imagine, in my opinion. And they are still cutting trees to build stupid shit,
There's a big fire in Canada and Quebec right now, and it's so bad that I could see the smoke outside right now in Connecticut. We have a smoke warning here. I smelled the smoke this morning, and my whole street, this whole New Britain is foggy, like burning smoke. How the fuck? You know how far Canada is from here? About 8 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe longer. That's crazy. That's got to be a huge fire.
Yeah, and I used to watch documentaries, and they would have controlled fires, and they still do to this day, probably.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
like you said last time, it all started at the same time. The fire. Come on. That's not a come on, man. This is so. You can, if you want to see, you can see exactly what is happening here. Trying to get rid of all life here.
Yeah, look what they did to the Amazon, so they freaking burned that down. All these poor animals, and the bears, the moose. I feel bad for the animals. Screw the people. No, I'm joking. But no, I do. I feel bad for the animals more or less.
Well,
they don't know no better.
Yeah, I always say animals are the animals, but we are the beast. We are the most of us. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna look on the map right now. I'm gonna see.
Animals, at least animals can travel. At least, like, I will say they're borderless, like it may seem like, oh, they all get burned because we saw the burned koalas in Australia and stuff. And I'm not trying to belittle the life of any animal that dies in a big fire. But they do have caves, they do have caverns, they do escape these disasters, and they will survive, and they will not be stopped and asked if they've got their license and their a number, what's you got your paperwork to prove your validity of being here, so as tragic as it is, especially considering what we may be witnessing are acts of war, you know, versus natural disasters, you know. That being said, there still is a lot of ability for those. They do have a lot of, a lot of them will end up safe. The animals, you know, a lot of them, a lot more than we would imagine. Especially considering we just learned from Manly P. Halls this morning how connected they are to their sense of being as an animal, right? As a group. So,
Yeah,
just my
animals
thought.
animals are pure, you know.
You know,
Some people say that they don't have intelligence and all that, but I can say my cats have more intelligence than most people around here. You know, and they can't even speak, and maybe that's for the best. Maybe we don't even need to speak as well.
but they're not self-conscious, which doesn't mean they're not conscious of self. Okay.
Exactly.
What I see that as is they're not insecure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now we can have one domesticated animal. You can have your dog. A dog does something foolish, you chastise it, and you know it knows what it did, right? You can create a self-conscious animal, I'm sure. Happens in zoos all the time.
Check this out, guys. If I took a car and drove from Britain to Quebec City in Quebec, Canada, it would take 6 hours, right? Almost 7. 6 hours, 52 minutes, right? If I took a train, it would take 16 hours. How does that work, right? You would think it would be fast. There's no lights, no traffic. But if I walked, it would take 135 hours. But if I rode a bike, it would take me 39 hours. But yeah, Quebec's right. All we got to do, well, I would have to do is drive through Mass, right in between Vermont and New Hampshire, and boom, I'm in Canada. So yeah, I was right. I told my friend this morning, I said about 7-8 hours, and I was on point. It's 6 hours, 52 minutes. You figure with traffic, it would be about 7.5 hours. So, no, you know, that's still a long way to travel for a fire, you know? There has to be some serious fire. All that smoke, you think it would blow away or something. Well, let's see where you are.
Dean put in a good question. Lightning is is the stable nature in cell structure, a bipolymer that is most sought after element taken from the pulp industries making paper products.
Where are you, Abex? Betsy.
She's muted.
Oh,
I'm here. Sorry. Yeah. Hi.
where are you? In Canada. What part?
I'm on Vancouver Island.
How do you spell that?
VANCOUVER. And then
Vancouver Island.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm at the bottom tip of it in Victoria.
British Columbia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm right down in Washington there, though. Like, I'm not in Washington, but way down at the bottom beside Washington, circles around me.
Oh,
like a big American hug. Huh?
What you mean? They're telling me there's no route from Connecticut to Vancouver. How do they figure there's no route? You drive across the country. Oh, Google computers and stuff.
Probably because I'm on an island.
But, so I don't know what's wrong with these people.
I think when that kind of smoke appears and they claim it's in Quebec and it's coming, the fires, I mean, I know they've shown us pictures of fires, you know, how big they are. It's shown by satellite, you know, all the smoke starting at the same time, or within moments of each other, enough that the satellite image that caught it looked like it was, you know, all coincidental. I would assume you're closer than they say. And the road goes the long way round, and the train goes even longer way round, and the bicycle path takes the road, and the footpath takes the road, perhaps.
Yeah, but you know, they tell me there's no route from Connecticut to Vancouver. How do they figure there's no route? You drive across the country. Oh, Google computers and stuff. Wow. This place is burning, yo. Look at the city. Wow. The city looks red, and it's so smoky you can't even see a mile.
What are you watching? Is that a channel or is that close nearby you? Close to you?
I'm just looking through Google. I just put Quebec fires. No wonder it's smoky here. New York City air pollution among the world's worst as Canada wildfire smoke shrouds. I don't believe in air pollution. See, people think all the only way there could be thick air pollution is because we're domed in. It ain't going nowhere. That's why there's smog in California. If we were on a ball flying through space, it would all go off. And I know I've heard light thunder. I've heard thunder echo off the firmament. My friend tried to tell me, oh, it's echoing off the buildings. And I'm like, no way. I hear the echo up in the sky. It's not, no way. I've been even camping in the woods and heard it echo. So let me see if I can get, let's see, thunder echoing. I wonder if someone has a video of that. They're trying to say it echoes off.
You have really keen ears, though, Charles. It'd be interesting if you could hear that more distance clapping of the thunder in a way that other people couldn't perceive it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's a lot of destruction indeed, Charles.
Because
I'm watching some live feed or recently.
Yeah, real bad.
I have smart ears, but they're not so keen at a distance per se, you know, and maybe that comes from the times where you've been in a situation where, you know, at least you've said you've been incarcerated, right? So I would imagine that really keen ears could be tuned at that time, trying to hear things at a far distance, you know, in the quiet of the night, or I don't know. I know some places like that can be really loud all the time too, you know, but yeah, anyways, I'm not trying to say it wasn't a talent beforehand. I feel like boys like in the room criticizing, don't justify bad situations, and then anyways, I'm just joking, only half joking, but yeah, maybe I look for too much rationalization in things. But I know you heard something at such a distance the other day. It reminded me when I was waitressing and someone in the restaurant, through a super busy restaurant, like we're talking the length of a house away from where the phone was off the hook, right? I had a customer say, your phone is off the hook. And I was like, don't, bitch, right? Like, no fucking way, you know? And went, and sure as shit, she could hear it. You know, the beep, 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 beep over the whole freaking room. It was amazing, you know? So when you hear the echo of thunder, does it sound like a clap almost as loud, or is it like distant enough that you just heard the mimic sound, but it was quite muffled, like a very distant echo? I guess how I'm trying to say, if you've ever been in somewhere where you have echo in a canyon, how close would you say the echo was, and how loud was it? Did it echo once or multiple times?
I can't remember, to tell you the truth, but it echoes. Let me see if I can find any. Someone has to have good recording.
I always like the silence between the thunder and the lightning. And after a lightning storm, you could feel that all the tension and all the wrong frequencies were gone out of the air. It's like it totally resolved to peaceful again. At least that's how I always experienced it.
What? Wow, this dude made it such a good comparison. He went in one of those, I don't know what it was, but it was this big cement. It looked like a smokestack made of cement. And he popped a balloon, and it went, and then he played a clip of the thunder, and it sounded exact, like you could tell it's echoing off the firmament. I gotta download this video and play it. I don't care. Yeah.
Cool.
Copyright if I can. Let's see. Uh-oh. Let's see. This video is awesome.
The Michigander
Fuck.
saying he just saw a clip of a helicopter starting fire in Canada.
Nice.
Yeah, and drones. I've seen it with drones as well. Not with this fire, but previous fires, with like flamethrowers on it, like drones with flamethrowers and helicopters with flamethrowers, just lightening up the forest on purpose.
And what's this clip? This clip is the. Are you gonna you're gonna show it? The echo, the guy mimicking the echo of thunder.
Trying. Here we go. God, what a fucking job that was. Let me tell you. Hold on. Okay. You there? Anyone there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You hear me?
Yep.
You hear me now? You hear me? No, I'm joking. Nice. Oh. Now I have to upload it. Okay. Bam. Boom. It's uploading. I got a fresh chicken. I gotta go get some eggs so I can put some flour on my chicken. Alright guys, you ready?
Yep.
Let me mute up. Educational purposes.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't.
We'll do it again. This for
Holy shit,
educational
that's awesome.
purposes. And I've seen the video where he pops the balloon. I've seen this one before, but I didn't see this particular video, but I've seen when he popped it inside of that thing, whatever it is. But yeah, that's a good comparison, man. And that's why I like talking to people from everywhere, because like-minded, because there's always someone that picks something up that you missed, always. And that's how we learn off each other. We sharpen each other's swords. Hold on, let me play it again.
You want answers? I think I'm.
That's awesome, right?
That's the closest to the truth I've seen for a while.
Right.
Well, mimicking the sound, is similar, but I think the process, what causing thunder, I don't think is anything like a balloon at all. That cause it.
No, he was just showing that he was using the balloon and the echoing sound to prove that the thunder is echoing off a firmament or some barrier. That's all.
Right.
And
I agree with the mimicking, with the sound, mimicking the sound.
no, thunder created, they say, by friction of the heat and cold, but I don't even know if that's true. I don't get how cold and heat. We should get some ice and some boiling water and see if it'll make thundering sounds, right? How do we even know that's true? I've never seen anything hot and cold make thunder sounds when it makes friction off each other.
No, I don't think that it got anything to do with that at all. I think thunder is some type of manifestation of energy that and enter and exit our plane. Sometimes it just pass through our etheric plane, but I think a lot of time it enters our etheric plane.
You think you could be like some sort of like energy, like a maybe frequency, or
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think thunder is the manifestation of destructive energy. Uh, yeah, a lot of time when people in my own country, when people swear, when people swear on and instead of swearing on God, or for to show that all right, they literally mean what they saying, that the on the words, some kind of insurance, they would swear on the thunder, and a lot of time, if their words was not factual, man, if they didn't hold up the end, and the thunder gonna hit them for real, like people just
or the light.
yeah, they just hit that lightning, and they will have to find somebody that in tune with the thunder, to kind of basically cleanse them out of the claim that they had, or whatever contract bond that they have with the thunder, basically. And if they do themselves, they know how to do it. But unless you undid what you did, basically the contract, the bond you had with the thunder, and if you wasn't right, if your word, wasn't pure, you are gonna be a victim of the lightning. So I know that lightning is a form of destructive energy.
Huh.
Yeah, I think it's both. It's like the intention that people have. Like you said, if someone is evil, basically, and the thunder would be like killing him, basically, and with good intentions. Well, there are people that survive lightning strikes, right?
Say that
Some,
again.
well, that if you get hit by a lightning strike and you have the wrong intentions, that will impact more. And
Yeah.
there are people that have been struck by lightning more than once and survived. So what you're saying is that they had good intentions, so they basically survived a lightning strike, or is that not what
Yeah,
you're
yeah. If you
suggesting?
have good, yeah, if you have good intention, you might not get struck by the lightning at all. And if you do with good intention, it's gonna be for a good reason,
Hmm.
because people get hit by lightning and you become numb to electricity. Like electricity is so powerful. You could literally let electricity become a conductor of electricity, basically. You know,
Hmm.
but that's with the good intention. But like with the bad intention, the thunder gonna do the same thing. I mean, worse to you that than electricity would have been when it would do to you if you had touched it. You know, we can't touch a lot of high voltage energy. When it comes to
Well, the,
electricity, it's going to be it's going to kill us. And it's the same thing with thunder.
Hmm. Interesting.
well, and in some ways, like the thunder is the sound of the lightning, right? Like
Yeah.
that's yeah. So it's interesting how no matter what, when lightning strikes around you, or when lightning strikes within your sight line, what by the time the thunder hits your ears, it has struck you on some frequency, no? Because we heard it.
Well, I would say we witness it, but being struck, me, it, I'm not saying that, uh, like this. I guess we get struck, by the we don't have to really, I guess, sun gaze or star gaze or these things because we get hit by these things all the time. If that's the case, you know. But there is certain things that's called sun gazing or star gaze. Meaning that you have to literally get hit by the rays that's coming from the sun, and it's the same thing like the thunder or the lightning, right? Have a frequency or energy that when it is like me touching you. If I touch you, you're gonna feel that I touch you.
Yeah, but just like Svetlana, this woman Svetlana came on yesterday and gave an analogy, some great analogies. That one of the things she said today was just because we can't see the sunlight coming through the wall doesn't mean its rays don't strike through our walls, right? It's not, that a plant, she thinks a plant growing in a dark room with no light, right? Like I've kept plants in my bathroom with no natural sunlight. Only light they get is from the light bulb when I turn it on once in a while, right? And those plants have thrived, so she would argue that that's the light coming through the building that kept that plant alive. And so I'm saying the lightning and the thunder are the same. It's the same event, right? One is the sound and one is the visual stimulation of that. So, if it's electricity and one is the sound of the electricity and one is the sight of the electricity, then in essence, its frequency is still hitting you when you hear it on some front. Like I'm not saying you're being struck by lightning, but I'm just saying we've disassociated these things as being two separate events simply because they come at us in two of our different senses. But ultimately, the sound of the thunder is the sound of the lightning. Thunder is the sound of lightning. It is if I could say something to you, if we were in an argument, I could say something to you that's really harsh, and it could strike you. Or I could say something to you like, even harsher, in a harsher tone, the same thing in an even harsher tone, and it could strike you harsher and reverberate through you in the entirety of our relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's something to that on a metaphysical level, perhaps just in whatever it's doing.
You know what made this subject made me think about the facet that Martin Littke is talking about, the weapon. They basically concluded that it was a weapon that they carried with them, and it looks like the roots going into the air, and on the other side the branches reaching out. And if it's really what Charles was showing, if it is the dome that is disconnecting or connecting us to whatever is up or down here, if they would carry that facet, and it would there would be thunder and lightning, and maybe they would catch it, and they would point the facet weapon to a certain object or slash city and destroy it, something like that. Could that be possible?
Well, that's a good, that's a deep analogy, with the capturing the thunder. I think only us, only us being, is capable of uh harnessing the thunder. Like the Pope, but I don't think like the Pope is per se harnessing it. I think that is certain people that's in tune, that's inclined for that, that's harnessing it, but they are being held captive by the Vatican. So just like today we're being captive, whether we know it or not, we are being captive. We don't, we're not moving according to our will, and
Yeah.
we do it according to the power that be. So I think it's certain people that are in tune or inclined with harnessing the lightning energy, and they are being held captive by these people, and these people are benefiting, by that.
Charles, Dan is captive in backstage at the moment. Speaking of captive, sorry to interrupt.
But I like the analogy that the sister made about the using the word, and it kind of opened the door for me to kind of even bring more clarity on what I was saying, because a lot of time people can say certain things to you, right, or to me that don't affect me at all, and also a time people can say certain things that affect me on a negative or positive way, so uh and that's exactly how the lightning work. Sometimes when we see it like that, it don't necessarily affect us or do anything to us. Just like if people might say something to me, I don't even, it don't even affect me. I don't even, but people could say certain things to me that I carry that with me forever,
And
on my journey.
and Dean
Whether
just
it's
mentioned.
go ahead.
Sorry, no, I just wanted to add to that, saying Dean mentioned that the sound of the lightning striking something is typically the sound of the lightning, like that it's actually connected positive to negative, ground electricity meeting static, right? So that it is hitting you, like that word hitting you. I didn't realize, I mean, that the lightning we see, I didn't realize when we see lightning, I think it must always strike something, right?
It is being something is definitely being strike, and it's not us.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier in the show, that the word is basically the sword, two-edged sword. It has
Hey,
two
the
different
reason,
Well,
outcomes.
I think it's literally the Holy T, the Holy Trinity. I think thunder is the Holy Trinity, is the all three aspect. That's we got the neutral aspect, the positive and the negative. Is all three and one.
Yeah.
Wow, that's good. Yeah.
And it's all the same in your body too. Hey, listen, if you flush your system enough and you get clean enough, you can make contact with it's like an ether. That's why they're spraying and starting them fires. The more they spray and stuff, the more they can break that God contact.
Or at
See,
least they think they can.
this is what I like. This is logical and it makes total sense.
You guys, listen, I'm glad I found this little location here. I'm gonna have to tell Miss Andrea she's awesome. I'm kind of surprised to run into Kimba and that other fella here too. But I'm telling you right now, I'm from the hood. I don't know what I did or how I did it, but I was on a fasting. I hadn't smoked weed for like 7 months. I had quit smoking cigarettes, all kinds of stuff. But I was from the hood, you know, hardcore biker stuff. And I'm telling you, anybody can do it, but you have to be strong enough. It can drive you batshit crazy. The only way I can explain it is like on that movie, Guardians of the Galaxy. You know how they said if only one dude touched that stone, it would kill him because he wasn't strong enough. So they all touched it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like that principle.
Well, I totally get what you're saying about addictions. I quit all of my addictions as well, and I can say the same as you are saying.
I had already kicked my addictions for like 2 or 3 years before it happened.
Wow. Cool. I believe it.
It takes, listen, it's the water, everything. If you're in the city, you got to watch that water because whether people realize it or not, that fluoride, it dulls down senses, makes you docile. And the thing is, your skin soaks up just as much water as you drink when you take a shower.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I have a question for you, Naga. I've only ever been on one panel with you before, and it really expanded my understanding of sort of DNA and blood and information. And specifically, my question was, you said that in your ancestors, you know, when a grandfather passed, there was a ritual in which involved his blood. No.
Can you ask that question again?
I just remember you talking on a panel one time about how your one of the ways that from ancestrally that your grandfather can come to be your spiritual guide, or a grandfather, let's say a great grandfather, you know, had something to do with some sort of blood ritual after his death. Was that correct?
Oh, you said blood ritual after his death?
I thought it was you. I could be totally wrong. And I'm not saying it was consumption thereof. That's not what I'm implying. I just remember you mentioning something about, and if I've got it asked backwards, then I'd love to hear what it is that I know you were talking a lot about having your ancestors with you as guides here. It was in a response to someone saying they wanted to get the fuck out of this place. And you were like, no, I don't want to get out of here at all. We don't got to get out of here. And
no, this is a gift. This is a gift. Well, I don't understand. I don't understand why people say that.
I think that
I agree.
It was for you. I think who said that?
No, this is with Naga. Naga the genie was on a panel with me a couple months ago. I'm trying to remember where. But
I remember definitely having this conversation. I talk about my grandfather a lot, you know, and how we don't have, you know, to leave this earth and do not want to come back. How I always want to come back every time I leave. But as far as a blood ritual, you know, I don't remember speaking on that.
Then maybe some sort of blood relation, and let's say something through the blood, some communication through the blood. Then I'm misinterpreting or misremembering, but I remember somehow it felt like it wasn't. It was through what I was connecting with was the idea of the information of your grandfather still being in your blood, you know,
Yes,
in
that's
your
correct.
DNA. Yeah,
that's correct.
It all is. The DNA from the very beginning, forefathers of ours, is in our DNA, and we're about to correct their fuck up.
Well, yeah, and I actually
listen. No, all of us. All of
Yeah.
us about to correct. We're all about to correct the sins of our forefathers.
Yeah, and I actually believe that in all of us, in all DNA, is all DNA is updating to the moment. Everything, literally everything happening. But the difference between us and each other, us and an earthworm, us and a tree, is the different program for the tree, the different program from you and me, the different program, but that ultimately, if we, through 6 degrees of separation, because because Naga and I have met, for instance, that we do have access to the information even more on a conscious level of each other's ancestors, let's say. Not by any kind of invasion factor, but just that there is, like, not that you just be, that you could just download the same way that someone else has, but just by talking about it, just by understanding it, that's how intricate, that's how much information can be held in a single cell.
How do you think? Hey,
I appreciate your. Go ahead.
Look at a wild animal when it's born from the mother's womb. They automatically know what to do as far as getting up, doing this, doing that.
Yeah.
We have
Right.
to be taught. Yeah, we have to be taught.
That's right. We have to be taught in order to not be ourselves, but as far as who we are, we don't have to be taught, to become that. We already that. And I agree with the sister, and how you see everything, I think that we are we there's definitely a connection, that had happened in the past that we are waking up to again, and every time we have a certain conversation, it expands, or it even speeding up the awakening process even more, and not and is for the good and the bad, just like it was in the past. It's both. It's not just one side. Like, it's not like, all right, we just awakening to be bad, or we're just awakening to be
Yeah.
good, or to be neutral. Is just everything. We just is whoever, is a negative person or a positive person, always gonna be a positive person. Whoever is a neutral person, always gonna be a neutral person. I don't think that nobody is gonna change from being positive to negative, from being negative to positive. I think everything is just ease. The only thing that's changing, is us losing ourselves, and losing our who we are, our true essence, because we're being taught that.
Well, yeah, I think we are waking up from the programming, because from a young age we have been programmed. And yeah, I call schools concentration camps. It's because it's basically what it is, in my opinion. And we are walking bare feet again in truth. We are waking up to the evil system and stepping outside of it. And I think that's the thing we were
We need to take back
supposed to do here. Yeah, waking up
Mother Earth.
to the lies, waking up to the lies. I think that's a big part of us here.
True freedom. True freedom means being responsible for your words too. If you understand the power of the words you're using and how you use them, it's amazing what you can do, even with the negative people.
Yeah.
Well, I think that I don't think there is really us. I think there is me, myself, and I. I think me has to remain me, and myself have to remain myself, and I have to remain I. I think in trying to bring it together, and that's the mistake. That's the problem. That I think that I or we have, in general, is trying to uh concentrate everything into one thing when everything is already is the way it is. There is no need to force or to put everything in on all the eggs in one basket, everything in one, when everything is already in their own, space and time.
You might be right, but that uh, doesn't change the fact that we live in a system that is willingly separating us and teaching us total bullshit, basically.
Not us, though.
Yeah, I have no other word. I have no other word for it. You know, it's.
Yeah, but not us, though.
No, but you might be right, Naga. I think you have something to do there. I agree.
Yeah, the system gonna hit. The system gonna fall on his own, just like the system rise on his own. You know, the system. That's what it's gonna do. You know, in the days of old, we had the system. You know, and it fell. You know, today we have the system. You know, and look at it. It's falling again. In the future, we're still gonna have the system. You know, and it's gonna fall again. So the system gonna deal with itself. You know, we have to deal with ourselves, or you know, I have to deal with myself. You know, me. That's why I say everything is just is. But sometimes we centered our energy outside of ourselves, and that's the confusion. You know, if we're gonna always center our energy on the system, when are we gonna focus out the energy on our system?
Yeah.
You know, this is the body, it's a whole system,
No,
and
you're right.
in the earth is a whole system.
Yup. What if in the next realm they don't have water like we do for oceans, and it's oil, and that's where we get our oil?
And they need water, so we trade water for oil.
No, it flows like a vein.
Mm.
Yes. Did you see that video? I think it was on YouTube or something. It was a guy that said that oil was basically the blood of this realm / plane,
Yup.
or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't run out of fluids. Basically, it just replenishes it like a human does with the blood and all that. It just
Well, but we're not.
restores itself. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not supposed to use it the way we're using it, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's true.
And I'm a fucking hot rodder. So like we're not supposed to use it the way we're using it. They're fucking dude. There's a if they figure out how to, they already know how to do it, but if they could tap that ether, there's a little box with like a little ass fucking antenna. That's all you need, and you can power little electric cars.
Yeah.
They were, yeah,
I've
they
seen
were
that
already,
as well. Yeah, that's true.
they already had two. They had two models. If you look back in the history books, I want to say 1801 and 1816 or something. There was two different models that were electric, and they sucked the air out of the ether. They didn't go faster. They only went like 10, 15 miles an hour, but they still did it. You know what I mean?
What I think is those so-called green energies, you know, the solar panels and the electric cars and all that, and like all the wiring going above the ground that was supposed to go to the electric generated stations. I think they're already picking all the energy from the ether. I think the whole thing is a lie with the power stations. The power stations is a total lie, in my opinion. I think they're already catching all the energy from the ether.
Yeah, it's just if you look at it at an aerial view, I actually almost shit my drawers one day because Andrea put a picture up from the front porch, and it was straight up a fucking antenna like my uncle and I built when I was a little kid, and they're tapping energy out of the humans.
If that's the case, if we think like that, right? If we think that, oh, did I hear you guys right saying that? Oh, there might be a possibility that they have harnessed all the energy from the ether.
Yeah, I've said that before.
Now let me ask a question. So let me ask a question then. Do we think that there is a possibility that they can drain the ocean?
If there's a wall containing the ocean water, I think so. There's a possibility, unless there's unless it's like some sort of infinite body of water. But
if there's civilization like under the ocean, like pyramids and stuff, then that means that ocean wasn't there at some point. So where did the water come from?
Exactly. Yeah, and
Well,
salt
is
water it guides can guide electricity very well. It has a current, you know.
I personally think the true meaning of life. I think the true meaning of life is doing what we're doing right now, searching for info. That's it. You know, live
Yeah.
and search for info
Yeah.
right there.
so this is what I can say about the things or the certain civilization that's underwater. We as men understood electromagnetic energy, so we know like Moses, right, how to move the ocean, but we don't know how to drain the ocean. We don't even know if the ocean is drainable because we don't know where are we going, where all the water is going. If we had to drain the ocean, where is the water going? And if we're gonna say that we created the ocean, it wasn't always there, then where do we get the water from to create the ocean?
Well, the
These are
chopped trees, the big chopped
And
trees, would definitely had fluids in it.
right. And if you look
And
at salt water, it's a major conductor. Salt.
yeah, and
The
if we
salt water
cry,
is a major conductor of
and if,
energy.
yeah, and if we cry, we have salty tears. And what if the tree was like alive and all that, which we know it is? If it would be hurting or dying, losing its form, basically, wouldn't
might
that
as well say
wouldn't that also be salty? The salty are the
well
oceans.
say we might as well say they created the earth,
Yeah,
because the ocean, at the end of the day, the ocean is way bigger than the earth. Is more water than there is land on this plane. And if we're going to associate, like, the water that's in the ocean with trees with what was on the land, we might as well say, man, they created the land too. We might as well say that, like, the whole thing, like people were saying, we just in a video game, like something,
Yeah,
in some type of game simulation. We might as well
I
say,
think
but at the end of
it's
the day, you
sorry,
got
go
it.
ahead.
No, you got it. You got it, sis.
I was just going to say, I think that if we understood maybe this idea of waters above and waters below, that there may be an ability. So let's just say there's an empty pocket of air underneath us right now, that if we were to drain the oceans, that we would be looking at putting it there, in a way that would push us, our land mass, up and raise us up, the whole plane up, in a way that that understands the buoyancy and the fact that we're on floating islands, that may have been fixed due to something being messed up in that system, something being frozen, something being broken. Like, I see it more like, if we're going to call her Mother Earth, then we have some sort of father architect below this decay that exists and has existed, in a sense that it's not a fixed I don't know how I'm portraying, if I'm portraying it properly, but it'd be like, they say that Noah's flood, the waters came from below, not from the skies, right? Which would mean that we took the water from somewhere. The water was well, we didn't take it,
I
but the
might have to
water was.
disagree a little bit. We gotta look into that back. I want to see some evidence.
And that would cause a depression, right? Instead of an elevation. If you took water from below something and brought it into that thing to sink it down, it's like having a glass jar that you put in your sink. You've got to put the water in it to put that bottle in to get that bottle to sink. You have to actually make the water go in it. Well, imagine that you put a pinhole in the bottom of that jar and you allowed the water to come from the bottle in. You would change the elevation of the sea, and you could actually fill that bottle all the way up to the neck.
Somebody have loud background while you're talking.
Is it dogs? Probably dogs. Not mine, but yeah.
Bax, but besides that, what you forgot to mention is that in the scriptures, in the days of Noah, they chopped down all the trees and killed all the animals. Basically, they chopped down all the trees. So you said, where did the waters come from? If the trees
I didn't say that.
had those fluids.
Yeah, I didn't say where the water come from, but you
But
guys
that
did.
makes sense. Well, Beck said if they chopped the trees down, the roots no longer were taking in water. That's what could have created, and the salt water could have been in these what kind of trees were they? I always forget that damn word. Silica trees probably had salt water because salt water is a conductor, and silica is used to hold memory in computers, and also is a conductor. So that's why the water came from underneath, because the trees were cut down and it started to come up. It's a strong possibility, but we could always be wrong. Marcel's like one of the only other people I've ever heard say that. I thought of that concept. It's just my theory. Probably about a year ago, I was thinking one day, and I was like, man, if they cut them huge trees down, because you think when they cut trees down here, and they die, and the roots is what holds the soil together. And I was thinking, well, damn, if they cut these big trees down, where's all that water coming from that was sucking it up, right? So that means that water is not getting sucked up no more. It's going to back up. And whoever lived where the ocean is, they all died, because there's all sorts of civilizations under the ocean they've been finding. Yeah, and you know the people in power knew
it's easy, brother. Listen, it's easy to have a civilization under the water if you had to push the water to build the civilization. If you had to push the water to build your civilization, then whenever the water wanna get back in space, it's easy for your civilization to find itself underwater, brother. You know, today we do that, right? You know, there is a lot of cities that's being built on water, you know, area. These areas was never area for people that meant for people to build. They just push the water, you know, and now that they got the space and they build these cities. So now we forgot that water is an element, just like the wind. We forgot that fire, water, and wind, right, and the earth, these are elements. If these are elements, they have their own, right? They have their own movement. Like they have their own thing, like us as human beings, right?
They just they just started making an announcement that New York is sinking and they're going to have to evacuate everybody out of that state.
When, right now?
Yeah, a couple of days ago they said New York sank like 3 inches or something. It's been flooding the last 2 years, 3 years. They've been flooding like 3 to 5 feet.
What?
Well, it's not New York. Well, it's mostly Manhattan, you know, and the boroughs. You know, you got Manhattan and boroughs in New York.
What
so
Naga says is true. We are changing.
They're gonna tell that fake narrative that the oceans are rising. No, they're not.
No, it's just Mother Earth taking revenge and restoring stuff, you know?
Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll take the people that deserve to die, like these evil people, and stop taking the innocent people. Unless we all are going to pay the price for these jokers.
That's more likely what's happening there. I would think that in New York, and I mean, sure, it's an act of nature through man. Sure, I would say that if they're saying that, then that might be them saying that they've let the waters back into the tunnels so that those nefarious people can't be using that system in that region for now, you know?
I don't believe any of the government is fighting for the good. They're all poisoned with that cancer.
Yeah, I don't. I just read that it said that it sank like 3 to 6 inches the last 5 years, and they said something about over the next like 3 to 10 or something, they'd have to evacuate the whole state. It was sinking.
An inch ain't that much. Let me get a ruler. Actually, it is. I don't know. An inch? No, that's not a lot. But still,
Yeah, some parts
I
of the
don't know.
Netherlands are under sea level as well.
Yeah, but
So is
we have to stay.
Louisiana.
We gotta stay and make some type of sense on that, though. On the fact that look, we could do this thing. We could push the waters in order to build, you know, civilizations. And the water, since the water is an element,
Louisiana.
that means go ahead.
No, I'm just saying when you said push the waters, they did with Louisiana. It's
Right.
under sea level. They pushed the waters out.
Right. So since the water is a conscious, I'm not gonna say being, but since the water is conscious, right?
It's
Is that
true.
the water is an element. So the water gonna claim its rightful place, where it being
Yeah, I
comfortable,
agree.
like where it's supposed to be leveled at, that's where the water gonna find itself. So we have to make some type of sense, in order to understand what's going on and how do this type of civilization is underwater, today. Like as if that in the future, the civilization we have now ain't gonna be underwater, and we're not gonna have people in the future asking, man, how is Manhattan end up being in the water? How do we have all this building on the water? People are gonna be asking
I don't think.
the same question.
Do you think that's a good point, Nagajini? Do you think? All right, you know how they got this wall supposedly that goes around our crater? Now, that wall could have been built by the Titans, let's say, right? So if there's ocean water outside of our realm, maybe that wall was put there and this water didn't exist. And maybe when they were digging where the oceans are, there were civilizations that lived there before when the Titan trees were here and all that. Maybe they hit something in the ground and it flooded this whole thing. When they were mining, or they could have did something with that wall and the water started pouring in, or because I don't know, people use the Bible and stuff to quote a lot of things, but after what I read today, it pretty much solidifies that the Bible isn't, them stories aren't 100% real. A lot of stuff people use in that book.
But macro and micro was what I got from it too, though, was that you can interpret it right down to the micro level of the body, but
Yeah.
also
So
look
what
at
would
it
be
as
the
a
flood?
macro.
What would be the Great Flood? The information?
Something.
I'm
Well,
not
I would
saying there
be.
wasn't floods. Don't get
That's
me wrong. I'm not saying there
that's a
wasn't
good
floods, but
that's a good
The information is
good thing.
definitely the flood, because we have to understand.
Overflow of information. That's beautiful.
We have to understand that it is always the flood is always about the information, because what was the need to according to, because they they give us the flood, but they give us the story associated with the flood, right? Also, and certain things associated with the flood. What was the reason why the flood was supposed to be there in the first place? Because these people, they wasn't conscious enough to know what they was doing, right or wrong.
true.
So if they wasn't conscious enough, meaning that these people was dumb and deaf and blind. So the flood is definitely a release of information on the people that's literally killed, their ignorance.
Yeah.
That's literally what it is. And now they're becoming, more enlightened. Just like now we in the information age. Is the great flood in our time. But we ain't dead though, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of us that's being awakened and feel like a part of us, is dead right now. We're not who we was right no more. We killing the programming part of us, the one
Yeah.
that kept us bound to the system. That's what we're doing, right?
I agree.
Yep.
But when it comes to the ring, that when them talking about there is a ring, around the earth, I don't think there is no ring around the earth. I think the earth is the ultimate infinite realm. I think we are on the ultimate infinite realm, and it's just is as soon as you're going out, is you going up. As you're going out, you're going up, and as you coming in, you're going down.
Mm.
That's literally is like a pyramid, but that's why in certain land, that you when you're in certain land, they say that, man, you this far above sea level, or you this far below sea level.
Mm. That's an interesting point.
I think we're kind of like in a crater, and it's an infinite plane, and there's the other planets or other little craters.
But we like in a pyramid, literally what I think, a pyramid, to say we in a crater is still kind of show that we still surrounded, meaning that we are surrounded by some type of something.
I think it's an infinite plane, like you're saying.
And I don't think we are surrounded by anything, I think we just it's just the way we're looking at it like that. The space is continue for infinity like that, the more upper you're going or the more lower you're going. But it's all about the sea level. I think the sea is the sea level. The sea is magnetic itself, just like the air is magnetic. That's what I think. And I think the earth, and the fire, I think they're both electric, and that's why we got electromagnetic.
Yeah, I think that too. It's a big toroidal field.
I definitely agree with the fact that if you disturb this realm, move the water and make a city, and it will come back to us. It's like karma, wherever we live on, it will take revenge eventually.
I don't agree. We're a part of this. We're a part of nature. We're a part of this whole thing. What we do is a part of the growth of this realm as well. I do not believe that, every brick building is out of place. That's what that's saying on a grander scale, saying that city's too big. Well, at what point was that? What buildings were unwelcome? That's like saying there's too much population on the world right now. We got to cull some of the population. I know we've been taught to think that those two things are juxtaposed to one another, but those elements were created for the use.
No, but I definitely believe that all those dams everywhere to so-called produce electricity and all that. I think when you disturb the current of rivers and seas, I think that's not good, and that's what we basically have been doing
exactly
for years on end, and that's not good in my opinion.
And what the sister is saying, and what you're saying is, we're not saying that at all. That the earth is overpopulated. We're just saying that the earth being populated the wrong way.
Yeah, but wrong. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so the first brick building or the 1,000th brick building, okay, in that city structure,
managed the wrong way too.
Sorry, what did you say, AK?
I said it's being managed the wrong way too.
I still didn't hear. I'm sorry.
It's being managed the wrong way too.
Yeah.
Yeah, these buildings, sis, most of them ain't built in the right place. Just like if you was an somebody that deal with the land and you wanna have a garden, right? You would choose a land, that's gonna be very prosperous for your fruits, for your garden. You wouldn't go on some type of land that that can't really produce and go there and produce. And us as human beings, that's what we're doing. We go in the areas where like we don't do it that consciously, but we're being forced, right, to live in area that's detrimental to us. We're not saying that, hey man, like no,
But
you know,
I
go ahead.
agree, because that's what we want. You know, that's what we are all people that want want to plant an apple tree and watch it grow. We have a right to plant an apple tree, watch it grow, pass that knowledge and understanding of that tree that we've planted to our children and them on and on and on. We have a right. You know, every human being has a right to say, I planted that tree. You know, I'm not saying to hoard away from others. Maybe you do, but I'm just saying, like, we have that right. It's our right, just like it is the right of the orangutans to not lose their habitat to a bunch of canola oil. You know, but we've learned there's a schwack of people we wouldn't want on our farms. And I'm not trying to be rude. There's a schwack of people that don't want to go back to that shit, right?
Listen,
That wouldn't
sis,
want to go back to that shit. They can stay in their cities. The cities have their role in this to keep those people off our farms. We're just going to sit there all day and twiddling their thumbs and being like, I'm bored. I don't want to. This sucks. I want a tractor, you know, like, where's my fucking Dollarama? You know, where's McDonald's, right? Like,
it's just like it's your right, just like it's somebody's right to plant that tree. Is they wrong to claim that they planted on the wrong soil when it didn't give them the fruit that they wanted, that they was expecting? That's all we're saying when it comes to civilization. I just made the analogy towards agriculture, but we're really talking about civilization, like people, you know, cities, you know, and cities that's built, you know, in areas that they ain't supposed to build. We're not saying that these people that build them ain't had the right to build them, but I'm saying they definitely had a right to take us with them on forcefully to do that. And also, I'm saying that they should take the fact that it's wrong that they build it, and that they should take the fact that they're wrong for building it in the place that they build it. You know, so they get the good with the bad. They can't just take the good and leave the bad out. You know, in anything, you can't just do that. You know, you're gonna have to take it with it to take what come with it. And what we're
Well,
saying, what's come with it, you know,
what's the part of it that's really hurting the planet, though? Of the cities,
that
it's
again?
like, in my opinion, what's the part that's really hurting the planet of these cities? In my opinion, it's the it's, you know, getting the materials from the land. You know, like all this deforestation and stuff. That's what's hurting us. That's where we get. Those are our healers.
The pesticides,
yeah, all that shit.
The plastic, that forest fire in Quebec. I can
It's
smell
the way
I
we're
can
using
smell
our materials. Yeah.
We just need a lot of trees and plant hand plants, you know, to restore the soil.
Yeah, it's like when you harvest a tree, plant a tree, or plant 10 trees for each one you harvest. We started living like that. With the planet would heal up within fucking 50 years.
Yeah, they do that in Norway, in Finland, and it works. You know,
reclamation. Yeah.
Hey, you
cut one tree down and plant 10 others. Yeah.
What's up, Charles?
That's the way.
The laptop didn't even leave Alaska yet.
What?
Isn't that weird? That thing's got to be wrong.
That's got to be wrong, dude. There's no ways it ain't left here yet.
Because Bill sent me something, and it said yesterday I was in Mass, and then I looked this morning and it said it was delivered. So I don't know, man. I think.
Well, I think that's where we fall short at, right? Everybody want to have a right, but we don't want to give the creation of the earth. We don't want to give the earth her right? We don't want to do that. We're trying to go around it. We cannot pay for our sin. We cannot pay for going against the grain. We can't buy our way through that. You know, the trees ain't gonna help us. The trees ain't gonna help us. The birds ain't gonna help us. Nothing ain't gonna help us. You know, because the earth have a right too, just like we would like to have the right. You know, and
I agree,
hell,
Naga.
man, we all on the earth. Hell, we all on the earth. We better get in line. We better fall in line with the earth.
We're symbiosis with the earth, though. Just like we have bacteria on our skin. You know, all of us do. We're like the bacteria on the earth, basically.
Hey man, it's like a baby inside his mother's stomach.
Not in a bad way,
You know,
just like a symbiosis bacteria.
that baby better get in line, you know, with the mother, or that baby not gonna come out alive. That baby gonna come out dead.
Yeah.
So we need to be careful, you know, on what we're saying, on how, you know, we approaching the earth, because you know at the end of the day,
Exactly.
this is what's holding or bounding. This is what holding us together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And taking a step back is not necessarily bad. We have to just get in line with nature again. You know, we need to
Right.
respect this realm where we're at. And what I always heard, science this, and we're making leaps in technology and all. That technology don't mean nothing if we don't have a realm to live anymore.
Yeah,
You
if you
know?
ain't taking care of your surroundings
Exactly.
first, right? Yeah.
We need
You guys seen
trees.
those eco houses? Like it's all the self-sustaining houses and everything.
But I just think we're gonna
We can
end
build
up like the
places and
other people.
dwellings that's self-sustainable and also that gives back to nature by producing plants and
Exactly.
stuff, making gardens and stuff. Like everyone's home can be like that.
Yep. We've got the tech, so we only have to act on it. You know.
Well, this is the reason why we think the earth is a prostitute, right? We think we could just take whatever, you know, whatever she had, and then we could give her little bits of little pieces back. Man, we can't do that. We can't take nothing from the earth. We can't do that. We have to let the earth give us what it give us, and the earth give us everything that we need. There is no need for us to take stuff from the earth that, you know, that gonna benefit the ecosystem, you know, and her and us also. We cannot do that and then later on saying, hey man, all right, we know we've been doing that, but let's just give her a little bit of what we've been taking from her, you know, so she don't get mad and spank us. She gonna spank us regardless, man. We shouldn't did that, because she gave us enough. And that's literally what's happened. We're just gonna end up like them other people that was before us, that's been on the water, that got burned, that all things happened to them. We're just gonna end up just like these people, because they didn't listen. They had people telling them, no, don't go this route, but they think that, you know, they could go around it.
100%. Yeah. You're right.
Oh, speaking of flooding, Charles, what you were saying about the trees and the water coming out of the trunks after they got felled was very interesting. What you were saying about the trees earlier was tight, man, with about the water rising and the big giant trees, the silica-based trees. Yeah. Well, that would make sense because, like, they're, you know, if you guys ever cut open an old tree and then had water come out of it? You know, like
I said that a long time ago.
Big scale.
When there was you and me. Hey, you missed Lucid, man. He came up for a while.
What?
He popped out of,
shit. How's
popped
he doing?
out of the Senate. Good.
Okay.
You know.
Good to hear from. Good that he came up and okay, good. I was worried about him, man. Okay. Good. Tell me you should call him after he comes up.
He said he's low on money because he lost his job or something. I don't mean to put his business on there, but he said that on here anyway.
Yeah.
So he's struggling. He said he couldn't answer the phone or something.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to send him a few bucks. I know children are very expensive, man. I was a child once.
Hey Charles, I'm gonna have to go because I have to water my plants.
All right, Marcel.
It's
Thanks for coming.
getting late in the evening here, and I'm gonna try to keep watering my plants in the evening or early in the morning. But I think I will do it now. It's a nice weather, so
yeah. All right, Marcel.
It was great to be here again. Thank you.
Anytime, bro.
Hope to see you guys later. Bye bye.
All right, Marcel.
I'm missing him some money right now. Later, bud.
Bye.
I like your icon, by the way. Yeah, I'm sending him 20 bucks right now, bro.
Huh?
I'm sending him 20 bucks right now. So Charles,
he'll be happy.
Lucy, if you're listening, bro, I'm sending 20 bucks right now, brother. Much love, man.
What's
What's going on with y'all, man? What y'all building on?
The earth and
What they
how
do,
we
There's
George?
structure
just
here.
like oceans and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, were the oceans always here? Did the Titan trees cause some of the flood when they cut them down? Just, what do you think, Drop? You think the oceans were always
Um,
here?
Me personally, yeah, but if they wasn't, the Great Flood would make sense if something hit the earth and melted the ice, and that would give it the oceans. But me, I believe, oceans was the first thing that's alive. That's live water that make live rock, which is cool. Like if you look at a pond, right, that's man-made. The moon has no connection to the pond. Your pond will never have waves or nothing. Your swimming pool will never have waves or nothing because it's not connected to the live water coming from the North Pole. So ocean and sea water and running water is different from still water. Yeah, y'all got it.
I know. It's getting up there.
You said pools wouldn't have waves, but they would if they were manipulated, like sun.
But if you move a magnet
Yeah,
across
like
a
if you,
piece of steel, it makes electricity. So if the waves of the oceans are moving, right?
no, I'm talking about like how the moon control the tides. The reason why the moon control the tides because that's live water. A pond is man-made. A pool is man-made. Your bathtub is man-made. So when it's a full moon, there's not going to be a tide. You see what I'm saying? So live water
But,
is different from
Oh
contained
wow.
water. Go
I
ahead.
see.
yeah, but
Why don't
I
our
was thinking
fucking water
maybe the
back up
ocean could have been lower
and move?
because there's civilizations that are under the damn water. Um, they they were one time there was no ocean there, so yeah, I think the oceans were a lot lower,
I think they were
and
300 or
maybe
400 feet lower. Myself, bro.
yeah. If you look under the ocean, man, in Japan, about I forgot how many feet the guy said, 40 feet, 50 feet under the ocean. There's pyramids, shit, like a
Yeah,
civilization.
I've
Oh
seen
yeah,
that. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'm not sure you're familiar. That stuff's wild. And there's that weird little craft thing that they found. And then they found like some like basically an old road over in the Bahamas now, like an old brick
But
road.
wouldn't that explain a great flood then?
Yeah, you think so?
Or
Yeah.
would that
I mean,
explain something sinking?
it looks like there
It's
was a
either
flood to me
something
from seeing
sink
that stuff now.
it's either something sinking or something rising. That's the
Yeah,
only thing that would
I think it
explain.
was a flood. I mean, because it's all over the planet. 300-400 feet's a lot. I don't think it all sink that much from
hey, I
liquefaction.
got a question. What's better, ragu sauce or Prego,
Oh,
or
shit.
neither?
It's like asking if you like McDonald's or Burger King better.
Damn, that means they're both trash.
I say Ragu got a better name. I'll go with the Ragu,
McDonald's and
man.
Burger King are sauces right here, bro. Cheap ones,
I'm
but
about the
good.
product. I don't care about the name. Man, they got sauce that's $8 a jar. That's got to be organic, good stuff. They got some named by Botticelli. Makes some. It's called Allah Vodka.
I can't wait till we get a real good little payday. I can send all kinds of people money right now. It's gonna be fucking
I
fun.
bet you it's chemical.
Like 20 ounces or something. Oh yeah, everybody's getting the Christmas bonus.
Sucks.
That might happen this year. Hopefully, we'll see. They're down here in Tell Them Creek. We'll pass through it.
Where'd everybody go? So quiet. Oh,
That live water shit is wild, Sir Drop. That's got me thinking, man. Like, does the movement of the tides, because it's salt water, and if it goes over magnetic, and then if it's a magnetic, it's electrical, right? You can see current through it. So what if it goes over the planet and creates energy?
That's a fact.
You ever saw where they connect that and one side of the water is blue and the other side of the water is green, and it's just a long like equator line forever, like where the salt water connect with the fresh water. You can Google it right quick. They got
the Amazon River does that.
No, where's that's where the Atlantic and the Pacific touch. One's more denser than the other, they say. Like the Atlantic has more green, more algae, thicker water, I think. I don't know, but yeah, don't mix. It's crazy.
It make a perfect. But I'm saying they make a perfect straight line. The waters collide. They don't mix at all. It ain't like they blend into something. One side. Yeah, that's crazy.
I seen that shit, bro. It's wild. It does. There's all kinds of places on the planet that does that. I forgot what it's called. I had a name for it. But it is very interesting. You'd think it's water and water that it would mix up evenly. But
it has to do with the salt distribution in the water. The difference. So freshwater to saltwater doesn't necessarily have the same visible line, at least not where I've noticed when I was surfing at the mouth of a freshwater river that hit the ocean, which is a very dangerous, actually, place to surf when you're inexperienced, just so people know. Don't try that as a beginner. But I'm fine. Actually, the ocean is the only thing that's ever truly threatened my life. You know, like where you get sucked under and, you know, even with a tied to a surfboard, you're like, wow, that past powerful shit. Scary. You know?
You borged out there for a minute. You borged out.
I've been out there on a fishing boat. It's wild. The ocean's. You can get a respect.
It was like,
and I think, it's different salt content in the two oceans. I mean, sure, it has other elements and all that kind of stuff too, but I think they chalk it up to the different buoyancy factors between the two different salt densities.
It's just an interesting subject in general. Like, it's fascinating.
Yeah. Well, and how would it stay? There's got to be more to it.
Yeah, that's what
we can even take it. We could take it deeper to like these air pockets. Like, you know how they say people live underground? You also have the abyss where you have air pockets that's the size of countries. And
that's what we were talking about earlier. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Oh, Rob, I know what you're talking about. Under the ocean, that saline. Remember the fresh water at the bottom of the ocean they found in the salt? Remember that, like that little thick bounce off the saline? That's crazy. I always wonder where's fresh water coming from. It has to be like a spring under the ocean.
Well, and we're back to that sky that we see could be an ocean above.
Something's on fire.
We could be under the ocean right now.
Yeah, the water's above. They say we are, but I don't know if I believe that. I gotta call Divergent out on that, Bex. When he said they cut the trees down, then placed the firmament, and then they opened the windows in the firmament for the flood. Well, where did all that water come from then? How did they cut the Titan trees down, then put the firmament, and then flood the place?
Right.
Where'd the water come from?
Well, it could be hydrogen mixing with the oxygen, like Dean just said. Giant trees produce more oxygen.
Well, also, here's
another
thing to think about. I have a theory. If the trees are made of the silica-based tree, maybe they hold more water.
Kind of like reeds in a swamp.
Yeah.
And tubers. They were more like tubers.
Or if you look at Devil's Peak, you know, that was a tree. That's a very hexagonal tubular shaped.
Oh, that's
yeah, hexagonal tubers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder
Devil's
if you
Peak
shaved
is a very
off.
good example of that.
Yeah, if you shaved off, if you took one of those things and shaved off the top of it, would there be a barrier? You know, is it the dirt on the outside that makes the rock look uniform, and the fossil inside is like a hexagonal tuber with some sort of amber inside?
Fossilized tree or not, just by putting it in my hands, because we got a piece of fossilized tree. A couple pieces.
Hey, Bex, what's Asiago? What's shredded Asiago?
I just see the whole piece of that thing.
It's a cheese similar to Parmesan, not quite as strong.
Oh, no, I like Parmesan.
Yeah, they're both delicious. Yeah, they're all delicious. Some Romano might melt a little better, melts a little bit more chewy, and Asiago I think has a slightly milder flavor. It might be the way they melt and blend with other cheeses too, but I think Parmesan's the sharpest.
Yeah, but it's still good. Those are all good cheese.
Yeah, if one was on sale, I would buy the Asiago and understand my taste buds taste Parmesan either way.
$7,
nice.
All of them. So
it's good to
know.
But
there's no added. That's why I like fresh, grated Parmesan. Everything else is like chemicals.
You're gonna like it.
I get it fresh.
Oh, and Phil told us it's called brackish water. Brackish water that's when fresh water hits. At least that's what I thought. When fresh water hits.
I bet you the pH is different on those waters too.
I wonder if that picture is even the picture of where the Atlantic meets the Pacific then, or I wonder if that's the picture of a melted ice wall. Right? That's where fresh water, because all the icebergs are all fresh water, right? So all the icebergs are representative of fresh water around us. And so they could say it's a picture, but if we're not on a globe, and the crater's slowly melting because the great thaw can't happen all at once, or else, well, we know what happens, fucking flood, and we've been through enough of that, and we were secured that it wouldn't happen. If you believe in any of that, which is fine. I'd like to hold on to the good stuff. I don't make up my own religion, but there's a reason we tell these allegories all over the world to each other, So maybe it's a slow thaw, and that doesn't, because I can only imagine that salt water mixing with salt water would slowly over time become something more than a line like that, like a brackish line of a constant, fresh water against salt water. It makes sense. There's no stream, there's no rush. They're just meeting, and they just sit there, and maybe they do mix over time, and the fresh water comes in or the salt water goes out. But to be there forever, right? It just, to me, still doesn't make any sense that two saltwater oceans would meet together like that and not eventually become a river border of some mixture that's slowly, it doesn't make any sense.
What is corned beef?
Corned beef is sort of like pastrami.
Oh.
It's the kind of sandwich meat that's in if you've ever had not a Monte Cristo, the other kind, a Reuben has corned beef. It's the Quebecois might be selling it off to help fight their fires, though. It's a Quebecois thing. The corned beef is poutine comes from.
They need an Equinox. That's what they need. That was just, why they only got $12 ones? What's wrong with this place? Now everyone's got $12. No, I'm Chief. My name is Chief. That's my middle name. Why is it quiet? Oh, everyone dropped out.
No, I'm here. And AK's here.
I'm here.
Who dropped out? Everyone. Oh, the link. My bad, Michigander. Why isn't it dropping? It's dropping. Oh, God, I'm coming. Every time I buy, like, hamburger, and I open it up. Dang. I'm like, when does meat ever smell like this?
What's it smell like?
Every single death, because it is. It is death. But anyway, what am I going to buy? I don't even want to. I came here for 2 things, and I ended up getting 4 extra already. That's how it always works. I was supposed to just get eggs and soda. I got spaghetti, Parmesan, spaghetti sauce. Let me get out of here before I buy the whole store. No, I got to get some ice cream too. I can't believe how I smell the smoke from Quebec. And our city is filled with smoke. It almost looks like we're on fire.
That's why your sun's red, bro. I seen your little short you made.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
cool.
I didn't know
It
that.
just like that up
Oh,
here during the forest fire. It made it just like that, bro. Like it looked exactly like that, bro.
My roommate was trying to tell me it's because of the fire. I'm like,
Yeah,
there ain't no
he was
fire.
right. The one up in Canada. There's a big one up there, I guess, and it's bringing all the smoke down south. We're obviously doing up here, though, like hundreds of miles away, man. There was a forest fire down in the Kenai Peninsula, man, and it made all of Anchorage like that, and it made it smoky and smoggy up here, bro, where it was hard to breathe and shit. It made you cough. The sun looked just like that, bro. That was red like that. Like exactly.
What's the difference between white eggs
and that was
and
like
brown eggs?
It was like 2 years ago, right, baby? It was like 2 years ago we had those conditions, man. So it was just you know what I mean? It's fresh in my memory, you know.
What's the difference between free-range eggs?
Free-range eggs are eggs that are basically out in like a little paddock or pasture area instead of in the cages their whole life.
Yeah, I want some, but they're fucking $10.
Those are good eggs because they're not like they're probably not hit with so much hormones and steroids. The ones that are non-free range are literally they live their whole life in a little tiny itty bitty cage, bro, and they stack them fucking all the way up and they'll be like these big ass warehouses that are like these long, like pretty much like just a long like hut thing, you know what I mean? And then they got like all these chickens in lines on these cages, bro, and like it's horrible how we raise chickens.
6 eggs, 6 for $5. That means they're almost $1 an egg.
Holy shit!
Compared to $3 for 12 jumbos, which is probably jam-packed with steroids.
Yeah. That's why it's good to get your own chickens if anybody ever can, and then you get your own eggs that are fresh. So that's the best way to circumvent their whole operation. There, every household should have at least fucking 10 to 15 chickens that lay eggs.
Yeah, I can't.
You're not going to get that many eggs a day. You'll get like 8 to 10 eggs a day.
Michigander's back. Chuck.
I know. I put my fault. I'm not even paying attention to the phone.
That's okay. That's why I'm here.
$2.50 a dozen is not bad, man.
Did you just say what I think you said? Did you say $10 a dozen?
Yeah, for
wow, bro!
Isn't that crazy, bro?
Yeah,
dude. Hey, I got fresh today laid eggs.
I see what you put there.
$2.50 a dozen, man.
It's a fucking good deal. Do you know they're fresh? Are they non-store eggs? Like you got them local?
Yeah, I got 100. I got 100 chickens, 7 turkeys, 4 ducks.
Nice. You're doing your thing. Yeah, I've done that, man. I know how to raise chickens and shit. So yeah, you're jamming along, bro. Nice.
I got 15 rabbits now.
Oh, dude, you're totally jamming along, bro. Nice. Do you eat them?
I just got set for what's to come. So
barbecue. Well, eat one of them, man. Barbecue little motherfucker. Put barbecue sauce on them. They're fire.
Yeah, we do. We usually do a broccoli and rice dish that's slow baked in the oven. It's to die for.
You eat rabbits?
Yeah,
they're the easiest animal to take care of, and you get more rabbit meat per what you have to put into them than you do any other animal. They're the easiest critter to raise.
I'm trying to step off from the system completely because of what this dude just said about his meat. About his meat. Unfortunately, they've already been putting that vaccine in your meat and your food for the last year. Yeah, you're gonna find out about that in a minute. I want to, when it's proven, I want them prosecuted and no longer on the face of this earth because I did not consent. If I find out I ate one fucking bite of that shit, dude, it's on. But anyways, yeah, I grow all my own stuff because they don't.
Well, people are already saying that in Europe, bro. They're already saying they're going to be prosecuted to the extent of the law. But what the problem with that is they are the law, and everyone's getting.
We are, the people are, but that system's got to change, and everybody has to start thinking totally different. You're staying on the same thought path that got you nowhere. That same thought path of these people have authority over us is got to go away because they've abused it. It's blatant. It's obvious. They've abused it. They're a threat. They're no longer. They're void. They're no void.
Try talking to some of these people on the stream, like not anyone here, but there's other people that tell me, you know, they kind of be like joking on me because they be like, Chuck's gonna do it all by himself, and I'm like, at least I'm doing something.
And stay that way. Listen, they call it morals, but the biggest thing is I think the word is righteousness or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, when you stay to your morals, when you stay true, you know, and righteous, you know what I mean? Yeah.
It's being honorable.
There you go.
I want to see those people.
Yeah. All of those great words. You know, honorable, integral, righteous. There is a level of righteousness to it, right? Especially when we find out what they've been up to in the name of goodness. And you know, like
listen, I don't know how I was named after the Bible. So I respect my heritage and everything like that, but that ether thing that happened, I don't understand it. I
What's your name?
It's Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah, one of my buddy's name is Daniel. He's right by me.
Yeah. But anyways, when I got that download or whatever the fuck it was from the ether, it was pretty fucking wild, dude. A lot of it is metaphorical bullshit. A lot of that stuff that they have us running on is metaphorical bullshit, but a bunch of it is very, very important.
Psychological warfare.
That's what I understood the reading of the morning to the main summary of it to be. Don't be a medium, be clairvoyant. Right?
Well, this is one of the ways that I can explain it. I learn by patterns and stuff. So sometimes I'm an idiot when I spit stuff out. It don't come out the way that I'm seeing it in my head. But water memory. This is an instance of it's very important. It's metaphorical, but it's very important. Water memory. That's the reason we pray over our food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you check out water memory, if you check out the study on water memory, you'll understand that.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, I heard about that water memory stuff a little while back, but I also read a document from the CIA about our fucking music, and I'm a hardcore music guy. And
welcome. If you have your Stop and Shop card, please scan it now.
Hold on.
Rebecca fell out. She'll be back.
But yeah, I had to stop listening to music and everything, man, after I read that stuff, because it's metaphorical, but very important. Your body is mostly water, so it's recording that music. Whatever music you're listening to is being recorded in your body. It's like one of you guys was saying something about if you're a good person, you're a good person. If you're a bad person, you're a bad person. Which one of you guys was saying that?
Wasn't me.
It's very important because your heart is like a floppy disk, the old floppy disk for a computer, and it records everything. Look at it once. Look at a heart.
No, it makes sense. No, what does naga mean? Yes, baby. I'm gonna make a mistake this morning. Okay. I don't like it. I'm gonna get a steak and eggs for breakfast.
I think that's another reason. I think that's why another reason why I kind of dig this channel is you guys are all throwing out a lot of different ideas and possibilities, this and that and the other thing, and none of you guys are at each other's throat over it. You know what I mean? Like this, if somebody disagrees, you're not at that person's throat. You guys just talking.
Well, because we're just theorizing. That's what we like doing here. We're because we don't know. We're just all all of us collectively just. We're chill about it, and we're like, well, what if it's this, and then the person will be like, well, it might be that, and then, it gives us ideas, and that's how we learn more. Each individual, I think, has a better learning chance that way because you never know who's going to say what at what point that's going to help somebody learn or unlock something in their brain and let them, get a little bit higher and for their self learning, and it makes sense for them a little better. You never know when that's going to happen, So it is very cool. It's a very unique channel. I've been coming here with Charles for a while now, and that's why I sent him a laptop, bro, so he can stream better. Like I just recently sent him a laptop. His mail's taking forever. But there's one on the way, man. So it'll be getting better. And that's why. That's one of the reasons right there, bro. Like it's a very cool channel for that, man. It's like you're saying, man. It's chill. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. It's plus I like that it's intellectual. It's intellectual. You guys ain't just talking about dumb shit,
Okay. It's been a week. Charles Floyd's gonna actually stop at that post office and see if I can win to, man. Go bitch at him. Like literally, she'll do that.
The bathroom, I'm coming. That she got bumped out.
Hey, Rebecca. I think she'd be back.
I bumped myself out by mistake.
What does NAGA mean? Naga, Rebecca. I don't understand.
Yeah, Nagagini.
Is it acronym?
It might have something to do with his Haitian heritage. I think he said he's from Haiti.
No, what you typed in the private chat. What does that mean?
Oh, negative. Oh, when someone was asking, when Dan asked, someone said about some negative people can't change or whatever.
Oh, it's
or
name.
positive.
I thought it was an acronym. Sorry, that's why I was.
Yeah. yeah, negative. I could have put it in capitals. It probably would have sparked the pattern better.
Yeah.
So why is the word negative, right? Neg is in the word negotiate. So what's so negative about negotiate? What's neg mean? We gotta look this up now. I got the etymology app. Hold on.
Because if you lived in a society where you're not negotiating for stuff and you're just freely giving it to each other, you're way more at peace. You're positively charged in your heart.
And that's how I live, dude. I'm serious. That's how I live. I try not to touch cash. If somebody needs something, I'll help you. Would you do me a favor and bring me, like if I need a $2 pack of tubes, and a dude come in and bring me some cigarette tubes, and I helped him change a strut on his car.
Mm-hmm. He probably brought you more than just tubes, I bet. Huh?
Oh fuck yeah, he did, dude. And then this morning, later that night, I get a message. My niece needs emergency brakes, so she came pulling in, brought me some good food and a 40-pound bag of dog food for my boys. I did the brakes on her car, and she went home.
It's good to hear about a mechanic that does stuff like I do, man. Shit, I love you, man. I do the same kind of shit, bro.
Yeah. I'm doing a 1977 El Camino right now.
Oh, nice. I was working on an 80-something IROC Z28 the other day. I put a fender on it. The guy gave me a fender for my. I got an '83 S10. He gave me a fender for it and the fucking rims, man. Sick. And $100.
So neg means not in this root word of nay.
I got a 1946 N2 tractor, and I just put
Oh,
everything
I know exactly
brand
what
new.
that is. I actually had a fucking 2 Ford tractor, dude.
Well,
Same
I put everything. I put everything brand new on it, and it doesn't want to spark.
Oh, nice.
And I don't understand 6-volt. I'm not getting no spark, and it's all brand new. Even the
my
distributor is
grandpa,
brand
he
new.
had a 9N, bro. My grandpa, dude. That's what we had in the corn, bro. Was a Ford 9N. Same thing, basically.
Snakes is the
Yours just has
energy.
the lighter war metal.
That's why you see a lot of India, old architecture has snakes all over. People say it's because they're evil. That was Satan's
You got a channel,
kingdom.
Michigan?
No. Snakes are symbols for the energy.
Oh, wow. That's a fucking crazy.
I'm so glad I never trusted religion. People look pretty brainwashed nowadays.
Hey, Michigander, do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, the Michigander.
Oh, that's the channel name. Okay.
Yeah.
Will you drop your link in private chat?
I don't know how to.
I'll go sub to you, man.
I don't know how to do that shit.
I can do it. I'll do it.
Oh,
I'm not very good at much of that
Rebecca,
stuff.
you got
As
it?
a matter of
Rebecca
fact,
can do it.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Oh yeah.
Hey, listen, it took like
Rebecca
a month
can
and a
handle it.
half.
She's good at that. Thanks, Rebecca.
It took like a month and a half.
That's
2
all right. I
months
wanted
of
to sub you. Why?
Well, it took like a month and a half or so of people helping me just to go live.
Hey, you don't know how to just press on his channel? Subscribe? You
What's
got
that?
a wrench? Hey, all you have to do is press on your damn thing in the chat and you'll go to your channel. That's why I gave people wrenches.
Well, I'm not
the only.
Mm-hmm.
You're a
Oh,
computer
I got
mechanic.
you.
I'm a car mechanic, damn it.
Yeah, well, that's just it. I'm on a listen. Hey, I'm on a cell phone, so it doesn't let me hit the main chat. I can do the private chat, but not the
Don't worry
main
about
chat.
it. I'll
Yeah,
take care of it. I'll find your channel.
yeah, I have to completely leave and then say something in the chat to put it in the chat, dude. I'm not that.
Yeah,
that's what,
just chill. Right, chill. I'll find your channel, bro.
hey, and then to top it off, if I so much as put my hand by my phone or touch my phone, the signal just drops and my phone won't work.
What?
Oh wow.
Yeah, but listen, we're a fucking listen. They're dulling everybody down. The fucking butter that they sell in the food and stuff. It's making your fucking electrodes fucking dull, bro. People don't. This stuff is so, like you said, micro, but it all adds up. They're doing it in so many different aspects, and the thing is, I try everything I can to stay ahead of it, and I don't understand and know it all, so I got to be careful, you know.
What is that?
What is that? I don't know. It's not a squirrel.
A groundhog?
There they go.
I think it's a groundhog.
I don't know. Yeah.
Let me see its tail, bro. What's its tail look like? I think that's
Small.
a groundhog.
It looks like a chipmunk. I've never seen that.
Like, how small is it? Put your foot next to it.
Is it a beaver?
There you
no,
go.
it's not a beaver.
No, it's got the tails. It's got a little
yeah,
tail.
Got a beaver tail.
It looks like it's a mix of a beaver and a squirrel. Either way,
I think that's a groundhog.
It's a muskrat. It's a muskrat.
Yeah, that could be a muskrat too.
Yeah, that pisses me off when I see that, man.
My boys, my dogs woke me up alerting last night at like 12:30, and I kept going out and smoking. Opossum. So I take this big giant opossum, man. I go up to it, take it out, whack. I go in, I lay back down. Man, it wasn't even like 5 minutes. I had my eyes closed for 5 minutes, and both my dogs hitting, bam, bam, and I go out there, and I thought that possum was still alive. So whack, 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 whack. I take this possum out. You know, all right, man. Dang, are you done yet? Are you dead? And I go back and go to bed. Yeah, like 20 minutes later, dogs again, wham, whack, 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 whack. I'm like, I come out and I'm like, dude, I know I took that thing out. And then there was another one. I wake up this morning, I go out in the woods. I can literally walk up to 4 carcasses right now. I took 4 possums out last night.
Damn, you were at Possum War.
It's like some people have seen the movie Groundhog Day, but you experienced fucking a possum hour.
Yeah. I thought I was losing my shit after the third one. I was like, what the fuck? Hey, one day, the dogs were alerting.
Why would you pound them in the head?
Well, I come out one night, the dogs were alerting, so I come outside to check the flock, and I go walking in the pen, and I walk through the pen, I'm looking around, and the chickens are up on top of these posts, like 6 feet in the air, right, on top of these red pine posts that I got.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm looking around, everything looks cool, and I didn't see nothing, so I go out of the pen, and I go back to bed. Well, I don't know why, but I turn around and look, and I'm flashing a light, and I'm looking at the chickens on the post, and I'm like, all of a sudden, wait a minute, that ain't a chicken. And I go back, man, there's 5 chickens, and right in the middle of these 5 chickens, there's a possum on the pole trying to sit like a chicken.
Shut the fuck up.
I swear to God, it was like some shit. I swear to God, it was like some shit. It was like some shit out of one of the comedy movies.
That's hilarious, bro. Like, how the fuck did it get there? Just so how to just perfectly just sit there for a while.
Yeah, but that's because I was looking like, listen, I was scanning like this, and then it's like, wait a minute, what was that?
Yeah, right? Hold up.
Am I talking to my fucking self or Paul? Or fuck?
What?
What happened, Charles?
Sitting here fucking talking and nobody's been ignoring me and shit. For fuck, man. It pisses me off.
Were you mic'd? Was your mic off?
No. Don't fucking matter now anyway. I asked the same question like 8 times. And I'm like, damn, are these people purposely laughing over me and shit?
I didn't hear you.
No, your mic must have been off. Sound must have happened to your sound.
I didn't hear you asking the question.
I didn't hear you.
I just heard you're talking about the chickens.
Philip said that shit's a fucking groundhog.
A groundhog?
I don't know
that's
what
I thought.
Possums are pretty damn big, man.
I've seen some big ones. Those things are scary looking,
No,
man.
I was asking Michigander if possums are aggressive. You know, because he said he had to kill them. So were they trying to attack the chicken?
Yeah, they'll turn and strike at you. If you're coming up on them, chasing them down, they'll turn and they'll bite at you.
Because I've seen some here in Connecticut here and there. They run. They don't even want no smoke. They just haul ass.
Oh, I take them out with an axe, dude. I got a fire. Yeah, I just run right up to them and whack, whack, whack with a fire axe.
Yeah, because the woods, that's their home. Like, there ain't no cars, really. But here, they're trying to get away. It's not like a city. And I've been there coming to the tracks.
My problem is once they take one chicken out, they come back and then they start, they'll just kill the chicken and eat its guts and then leave the whole chicken dead laying there.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. All animals want to eat them things. Chicken, that's like open season.
Excuse me. Yup. And I got some beautiful flocks too, and they're all going steps by season of growth.
Chickens are smart, man, believe it or not. I was watching a video, the chickens were opening the gate with their beak. They have no hands and they're still getting out.
I got them trained to follow me by words, like gibberish words. And yeah, they're pretty smart. One thing to remember, just from sitting out here in the woods watching them, there's always a fucking pecking order. There's always a fucking pecking order.
And I wasn't yelling at no one in particular anyway. I was just frustrated. I kept repeating myself. But
I didn't even hear you, boss. Swear to God.
You're all good, Charles.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you either.
Yeah,
Man. There's something going on there, bro.
chickens will gain up on you too, man. They like,
Yup.
I want some chickens, man. I'll get the fuck out of the city.
You ever had a chicken fight? People come after you?
I'm getting a bad click like chop overrun.
But I'm choppy, or the whole thing.
No. Like it's like you'll say something, and then the other person will say something, and it'll clip you out. Then the other person will say something, it'll clip the other guy out, and it's like a fucked up circle.
I think that happened. I was unmuted. I don't know. I'm gonna.
No,
mute
I
up.
think when I'm on because I have a lag because I'm up here in Alaska, guys.
He's driving, dude. I think his his microphone is catching air, and it'll hit a what they call a clip.
Oh, okay.
So he's probably hitting his microphone with air, and it's clipping out for seconds at a time.
I've been to a cockfight before. I've been to in Mexico. I saw they do it before in small towns. When I was there in the 90s, they'd have the cockfight, and then some musician would play after, and they'd be actually a pretty big musician considering how small the town was. You know, like, I mean, I guess in a densely populated place, a small city in Mexico was like 260,000 people, you know, of which, 40,000 people had money, let's say, and the rest lived like the rest. Which was very different. It was very different. So I was brought there on roadie exchange, and I lived with these people that didn't let me associate with these other people, basically, which is very strange. Unless they were their cousins and stuff like that. Anyways, that wasn't my point. Why did I bring that up? Oh, chickens, cockfights. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The gambling of the town's men basically beforehand, and then they just roll up a carpet and in steps like Alejandra Guzman, who became really big. Like, it's usually, it was interesting.
Chicken fight.
But I've never seen chicken fight.
She said I would watch the cockfight. I was like, what? No.
Oh my god.
Dirty mind.
Oh, I got my hash pipe.
Ooh.
Probably native. Native lives in Upper Michigan. He lives on a reservation.
Who does?
This guy, Native Michigan Ojibwe. That comes on.
Ojibwe?
Yeah, Ojibwe.
You don't want to hear something funny? I grew up right in the heart of the hood on the west side of Grand Rapids, which is the new Detroit. And I grew up, my best friends in the world were Indians. I grew up with 4 Indian dudes my whole life.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were more of a brother to me than my own little brother.
Oh, they're not in.
They're loyal.
Into all the classics in the world. They're in.
I'm a native.
Everyone's face life. Your words being your bond. What the hell is the story? You left this open?
I know this is going to sound wrong, but I'm sitting here looking at my cock, and my big white cock is so pretty.
How big is it?
I mean, this cock is pretty. You want to see it? I'm serious.
Want to see a pretty white cock?
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, pretty white cock. Hold on. Let me go chase him down. He don't like me. We fight sometimes. Yeah, he's already on the roll, dude. If he's strutting, that fucker's strutting. He's like, "Fuck you, I'm out." I was.
Oh my god.
Dude. Look at that, dude.
I can't believe I was mic'd that whole time. I totally played into that.
Oh.
I played into it and nobody heard. I was like, yeah, show it to us, you know? That was funny.
Girls hear about white cock and y'all just scream and show it.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to see it. I knew we all did. We all wanted to. We got to admit it. Come on.
Look at he's gone. We all here.
My fucking wife is mad. How are you, Rebecca?
I can hear it softly babies in the background.
Yeah, all the babies been trying over here. Lady.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got a lot.
I've raised a bunch of chickens in Tennessee. So, I know how it feels, man. They're fun.
So that's a baby. Is that a baby cock or a baby chicken?
It's a chicklet.
Hi, boys.
Oh, I got.
I love you, boys.
Oh, I just hit the wrong button. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
I love you, baby. I'll see you later.
Oh, I pre-shared the wrong link now. I'm doing the same thing. That was funny. I was waiting. I had a punchline ready for when we actually saw the rooster we were talking about, everybody. You know, just so people don't get the wrong idea. We can tell where we were going with the picture of the rooster's babies, right?
Yeah.
I had a punchline ready for when the rooster showed up, though. I'm not going to share it now. We'll wait for the. But yeah, it's okay.
I'm out of breath. I got them organic eggs, free-range chicken eggs. Feels good to actually be able to. It has no fucking steroids in it or chemicals. Who knows what the hell they put in this stuff? Yeah, I felt bad for that dead animal, man. That shit bothers me when I see animals like that. I seen a dead baby bird under the bridge where I live, under the highway bridge, and I buried it. I went up to the grass and buried it in a little grave.
Yeah.
People are gonna be like, Chuck, you're a bitch. You're soft.
Why? Because you buried a bird? What's wrong with burying a bird? I've learned to not care what people think about me anymore. I just live my life the way I want to anymore, and I make friends with the people that I actually like, that are actually nice to me, and are actually friendly to me. And if anybody doesn't like me, I don't give a fuck anymore. I really don't, bro. Because there's assholes everywhere. So what are you gonna do anyways? Why let it affect you emotionally?
Look at what Jay wrote for you.
Hey. Yeah, you're welcome, brother. Yeah. It's not a lot, but it's something. Just get smokes if you want to smoke. If you're smoking cigarettes still, which you probably are. Fuck, I would be.
I wasn't yelling at no one in particular. I just got frustrated. I asked the question like 6 times. And I'm
Oh,
like,
it's okay.
what the
I completely
fuck's
understand
going
how you
on?
get frustrated in that situation, bro. I'm not mad at you. We all didn't hear you. It wasn't us, so it was just a technical thing. So easy to forgive and fucking move on from that one, bro. It's a tech issue, man. You. It's all good. Anybody will get frustration after seeing something 8 times in a row.
Sugar mentioned she's seen smoke in Missouri and Illinois, and that's far.
Yeah.
Illinois. No, Illinois is. What the hell's Illinois? It's near central
shit.
USA.
There's a Firebird for $400? No ways.
I was thinking Ohio.
Oh, I got burnt. Ohio?
It's 23 dots. You mean dots. You mean HOES. I mean HO. Yeah, yes. Yeah, I gotta get out of the city. Damn, who ran that fucking animal over, man? People nowadays, man. You know, I don't like, them hunters that be, them poachers more or less. When they be holding the animal up in the picture, I hate that shit, man. Like they're happy they killed the creator's creation. That poor animal wasn't bothering nobody,
Yeah.
And there's a time and place for everything. Like if you got chickens and the animal's about to eat them, I can see that. That's different. But even then, I don't know, man. I became soft as I got older. When I was younger, things didn't bother me like that too much. Now, it bothers me for some reason.
Right.
I think we're in tune with Mother Earth and life. Yeah,
if you could have your cow and eat it, would you? Like, so if you hand fed Bessie and you knew you could take some of Bessie's blood out of her to go down to the local, meat maker / butcher and grow yourself a beautiful flank steak, would you?
No.
No.
Not me.
I barely eat meat anymore. I got some chicken, boneless chicken. And every time I buy like a thing of chicken or something, I think about the animals. And I thank them even though I don't know who they are because they gave their life so I can eat. When I see videos of these places that has, like I got a video of 1945 of San Francisco, and it's like 6 miles wide and 6 miles long of nothing but thousands and thousands of cows in these like gates. I'm gonna post a picture. I'll probably get attacked if I post it. And you ever see the pictures of the cows? I mean, when they take the baby away so it don't drink the milk, or when they put the little baby cow in the van and they ride away and the mother's chasing the van crying. That shit fucked me up. It made me think of some mother walking down the street with her child and the van pulls up and snatches the child away. It's the same fucking thing. People think animals don't have feelings or anything. Animals are very intelligent. The cow knows you took her fucking child. I mean, these people that slaughter cows every day, they got to be heartless. They must change them to be super heartless. All them chickens that be in like the way the way Michigander got it. He's got a little those are free range chickens. They got a lot of room to run and they're chilling. But these places that have chickens, they can't even run these chickens. They're just put specifically to get eggs, and that's it. That's all. They're like used as a fucking machine, and that's it. These people treat them like they're machine, and that's it. They're not animals to them. They don't have a soul.
I got 12 eggs from Walmart once. I got 12 eggs from Walmart once, right? They all had double yolks, all 12 of them. So people could be like, oh, well, they're just over hormoning the eggs, right? But the chance, you've seen those big sorter machines, right? We wouldn't have eaten their lab grown eggs at any time. They told us, yet we won't allow the suffering of the chicken. We don't want the chickens to suffer in the eating of our eggs. So if they started growing eggs for us and couldn't sell us the eggs, do you think that they would perpetuate the idea that all chickens are suffering like that? Or would they just make an opportunity to actually allow some land to be allocated to happy chickens? And sure, some slave chicken farms are still running, but looks to me like they're already replicating them out of some sort of like lab grown meat machine. They've been feeding them to us for a long time.
They get lab grown. They always put eat our lab grown eggs or our lab grown meat. It'll save animals' lives. They always got to sell you a fucking dream to get you to buy something that's gonna allegedly kill you in the end faster, get you sick. But they'll put that guy smiling with his thumb up on the fucking cover to sucker you into buying it. But there's a real dark side to it, and they don't ever talk about that. And this whole world's a fucking fake, phony pit of hell. When you lift the veil off of everything, I see through all the bullshit now, and people, don't realize when you see through the bullshit, it's painful. It's sometimes I almost want to go back to sleep. So I'm just sick and tired of seeing through all the bullshit and all the pain that comes with it, and nothing's being done about it for the most part. I mean, there's people trying, but it's like trying to fight 100 Tysons by yourself. You ain't getting anywhere. But I never give up until the day I'm put in that ground. I'm gonna fight. This place is just a fucking wasteland. Is it even worth fighting for? I think sometimes. Is there anything left to fight for? These people have destroyed everything. And they blame us.
Up here there is. It's nice up here, bro.
Huh?
You can come see it up here. It's still nice up here. There's still places. You just got to deal with the wintertime for a little, it ain't that hard.
It's cozy, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Can be, right?
Yeah. Especially if you get a wood fireplace. I can't wait to get a place where I got a wood fireplace. I love the smell of them. This is, that's home.
Let's talk about vegan. You ever see them argue? Who's right? Some people are so vegan, they say, taking the apple off the tree is killing the tree. I was like, damn.
You're helping spread its seed. What are you talking about? It's not killing it. You're helping spread that tree seed or anything.
Religion teaches you that God put these animals, they had to put that in the Bible. They had to lie and put that in the Bible because they know eating animals is wrong. God created these for you to eat, right? And people buy it, man. They truly believe it. Just eat meat raw. I tell people, eat meat raw. Don't put no seasoning. Don't cook it. Just eat it like that and tell me if your body isn't going to reject it.
My friend Chris eats raw meat. All the time. It is, well, does he eat meat he buys at the store too, or does he only eat meat? I know he has his own goats and chickens and everything. I don't think he has any cattle, and I know he eats beef. So yeah, he buys his beef, but he eats it raw.
You think body is designed to eat meat, do you think we are meat eaters or what is it, a carnivore? Do you think
I think to each their own. I think there isn't I don't know if there's a general equation or if you believe in what you're eating to some extent. There's some blessing like the water memory that Michigander was talking about that can actually potentially make you get all the good out of something and leave the bad. And I don't know. I think you can create optimums, though. I think you could take something from a lab and something from that's been cultivated, say, with Michigander, and you could compare the two, and you could never, ever get the nutritional content out of the lab-grown one that you'd get out of the Michigander one. But if you only had the lab-grown one, you could still take the good and leave the bad if you appropriated and, you know, and had the right kind of gratitude and acceptance, you know, perhaps.
I really fucking dig this channel. I'm like, you know what's fucked up? I was just gonna ditch this phone completely, dude, and just go on about my business like I did as a youngin'. And this right here is refreshing because it's something intellectual and it's not just dumb fucking, hey, let's get high and listen to stupid rap music, you know? But yeah, you guys got something special here. You do know that you're being censored and stuff like that as far as how many people are allowed to see your channel, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, 'cause I'm having a hard time finding it. Every time I went to come back, I had to go to my history to come back. But yeah, you guys are on the ball with a whole bunch of this stuff.
I'd rather have only 6 people watching that are intelligent and know what's up than 1,000 people that are asleep that'll troll you. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, see, I learned lots of different lessons in life just from living, doing my thing, and paying attention. One of the biggest things is paying attention to detail. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, I'm not perfect at it, but, like, it was just something I was taught as a kid. You know, if you're going to do something, do it the best you can. Don't just do it half-assed, you know, shit like that, you know? I think they called it morals.
Well, you're definitely a welcome addition. Not that it's, I mean, it's, yeah, selfishly, I'll say that. But, you know, I find that, yeah, Charles, yeah, just even every time you open up a book and it's like a different one, usually wake up in the morning to halfway through and have to go back and listen to the rest. But the right the frequency that Charles attracts here is definitely what I was seeking. Fills a niche that was not being filled. Beyond that, I don't want to use any catchy terms. I just appreciate being here too, Charles.
Well, I think for most part, I've been looking in the wrong area for the answers to what I'm trying to figure out, because I'm starting to realize that not everybody else has strong enough to will to even continue and stay on a regimen. Excuse me, pardon me, to flush their system. I did it for multiple reasons, but whatever I tapped into, you have to be strong mentally, physically. You know what I mean? It works.
What did you use?
Nothing. Nothing. Ginger root, garlic, raw natural honey, and fucking. It was like I don't know, 10 months on that regimen. Pretty solid. I mean, I ate steaks and stuff at night here and there. Don't get me wrong, but I did a lot of fasting and stuff like that. But also it has to do with that water memory, because I realized later on that the time frame that I had been out here, away from all bullshit, away from the noise of the cars revving, you know, other than neighbors revving by, you know what I mean? I don't have regular power. I have power, but I don't have regular power. And when anybody runs a generator, it drives me nuts. The impact of the piston, it isn't the noise coming out of the muffler. It's the impact of the piston inside. I can hear that cocksucker at 200 yards. that it's everybody can tap into that shit. Nikola Tesla did it, and they're hiding a lot of that stuff. And if we could figure that out, I don't understand it. I did it by accident, and I think if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, it can fuck you up.
You can heal the body with frequency too, because like you said, the water memory, the molecular structure. I think a lot of these old cathedrals were, like some say, healing centers and energy buildings too, but they have a cymatic symbol on there, which is created when you take certain sounds or frequencies, and if you could put it on a metal plate with sand, you'll see the shapes take form like a snowflake, or you know what I mean. And they have all these churches have a certain one, so maybe they're tapping into a certain healing frequency.
Well, I want to see where you're at real quick. How old are you?
42.
Okay, I'm 45, so you'll have about the same knowledge length. When I was like 5 and 6 years old, we got a lot of historical churches here. Churches weren't churches; they were healing centers. That's why they called them organs. The big fucking organs with the pipes and shit in the corner that would tune. Yeah, well, they've torn them all down since. You notice that? They've all been torn down. Now we don't even hear that healing Sunday bell. Remember how the church bell used to ring at Sunday? Ding.
Yeah, we got it here still.
No, we don't. Matter of fact, I just a few months back heard a fake church bell in this little hick town that I'm in. It was fake. It was digital.
Wait a minute. You might be right. They might not even be ringing the bell anymore. They could just put a sound now with a speaker. Dang, I didn't think of that.
Anyways, all that stuff's important, but I think a lot of that, there was a whole bunch of things that I did all at once, unknowingly. I just did it naturally, and I don't understand what I tapped into, but dude, we were fucking lied to. There's gonna be a lot of fucking. If other people do what I did, I'm a goofy fucker in the woods, dude. If I can do it, that means there's other people out there that have done this shit too. That's fucking wild, bro.
Yeah, the organs, man. They definitely, like copper piping. Even look at the water. Remember growing up with copper piping? With the water, it charges your water. Now it's all plastic, toxic. They said they changed it to plastic. Damn, buckets driving down the street. They changed it to plastic because people were stealing the copper. No, they did that because they wanted to stop us from having charged water.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff. It all adds up.
Yeah, maybe the copper was doing something to the fluoride they're putting in it. It was like stopping it or something. I don't know, but I want to figure it out. I want to charge my water again.
I like guitar. I play guitar, and I have almost my whole life, like 40 years.
Nice.
I can literally walk in my trailer right now and grab guitars that are worth thousands of dollars. I got Dimebag signature guitars. I got other crazy guitars too, but that was my thing. And the thing is, I always played at a 440 hertz, right? And 440 hertz tuning, and I never deviated from that. Other people would try to get me to do different tunings, and it just never felt good. It never felt right. I was like, no, fuck that. I don't like it. I ain't doing it. You do it. I don't have to do it. And I just changed to 432 hertz to check it out. And I'm telling you right now, it feels so fluid and smooth. I'm in love with it already, and I was always a stickler to stay to 440 tuning.
.432. Tesla did 369.
I'll check that one out next. But I was told that that's the frequency I want to check out is 432, and it feels good. It feels smooth. It feels fluid. The intonation of the tuning itself sounds fluid. It feels better, smoother.
That 369, it aligns. That Tesla 369 symbol aligns with the Volkswagen symbol too. I got
Yes.
it all on my phone. And that's German.
I don't want to get indoctrinated to that because they're obviously pumping that for a reason. And I prefer to try to do things natural. And I've respected my heritage as far as like the Bible and stuff like that, but I've never even sat down and read the thing. I'm not saying I ain't read parts of it, but I haven't just, you know, I'm not one of them guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't feel attached to that book. That's not my lineage.
Yup. I can assure you the creator is very real.
I believe in creator. Yeah, but not the Bible. The conquerors that went on crusades and slaughtered my ancestors and many other peoples brought that book. My ancestors were in tune with Mother Earth, like the native tribes. The Germanic tribes, they were just like the native Indians. They lived off of Mother Earth. They respected Mother Earth. They paid homage to the Creator and Mother Earth.
Yup.
Everyone's on their own spiritual path.
Yup. I'd like to show something, but I don't want to do it here. I'd have to do it on a personal level because it's that fucking trippy. But we ain't top of the food chain. That's crazy, dude. I've been sitting out here and it's been perfectly calm, no wind at all, and I've watched trees bend singly 15 feet at the tip and touch another tree and then go back, and there was no fucking wind.
There's giants.
No, there's nothing there, dude.
Man, I've seen some shit like plants moving up here, and there's no wind before, and I thought I was tripping balls, but
dude, yeah, and it's like, you know, I'll stand up, dude, and I'll walk over there and look down the fucking hill. There ain't nothing there, and it's like, dude, I watched that bitch move, and I'm not even stoned, so what the fuck?
Right.
I've seen people do videos where they talk to the tree and ask it to touch it, and it does. I don't know if it's real or not, but
I gotta go.
Huh. That'll be some shit, man.
I'll be right back. I gotta do some emergency communications. I'll be right back.
Okay. I've not read the Bible either. I've listened to people read parts of it, and I've definitely listened to people that know it well, you know, but we also have a good friend in our circle, right, who's read it, who's not even a believer of it, right, and knows it very well. So yeah, I don't think anyone would need a book to be right and righteous. That wouldn't be a fair creation, you know? So, and I like how you say Mother Nature and the Creator. I like that.
It's just something about the book, man. Look who brought the book. Look what they did. And I agree with Manly P. Hall. I knew before I even read his stuff. I've read a lot of other stuff, and I've also heard from people. You know, it's not all about reading. I've talked to people, and I used to hear that Christian religion, it aligns with pagan beliefs, but they tweak it. And you can align the characters in the book, like Jesus with the sun, and so on and so on. I rather be in tune with Mother Earth. Of course, there's a creator. One creator I can't. One creators I can prove is my mother and father. Whatever created this realm, I don't know and I can't prove. But I'm sure thankful that I had an opportunity to see it, even though right now in my lifetime, it's fucking effed up. Everything's off balance. Everything's upside down on its head. And nothing's going to change until we do it. I'm not going to stop saying that. People want to sit back and wait. And you know what's crazy? Manly P. all said that in the book, that people I just blew my mind when I was reading the first chapter of that book. He even said in there that people want to wait on God to do everything for them. Wait on this. And I was like, man, when God gave us, or the creators gave us everything we need to do, and yet people still want to sit back and have everything done for them. It's crazy.
Hey, no, there's nothing in this world that guarantees you're gonna live. It's up to fucking you. It's not, listen, they were lied to, they were fucking brainwashed. Okay? It's just the reality of the situation. It's all coming out the box right now. But I'm telling you right now, listen, you can't destroy this. I've been cutting fucking acres of trees down, right? Man, I can't keep up with them. I could take you down there right now. That bitch is overgrown 3 times more than when I cut it down 2 years ago. I'll walk up to a stump that I cut down last fucking year, and off each stump there's a minimum of 3 trees popping from that fucker right now, if not more or twice as much. I just walked around looking at it today.
That's good. I love Mother Earth.
Listen, you can't take it out, bro. I'm telling you. Now, with that being said, these fuckers know that. That metaphorical shit that I was telling you about, the Bible, it's metaphorical, but it's very fucking important. His elect are the ones who care more about others than themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pissed, dude.
But
it's pretty hard.
The hardest lesson to learn is to not put everybody above yourself.
Yes.
Right? Like to learn that actually you have the right to deem, at least in your best judgment, for with no ill will intended and no sense of, unrighteous punishment, you have the right to deem people unworthy.
I've been all over this country doing what I do the right way and fucking, building. And I've built a couple of the biggest facades in this fucking country, and millions of people have eaten off my work. All the way down to Jurassic Park at Universal Studios. And I've had people, what I do is I cater to large groups that come up and ride quads and camp and stuff. And I get access to everything around, and I have a large family presence in the area. So I just stay out in the fucking woods. And when these people come up, I'm floored by what I see. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
The sexual perversion.
Mm-hmm.
And they think it's funny. They think it's okay.
Yep.
And I like boobies. Okay? I'm a guy. I like boobies. But the sexual perversion is just... Yeah.
Well, it is. It's an attack on creation. It's attack on creation. It really is. Like, it's there's more men masturbating to man's fake boobs than there is, and I don't mean that just in an augmented sense of an augmented female. It's summed up in the entire agenda going on right now. And there's just a lot of, there's just a lot of people. Let me just put it to you this way. There's a lot of people that think that, say, women were put in a position, or this is sort of the antithesis of the now, that where women might have been convinced to, sleep with a guy out of pity or empathy or fall for someone. And at the same note, they've got people saying, the friend zone and just all the one-night stands and stuff. But ultimately, how many men have ended up going on dates with women, right, that they've fallen for, who've been coy and shy and pure and righteous, and then it's not till the moment that they've already fallen in love that woman admits she has a dick.
Oh,
I'm just saying, that's where the world is, right? How many of our brothers are married to these women? Like it's not new.
If somebody did that to me, it'd be a fucking issue. I might be in jail.
Right?
Yeah. Well, on the flip side, there's a lot of guys out there that took the bait, I'm sure. Like, and literally in a sense of inclusion and love and not wanting to hurt someone's feelings and, You know, we're way past whatever they're pushing on us now has already happened in the back rooms for a long time, right? And even just say the porn complex, right? The industrial porn complex that's being traded on the stock exchange right now. Like, I'm just going to say the majority of people who are going to go off and show off their bits, okay, are not necessarily biologically born female. You know, and then it's already in the subconscious of men to accept, right? That's why they have this thing, like, you know, different Bibles understand that women can't minister to men or something. Like, there's a different sense of hierarchy that's pushed in some of these things. And it's actually because men, unless you have some sort of sense of women looking up each other's skirts,
you're gonna make me cry.
You know, yeah. But it's an attack on the boys. You see what I'm saying? It's an attack on the boys. Everyone's like, oh, what is a woman? What is a woman? What's happened to our sons that have them want to be mutilating themselves in this sacrificial sense to, you know what I mean? Like, already to the cause before any of it hit our elementary schools, right? So it's attack on creation, you know? Sorry.
Oh, you ain't tell. It's even worse than that. I look at my nephews that are 16, 15, 16 years old, and they got them fucked up physically with pills.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
they treat opposition.
Yeah, and the thing is, I know what these pills are. I know what they do, and I'm trained in it. I'm literally trained by the state of Michigan in the shit, and I fucking know, and I've seen it. I've seen it in his body physique, what it's gonna do down the road. And I'm kind of pissed because I can't say nothing. It's not my child. Even when I say something, nobody wants to hear me. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My cousin was here on the weekend, and he's a trans man. And I don't say anything. I can't.
I don't really personally, to me, when it comes to all that jive, if that's what somebody goes to do and that's what makes them happy, that's what they do. But you don't put it on society.
But what they have done is they've made it so that a teenager goes into the hospital now suicidal. And by the third time, they've deduced that the reason you want to commit suicide is because you're in the wrong body. That's what happened to my cousin. You know, anyways, I don't mean to get too dark. I didn't mean to take it so dark.
No, I just like boobies. I just like boobies, and you're fucking ruining it for me, okay? Listen, do you know how depressing it was for me when I found out Sandra Bullock was a man?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I had a crush on that bitch most of my life, man. Shit.
You get a crush on a dude.
Well, then let me make it a little bit better for you. And let you know that the Catholic Church has been up to no good. I'm going to pick on them just so we're not picking on the Jews. But the Catholic Church has been up to no good for a long time. All of the oligarchy has been, and these, you know, just like they do it to make more female cows come out to produce milk, right? They have the ability to in utero eunuch a child while the mother's pregnant to produce an XY chromosome female. And they've been doing it as far back as Caesar. Okay. They've been doing it as far back as fucking Eve in the cave, actually, in their stories. But what you do is you flood an XY. It's called perfect complete androgen insensitivity syndrome. Right. And when it's perfectly applied, you literally create the longest, leanest, gangliest, most beautiful women of them all. It's Victoria's Secret. So they're actually, just to make you feel better, they're actually born female, most of those women, you know, and they took the birth control pill unbeknownst to them to not get pregnant while they were developing, when in fact it actually made their boobs grow and their bodies form in such a way that they can actually create babies. They have to have donor oocytes. They need their fertility clinics, and they're in every town, and they've been here forever. They may even use the babies from abortions to epigenetically convert their own genetics and carry them, but they can carry a child. Like I can share papers with you. I probably have it in my cut and paste right now.
Yeah, but they don't need that no more. They just opened up factories that grow babies in pods. They can put out, I think it was 30,000 babies a year or 350,000 babies a year. I want to say it's 30,000. Yeah, they can pump out like. No, it's not. It's illegal. That's crazy.
That's why I like to, as much as I remember the 70s, that's why I like to imagine that actually I might have been rolled out at a World Exposition myself. That, 1986, Expo 86, I think. Christos is here.
London,
I think they've already done it.
Sander Bullocks. Bullock.
Sander Bullocks. That's hilarious.
I'm gonna let you guys build for a little while. I gotta go cook some food, but you guys are having a good day, so I'm gonna let y'all do your thing. I'm just gonna back up for a little bit. I gotta cook some food.
Hey man, I dig this channel, man. This is kick, dude.
Okay,
Thank
Charles.
you.
Oh hell
Thank
yeah!
you.
What's up, Chris?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, the Michigander. Did you just recently find his channel?
Yes.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I found him like it's probably been like 6 months almost at this point. Like a half a year ago, I found Charles through a bunch of other channels. It was like a domino effect I had where I started finding channel after channel.
Hold on.
It was weird. It's like I found Bro Sanchez a while back, and then I started finding all these smaller channels through other channels that were associated through him. So it's like this whole, like I said, domino effect, chain reaction I went through of finding different quote unquote like conscious / spiritual or truth communities. All these different labels, which obviously we don't limit ourselves to by boxing ourselves in with definitions, but to identify what types of communities and sub-communities are out here to be found. And there's a lot of gems. There's a lot of hidden gems. I feel like Charles is definitely one of those guys and one of those channels, and we're gonna get a chance to see that shine more once he gets his laptop from the good people that sent it to. I forgot who it was again specifically. AK or someone. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. What's good, London man?
What's up, London man?
Peace. It's cracking.
Hey, London.
Platinum bets.
Your mic is real low, London man.
How we doing? Can you not hear me?
I definitely don't think. I don't think a flood. I don't think a flood is really in this option, man. The area is so dry. Holy cow!
I'm gonna back off because there's only 6. Marcel wants to come up, so I'm gonna let y'all build. And hold on.
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
I guess Charles can just comment in the chat when he wants to come back.
No, he'll take care of it on his end.
You can do that.
I'll hop off right then. He's cooking.
I see.
He's hungry.
I'm always hungry. I share that.
Have you ever been to London?
On the Charles channel forum. It's a screen share shit.
So, what's new, peeps?
Yeah, someone should definitely screen share if they want to. It'd be, if Charles sees this and lets whoever screen shares while he's walking around cooking or whatever. Either way, we got a solid group of people nonetheless. We don't have to have a screen share, but AK suggested that. It's definitely a good idea.
Yeah,
And I don't know who's in the chat. If we got like a couple people in the chat watching, they might appreciate looking at something. But here we are. Hey Marcel, are you? So Mars is Marcel. I feel like I've only just started seeing you in Charles's chat. Have you been around for a while, like under a different name by chance, or?
Just my normal name, Marcel Ploeger. And
Okay.
Mars is a shortcut.
I ran into you at Matrix, right? Matrix Man.
Me?
Yeah. You do the karaoke with Matt, right? And Kimba.
No, I don't think so.
Nope.
I think
It's the other fella.
karaoke? No.
Okay, it's another fella.
You might be thinking of Phil.
Yeah, that's it. He's got the
Amongst
fro.
Us Are Predators, Phil.
Yeah, nope, not him. Yep, you're not him.
Yeah, I think you might be thinking of Phil because I know Phil does karaoke, and I know he said he does it with a little group of people.
Yep, he's pretty cool. She just laughed.
No, I haven't been that long on live conversations on the internet. I had a Telegram channel, but which I still post some stuff up, but it's not that much anymore. It was basically when Rebecca and I were still active on another channel. I used to share stuff as well, but I left that behind me. Still posting stuff I see as truth and build on that. And these conversations help, like-minded people. Really
Yeah,
cool.
one of the biggest things to break that matrix though is you got to stop using that system, and it's really fucking hard to do. You got to understand networking and stuff pretty good. You got to be good at it. I don't know, man. I've managed to situate myself to where I haven't even had to go to a grocery store. I haven't been to a grocery store in over a year.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, I wish I could do that. Still not that far.
That's just it though. That's just it though. In all honesty and reality though, I'm still getting some products from the store, but most of it I'm getting from like fresh from the butcher and stuff like that. I got situations, and all it takes is thinking ahead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you just got to think.
buy like for half a year or a year of meat, something like that.
Yeah. I work with another fella, and he situates everything, and I do all the labor.
Okay. Oh, that's cool.
We just went and picked up a half a cow from the butcher the other day.
Yeah, I talked about that in my family, but they're still not willing to discuss those things further. But yeah, I'm thinking about that stuff, but you cannot do it alone, right?
Yeah, you can. You just gotta, to be honest, you can do quite a few animals in 2 to 4 hours in the morning, and it'll shock you because I got well over 120 animals now, and it only takes me 2 to 3 hours to take care of them really good each day.
Nice. Yeah, that's one of the ways to go for sure.
Yeah,
it's
but
just it's in alignment with all of our DNA, I'd say. In some form.
I'm not producing myself. I'm producing for other people too.
I can't wait to go moose hunting.
You went super quiet. It's really hard to hear you all of a sudden.
Me?
No, the
Michigander.
We couldn't hear him very.
He probably got a phone call.
Your mic is super low, Lonnie man.
Yeah, mic check, everyone. Mic check.
I should be coming in fine. I can hear AK fine. I hear Bex.
You're fine, Chris.
London and Michigander were a little quiet, and Mars is good.
Same.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, that's better.
Still
I
pretty
don't
quiet.
think it's quiet, but I don't think it'll be any problem, honestly, because it's not like there's a lot of sound going on. We should be able to hear each other fine. For now, we'll see. Yeah, man. I'm glad Charles is still alive. This is dope. You know, I Charles was not around for a while, and now he's back. He's doing like the classic, you know, he's doing his reading and stuff at first, but then if there's people there, he just keeps it going. So I can appreciate when people do the long ass streams. You can kind of just like hop in at any point in your day, and then there's people there talking. You can join in.
It is a real gift.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, there was somebody we were talking about that a few days ago about how we should be, you know, just grateful, because I remember when there was no fucking cell phone, a beeper was the big thing, you know.
Oh, pagers.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Fucking in the video game was the size of a fucking microwave. You know what I mean? Now the cell phone does it all, dude.
Yeah, we are getting old.
Yeah.
I'm not getting old. I'm in my prime, dude.
No, but if you look back on the tech, we've been around for a while. You know.
Yep, I was born in the 1900s. I was born in the 1900s, and I'm proud of it.
I think I'm the oldest one here.
You were still born in the 1900s.
Yep.
You know what? We might even have to restart. We might have to start rephrasing that, because I mean, as the age goes up, our mind still goes like a baby, right? So it's not like we're getting any older. We're just referring back to baby mode, and then we die off.
You start with a diaper, you end with a diaper.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm pretty impressed. I'm impressed with my own maturation over the last couple of years. I was on a steep learning curve to begin with, but I guess it would be the last 3 years, you know? But like from the point of being red pilled, you know, it all made sense. I was like, holy fuck, you know?
Dude, they locked the whole fucking world down in less than 24 hours.
Yeah.
Less than 24 hours, everybody was sucking ass. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. What a gift. I think it's a gift. Right? It's easy. And even now that they've taken all this stuff, like half the people, I see people at work, they just spew their nonsense in my face. And I'm like thinking to myself, I don't watch those TikTok videos. Right? I watch people who criticize. You know, some people try to be like, oh yeah, I went to the boss. I flipped their own script on their own head. I said, you know what? We've learned a lot about censorship in the last couple of years. And as much as I'm an advocate of free speech, right, considering what's being freely spoken around here, can we have Facebook level censorship about what should and shouldn't be spoken to the nth degree? You know what I'm saying? I'm not running here touting my shit around here, and yet everybody else here feels like they can be right to tell me, you know, I said something was retarded, and everyone's like, oh my God, you can't say that. You know, and I was just like, oh my gosh, this really is retarded, you know? But for real, like you have to, I don't know. It's like, I'm just happy to be able to see. It just gets easier and easier the more defensive they get, you know? I mean, who not to waste my time on? I'm not saying I'm shutting people out and you know, and deeming them like unworthy, blah, 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 blah of my time, but definitely, you know, not interested in spending any more than my workday. And even at my workday, if we're not talking about plates or cutlery or fucking flatware, or that's what I already said, you know, stemware, whatever it is that we rent, chairs, tables, whatever, I don't really want to talk to you, you know? Because people are just spewing their nonsense anyway, you know, and they don't want to hear what I have to say. If they knew what I thought, they wouldn't want to work with me, you know?
See, now I don't feel so bad for being an orange fucker in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a gift when you can separate the bullshit from the profound.
Mm-hmm.
It's,
And you call him on it. You just say absurd things like, "Oh, you think that's okay? You think you think it's you're all cool and you're saving someone from their suicide if if somebody wants to come in the back, some man wants to come work beside me and one day he wants to identify as a man and the next day he's calling me sexist because he has makeup on and I ask him to use a dolly? It's fucking bullshit." Right? And for me, I call a spade a spade. I'm like, you want me to show up next week with a packing a fake phallus so much I can't bend my leg in my tight fucking girl pants, calling myself a man, touting my Trump 2024 MAGA hat? Can I do that? And wear a rainbow t-shirt saying science is gay. How do you feel about that?
Do you know
like it's a fucking job. Anyway, sorry.
You're making a good point.
The
sounds like a comedy in the making.
The first thing I thought when I seen that red MAGA hat was, you dumb motherfuckers, why would you put a target on top of your head?
Yeah. I'm so neurodivergent. I was like somewhere 6 or 7 years ago, I was dating a guy. I don't know how long Trump was in, but he had a MAGA hat and I didn't even know what it was and everybody else did. And I went to comedy in a MAGA hat and I didn't even know what it was. Everybody played me that day. Anyways, I see patterns after the fact sometimes. I don't pay attention.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
I never thought about the red, though.
I thought it was a band. Sorry, Christos.
Spelling is very important. And they've manipulated the words. That mega word is very important.
Yeah. That's why I think that I had to clarify the other day. I got challenged on the whole, it's contract for them to truth drop. No. What it is that in order to feed their bullshit to our clairvoyant child self, they had to dip it in a thread of truth so that we would believe them. And they still do it to this day, or else we would have seen through their shit a long time ago. That's what I think. If they don't have to, well, they kind of have to in order to feed you the bullshit. Right?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Such a gift, though.
It's amazing. It's amazing time. I mean, like I said, we can chat with 15, 20, 100 people from multiple countries.
Yeah.
It is pretty amazing.
Yeah, we've turned the one thing that they tried to use against us into something that we use against them. By just talking and conversating.
Yeah, but like Elon Musk said, you have freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom of reach. I was like, damn, dude. Yeah, he just flat said that they're just cutting people's signal. It's like, you have freedom of speech, you just don't have freedom of reach. I was like, dude.
Yeah, but even him, I don't trust.
Yeah, they love to be the ones that dole us out just a little piece of the pie. They're like, here's a piece of it.
All right, I got a ride coming to take care of some farm stuff. I'm gonna be busy for a couple hours. I'll try to come back.
We'll see you again soon, Dan.
Yeah,
Next time you're gonna have to really bring that cock and show it to us. It's a rooster joke. It's a rooster joke.
That's funny shit, though, dude. Did you see that fucker? It's a beautiful white cock. I mean, just spot on. Just spot on, bro. You guys have a good one. I'll try to be back. I'll try to be back. I gotta go fill a water tank for my animals. I got animals to feed, so it's important.
I understand.
Cool. Bye for now. Much love.
Later, bro.
Wow. 150 animals, did he say that?
Yeah.
Wow.
So what you guys been up to? Where you been, Christos? What's new? London man?
I got off of work earlier and I ran a bunch of errands. I got my vehicle back. I'm in a blessed position right now, and I'm just gonna go do DoorDashes later tonight. And then I'm just gonna hang out with y'all while I'm moving around the house, and getting in a flow state. Yeah.
Nice.
Got your car back, Ty.
Oh yeah. It's good, dude.
And you,
Very nice.
and you, London, what's new?
Yo, sorry, did someone call my name?
Yeah, I was just saying, what's new with you?
Oh, everything, man.
Everything?
Lots of things.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a new day, lots new information. You know, lots of things really. New challenges. Yeah, lots of things.
Glad to hear it.
Illumitomy was a good investment. I think some other people see it as well. You know, just like how Benton lets him come over, and there's some funny moments and some epic moments over there. There's a dynamic that can work with different characters out here. And once you start doing the holy social weirdo experiment stuff, and then just letting Tommy come through for builds outside of those videos and that vibe, I think it's yielding value 100%. We're seeing it. And then Illumitommy's doing his thing now with creating content, which is just funny because that was like never his original plan. But you know, he's been out here in all these different panels for so long. It's like a metaphor would be pulling back the drawstring on a bow and arrow, and it's like dude's been pulling back, ready to just fire, and finally he's released. Boom! I think he's gonna fucking come in. He's gonna hit the ground running. Is what I'm trying to say. And I can already tell he's bringing the heat with these videos and Spurg news. So I'm excited, man, just in general for, you know, the content that's coming from all angles. I see Yurt's doing his morning show now, and I think giving a very well done, in good taste, kind of eloquent, intellectual musings for the morning. Yeah, man. Yeah. Anyway.
I love that. Who's the last person you mentioned?
In the Thought Experiment, Yurt, he's known by, or Austin.
Cool. I'll check it out.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Christos. There's a lot of different, excuse me, a lot of different, you know, content creators doing bits and bobs. So it's different formulas. So everyone's got, you know, different avenues, so to speak. And what's his name? Tommy, he's starting to do his own. Pardon? Hello?
Video. I didn't make a new video myself. I got some really cool footage that I didn't make into a video. Yeah, should do that soon. Just never had time.
Yeah, with Tommy as well. I like the way how Tommy's doing his own thing now. He definitely is making a lot of noise. It's a little noise at the moment, but it will get bigger if he continues and understand what he's doing. Because you know, I wouldn't say negativity sells, but you know the ups and downs kind of sells. You know,
yeah,
he's full of that at the moment, ups and downs. So people like that about him, and he brings something different, definitely. As far as him over at my place, yeah, you're right. The social weirdo experiment was definitely something groundbreaking for the both of us, you know, because it kind of inspired him to pull his finger out and do some work. And,
right.
You know, and it kind of inspired me to let me know that, you know, if I do want to continue doing things like that, I can, but that's not where my heart is. My heart's in the synchronization and showing things that I'm coming across. That's where my heart is really. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to find the perfect formula to have him just sitting down and paying attention and adding value, because he's always on war mode, especially when, you know, people in the chat room is throwing their little 2 cents in and this and that. And it's not where I want to head. To be honest with you, I'm
Understandable.
Yeah, I'm not trying to host a panel like that. It slows me down, and I've got people actually watching, hitting me up saying they want to join, but you know, for reasons that we all know. So yeah, I've kind of you know, said this is it. It's just going to be the teachings, none of that up and down shit anymore. That's a bit. It's not me.
Okay, yeah.
Not me. Not me.
I wasn't sure if that move had been made because I'll be honest, I hadn't paid close enough attention. I think to your last stream that you did on Friday, but I did kind of. I think I caught up. I caught some of that energy that you're talking about there, and I think it's understandable. Yeah, respectfully. Yep, I know what you mean and where you're coming from. I understand your rationale. Yeah. Especially if you have people that are like in your community audience network that you know you respect their opinion and their input, and you got multiple of them coming to you with something, you know, definitely, yeah, take note, act accordingly, you know, in respective to the people that support you and have been riding with you, especially for a prolonged amount of time.
Exactly. I
No,
mean,
I
I
agree
do
with that.
understand what the people are saying, so I take heed to what the people are saying.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's good because it's like you acted as a catalyst, and it's like now he can go ride in his lane if he, you know, and do what he's gonna do with this like news show thing. If he actually is gonna like go through and start putting stuff out as a channel, it's like you did your part, and now he can take off on his own doing his thing because you acted as a catalyst and facilitated him for the time being and have fun with the community in general.
Yeah.
And doing those little short videos for sure. So it was like valuable and like, you know, it served its purpose within that time frame. And then boom, you know, we're all on to the next thing, shifting accordingly into our own respective positions.
Definitely. Yeah.
I learned a lot. I've learned a lot in the last month or longer from all of that. And I'm grateful. Is that you, Marcel? Are you the quiet one now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't sure. I heard someone talking, but I couldn't hear them.
Like
yeah,
a lot of things happened in the communities.
Keep
I
going,
think it's
Bex.
good. I think it's good for a content creator to not immediately listen to the people that might be shouting, "Hey, why not this guy?" or whatever. You know, it's important to be yourself, and I think it's important to extend your that level of inclusivity without sounding too metaphoric. It's too you know, not to use a too catchy word or whatever. Like, but it was. I respect you enough to have stayed and listened and made a friend, you know, of someone who has a very, very different outlook on the world. It's like made me want to like meet Triple R and have a debate, right? Let's have the great porn debate between Illumitami and Rebecca. Like, let's have some conversations. Let's try to, you know, I don't want to debate round earth and flat earth because I never did anything to discern to do anything to preach anything to anyone. You know what I mean? But I can see that Tommy's done his legwork to back. He's done his you know, he believed his science and what he's done and researched over and above a grade 9 education of physics, which I never have. So you know, I still believe the shape to be not what they've told us, but it forced me to look at it all in a way, in a whole way differently, how it could all hold true or how I could be wrong, you know? And yeah, I appreciate, I think a lot of good has come from it. And I think sometimes
You guys talked about Sasquatch
I think
yet?
sometimes we've been. Pardon? Pardon, AK?
Y'all talked about Sasquatch yet? Were you talking to anybody about?
We could talk about Sasquatch. We haven't.
He's real.
Yeah, my mom knew of Sasquatch where she grew up. It was pretty much a given. They saw big footprints.
Yeah.
That's in the.
I've encountered them. It's real.
Cool. Are they the same as a
So
Yeti?
So are there's also satyrs on the planet. They're real, and so is
What did
they
you
got
say?
hooves for feet. Satyrs.
Satyrs, yeah.
Yeah, satyrs. Yeah, they're real.
Yeah, well, I don't know what they are. What are those?
That's a half man, half deer.
There was a half like goat demon thing.
Yeah, you mean
It's called satyr.
genetically or
They're real too.
Oh.
And so is
a
the
real
little people.
species?
They call them the little people up here. They're like little 3 to 4 foot tall. Basically like super
centaurs,
native.
you mean?
Magical
Centaurs,
ones,
we call them centaurs.
No, satyrs.
Satyrs, yeah.
Not centaur. Satyr. They're real. There was one spotted in Kotzebue in the 80s. Like at a bar.
What about in the 80s?
There was one spotted in a bar in Kotzebue in the 80s.
I think I heard about that.
This is told to me by
in a bar? Did you say in a bar? Drinking a beer?
Yeah.
I remember you talking about
the whole
that.
night, and then when the time yeah, you remember that shit? Well, Uncle Ray told us
crazy,
about
bro.
that. Did he say that was
I
live?
remember that night you
Did he
told
say
me
live?
about that shit.
Yeah,
he was talking about that on a live.
Yeah, satyrs are real. Definitely they're real, man. The way Uncle Raymond said it, it's just it wasn't bullshit. Yep.
You could actually quite easily hide that half of your body in clothing, couldn't you? So they don't have four legs and two
But they seen the
arms,
hooves.
right?
That's why you got it. People seen his hooves.
You just need proper prosthetic shoes to pass, no?
Yeah, but you went in there. There was someone that was sober that wasn't drunk that seen him going to the bar in Kotzebue, seen the satyr going to the bar, and then went into the bar and witnessed it buying drinks the whole night for the entire bar. And then whenever the end of the night, whenever the barkeep lady was going to close up and everything, and everybody left. Well, she went to go open the till, and there was no money, and it was the satyr that was giving her money all night. She went to open the till, there's no money, and then when she went to go look at the receipt, and it's old paper receipt style, all right, it's not digital. All the paper roll on the floor of the receipt, because she just kept bringing it up on one roll of paper. It's like I keep bringing it up because the satyr was bringing it up, so she just kept adding to the one receipt on one tab in your machine. That's all she had to do. Well, when she went to go look at it, there's no ink on it anymore.
What?
It's all gone. Like piece of paper.
Wow.
Whole roll. And then it was like 3 or 4 years after that. My Uncle Raymond said that when that bar burned down, and whenever that bar burned down, that they heard the scream of like a screaming goat inside of it. So something killed it up there. Something knew what it was. Somebody that was religious or something. I don't know.
Wow.
It's a trip.
Oh, fuck.
That's in Kotzebue, Alaska, way up north. It's a small town where some kind of creature like that can get away with that. Or like, who's gonna believe a native from Kotzebue, Alaska, about some crazy satyr story going to a bar?
That's
it's a perfect place for it to go play and intermingle with humans and be evil and
Well, exactly. It's these types of things happen like within
You know?
small villages or small towns, especially
Yeah,
like in
yeah.
folklore and
Well,
mythology.
the natives, you know how the natives believe, Chris. It was about Bigfoot and the gnomes and shit. They also believe in a giant eagle. Like, there's a spirit eagle. It's a giant, fucking like
Oh wow,
Lord of the
yeah.
Rings movie. How big the birds
Yeah,
are
yeah,
eagle.
like in the movie, how
It's
they're
that
like
big.
literally on the back of an
It's an
eagle,
eagle that big.
or like
It's supposed to be a
Gandalf
spirit
was.
up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that thing's supposed to be real, dude. It's like the natives
Yeah.
believe in that shit, bro. It's like one of their fucking like
Hey, what
deities.
what natives believe in that? Tell me which ones are they? I need to know this info because I've come
A lot of
across
them. I can't specify.
Okay.
I can't
You're talking
specify
about like
specifically, bro. But
you're
a
talking
lot of
about
them do.
North
The
American.
natives in Alaska.
Yeah, North American.
One's in
Native American. Yeah, Native
Alaska
North
is
American.
where that I know of. I can't specify anywhere else in other Indians, but I'm sure there's other tribes all over the world that believe in that same deity.
Well, South America. Check it
It's a
out.
spirit
Well,
bird.
check it
It's a
out.
great spirit bird.
Well,
It's a giant
South
eagle.
America. South America is all about the serpent. I
They
never
got
actually
symbols like
thought
that too,
about
alright.
this. And South America is about the serpent,
Yeah.
and then North America is about the eagle. And it makes sense because the eagle flies, so the eagle would be above the serpent. And there it is, serpent versus the eagle. It's happening within the Americas, with the northern and the southern, because it's Quetzalcoatl and the feathered
South America,
serpent, the
they
winged
got
serpent, going on in the South Americas, and in North America, there's
they
definitely
believe in a
eagle
bird too,
and
though.
condor. The spirits of the fucking eagle. That's just
They call
powerful, bro. I mean, that makes so much sense now that I put it in that like dichotomy.
Yeah, like you said, Christus.
That's how me and Max had something coming for part 7 on that. So yeah, it's something along those lines, Christos. But yeah, that is how it goes.
Yeah, and all the stories
Amazing.
have meaning, right? All the fairy tales and myths and all that.
Yeah.
They have a core of truth in it, and I always believed that as a child, and I still do. And
Well, that's a
because,
piece of like religion that's like not in a book, right? It's just in a culture.
yeah,
What do you guys
why
building on?
would they
It's not
tell
in
all
a book
those stories
anywhere.
year on end? Years and years. It has truth
Forever,
in it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
What they have is
even
a storyteller, bro. So the natives have a storyteller in each village. And the storyteller is literally their library.
Yeah.
Okay? So you can understand and tell the work involved in having to pass on from person to person, having a librarian that is the library.
Yeah.
For the culture. That's literally how they are. Yeah. It's wild, man. Think about that. They literally
the
have
most
a
important
fucking,
things are in the
like,
story.
a sacred person in their community. The most important person in their community is their library. So they're literally like the wise old women or men that's the librarians, and they're also like their priests, basically. Think about it. That's where they go to learn about the ancestors, the spirits, and all that shit. They're the library. It's passed down in stories. It's literally a compendium of ancestral knowledge and events in narrative form. And then they have to pass it on to another. Whenever they get old, they gotta find a new person to put all that knowledge in their head. So they gotta find it. And that's how they do it.
Yeah.
Chris, you missed a good reading today.
Sages. Literally, each village has a sage. Isn't that amazing? Think about that. Each village has a sage.
See, but you know what? Even it's crazy, right? Because even when I think about the libraries and the way it's been presented, and then I think about oracle store, oral stories that's been passed down through, I don't know, whether it's tribes or families, whatever. Like it makes me think sometimes, was libraries even a hoax? Who actually made the library? Who how would you call it? Phrased the first library, or like made the first library and all
Who
that
owns
shit.
the libraries?
Pattern the
The real
library.
ones, you know.
Yeah, like what was even the first library? Because
Is history
even
fucking real?
exactly, like some of these books have to even be questioned, even the whole narrative, even down to the globe, right? When we look at the globe and where the continents are and
Right.
what they
Yeah,
really
exactly,
hold
bro.
on, what they really are, right?
Yeah.
Because even when we look at it, we know we see what
Mhm.
we see, right? But keep in mind, it's all digital, it's all CGI, right? But they're telling us we live there. If I say to Christos, look,
Yeah.
Christos, I live here in London, I've got to spin that globe to London. I've got to use their globe and say, Christos, I live here, right? I'm using their globe and saying, Christos, I live here, knowing that it's all a big illusion or could be fake. But I'm still using that globe to say, Christos, look,
Yeah.
I live here. You see where I'm going with it, right? So I'm saying now, the Chinese folks, they exposed something to me the other day, and it looked like it was the real realm that we live in, not the globe shit that they show us. It looked like the real realm.
Who did the Chinese what? London man.
The Chinese folks, the Chinese people.
Oh, the Chinese NASA people.
Mm.
The Chinese NASA people, yeah.
No, because you gotta explain to Marcel how you I don't think Marcel knows how you the moon and stuff, the crater that we live in. You ever watch his stuff on Marcel London Man's?
Yeah, I watched it in the past. I watched quite a few. Only the last few episodes I missed, like the 3 or 4.
I think
London Man, he'll explain it to you.
no, I was gonna say I think he's up to date with the series, but as the streams go, he probably missed one or two like everybody else, you know. But I think he's up to date with the 6 part. I could be wrong, but I'm quite
Well,
sure he
I
is.
think I missed the part of the Chinese NASA guys, but
No, see, no, you haven't missed nothing. You haven't missed that. I haven't even showed it yet, so you're up to date.
okay.
No, I only said that because London Man said one time that some of the footage he thinks they're showing the truth and people think it's a lie, or they like change the footage. Right, that's what you said, London Man. Like they
Hey guys, I gotta
Yeah,
go mobile, so I'm gonna get off here. I just had a phone call. I gotta go do some work real fast. It's emergency.
all right, peace,
All
AJ.
right, AJ, man.
Much love.
Much love to
One
you.
love,
Everybody, Charles, I
man.
got
Peace.
emergency, bro. I gotta hop up right now. Later, guys. Much love.
Peace
Bye
out.
for now.
Bye bye.
See you,
Hey,
mate.
Charles. Yeah, peace,
All
guys.
right,
Sorry, I
AJ,
just gotta
peace.
hop up. Just got a phone call. It's important. Later, guys. Later, Christmas. I'll be listening on my phone though, so I'll still be listening, guys. So I'll still be here, but not at the panel. Later, guys.
Peace.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go back and listen, Charles. I'll
Yeah,
go back and
I
listen
picked.
tomorrow or at some point to some of what you read.
You said you had that book, right? That's why I picked it up. I wanted to read it. You said you were reading it.
I don't feel like I ever said I was reading it. Actually, I might have been
No.
listening to Caged Reality do an audio book on it, but
I
I
thought
don't
you
think
said you were reading Manly P. Hall. Oh well, but it's still.
I think I have a couple of his books possibly in my library, my little library, but yeah, no, I haven't read any of his things recently. I've only heard people talking about it, or I've heard some pieces of audio readings, and definitely something I'm interested in because I've listened to his lectures. That's primarily how I know about him or stuff from him. But I haven't read any of his books for real. I've only heard bits and pieces of audiobooks other people are streaming. But yeah, man, I really resonate with a lot of his stuff, dude. Because there's so many different ways you could define it for what it is, but ultimately it's just that esoteric knowledge, man. It goes beyond. It breaks barriers. It hits home, man. When it comes to truth, You're also stepping outside the box, bro. So I don't want to try to word salad. But I'm gonna hop on my phone here, so I'll still be with y'all. But Charles, I'm gonna hop on my phone, get off my computer here. I'm gonna be in my car, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's important. Out of the box thinking. Huh? It's crucial to escape and see what's really out there. Information-wise.
Because I always wonder, like, when NASA needs helium, because they're the #1 consumer of helium. And their satellites are definitely called, they're on balloons. They call them balloons or something like that. Satelloons, that's what they call them. And I always wonder, like, how do these people stare at them? Like, you know the balloon they just recently seen that they said it was China's? That was NASA's rogue balloon. And they didn't want people to shoot it down to probably get the footage. Or B, because I've seen footage of that balloon and it had a camera on it, unless that was fake footage. But either way, the government could have did that to blame China, because you know how they problem, reaction, solution strategy they got. But I think, you know, London Man could be onto something with they definitely are.
Oh yeah, it's
probably
definitely a
sending
war on
men.
information. It's definitely a war on information. Yeah.
We could be living in a bomb crater that went off with the war with the giants in the heavens. When they say the heavens, they mean because they were fighting in the skies. But you know, this whole realm could have been under some serious bombs that went off and annihilated a lot of shit. Because I posted footage today, pictures I found. Like I said, it shows in the 1800s, all these pyramids and mounds in Mexico and India and all over were under dirt and trees were growing on them. And you know how long that takes for shit like that to cover up. I mean, it looks like people were absent for a good 100 years, maybe more. So, who knows, you know? I know one thing. Most of his history is just that. His story.
And what I think that those satelloons that have been taken down, let's call it that, I think they are having difficulty containing their lies, and that people are realizing that things are not the way they're supposed to be, and
yeah,
that that they are taking down things one by one.
Yeah, someone could have sent that balloon up for all we know, because they want to see outside this. Excuse me. If you look at the flight paths, like I said earlier, nobody went past a certain parallel. So, you know, people want to know what the hell they're hiding. Why can't we go past a certain parallel? Why is the government turning people around or shoot you on sight? You know, is there more people outside of our realm? You know, what are they hiding? People want to know, man. They're tired of the bullshit.
Yeah.
They're caught. They're caught.
Yeah, and when the people reach that critical mass, things will change rapidly because they cannot contain it anymore. It's just overflow of information we will get.
Yeah, they knew this was gonna happen. Maybe they're the ones that set it off. Maybe they're the ones that let the information get out because they want it to happen. So then they could just hit the reset button. Bing! They'll go underground and annihilate everyone and start over and regenetically create. I mean, Beck said, and Puma. Beck said they're creating babies in the labs. So if they're that far, who's to say this is something old? You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be something newly created. They could have been had this technology.
Yeah.
All they need is an artificial womb. Who's scraping the couch like that?
Yeah, which they have, as I understood it correctly, that they had a factory where they produce babies in a pot. So they already have the gear, basically, to go down under the ground again and start a reset. But I think this time they will not succeed. If too many people know, it's over, you know.
I think the resets are always happening. I think they happen with all these false flag events that look real, like even this flood in Russia, the war in Ukraine,
soul destruction.
Yeah, but that's also caused to move people places.
Mm-hmm.
And clear out that place and leave it for a while, or let it slowly die. And then, anyways, I think the land expands. I think some of the places we see that are desolate because they're the land of yesterday or the land of tomorrow that have nobody in them. Partly because we're in some sort of temporal game here that has to do with life and death, and partly because a fuck of a lot of people have died since we started playing that game. And a lot more than the 8 billion that we have here, you know, and en masse, in masses. And I don't even believe in death. So I do believe they are in the lands outside these lands. And that's why they guard us from them, because we would walk right up. We wouldn't even recognize some of them because they wouldn't even look like our grandma, because we never knew our grandma when she looked like 26 or whatever, you know? So, but I do think it's way more supernatural and metaphysical than, you know, I can explain on a stream. I can try though, not now, but I do think there is something to, we always think that I think God Give Lamps, they did a film on it at one point, talked about 3 different sort of the idea of the land below us being from a different time, you know, and not just in our past, but literally that as we are here now, that land below us is kind of changing and evolving from a different time period. I don't, you know, like that it's literally a different flow of, I don't know. I think he also did one where he was showing, it's either him or Vibes of Cosmos that did one where he was showing that the moon is actually a reflection 3 times over or something like that. So I don't know. I think it's not so linear. I don't think time's always been linear. It's kind of like when Max points out that, you know, dragons might not have had the same, or we might not have had the same genitals in the past or whatever. You know, I don't mean to, you know, to bring it to that, but it is sort of just like questioning if things have always been sequential. You know, just because we see things sequentially now, was it always that way?
You know, God given himself, he's definitely been on the right path to getting the right answers to this realm.
Mm.
He definitely inspired me to some degree. My work it has featured some of his work in the past. Not lately, because when I have seen his work, I don't think it's hitting how it used to on his original stuff. It's kind of losing me to some degree. It's more narrating and trying to be funny instead of showing me more Crater Earth stuff and stuff that ties in with Crater Earth. So it's kind of lost me to a degree, but at the same time, I still value his old stuff, because every time I go over and look at his old stuff again, I do come across little gems that I've missed.
Yeah. Does he do some NASA footage? showing some of the truth? He does, right?
Yeah, he showed a few NASA footage. One or two, yeah.
And so I think UAP may also. I know he criticizes the maybe UAP just criticizes the. He might just show you where it's not real. But I think, yeah, I'd have to go back and check.
Yeah, and I mean, even with their, you know, let's say not real stuff, their CGI stuff, I look beyond that because when they present their quote unquote CGI stuff, keep in mind this will be NASA showing me something, right? When I have a look at the Russian space agency or China, they're showing me the same thing with just a different hue or a different pattern sometimes. So I'm like, if all three of these people are showing me this thing, it must be of some value in it. You understand? So, and it's keeping in mind these people that present these things. I know they have the top people working for them that can edit out stuff or put stuff in. Especially when we
Exactly.
watch these Hollywood movies, they can put stuff in and take stuff out. So it's just on the same level. It's all one umbrella at the end of the day that's working to, lead us the wrong way. So when I look at these stuff they present with the CGI, I look at it with an open minded. I don't just say, "Oh, that's CGI, get out of it." I've stopped doing them things now. I look at it very carefully before I dismiss it.
Yeah. Good
Yeah,
point.
that's yeah, exactly. You can't see what's real and what's fake anymore. They have like programs. If you see a table with two coffee cups on it, they can like make those two coffee cups disappear.
I
Yeah,
see it.
Yeah, those programs exist. So you cannot even you're looking at something and basically you're looking like a total different scenario than they presenting you.
yeah. But it's still
Well,
the
and they
picture
are.
you've been looking for. But it's still, sorry,
Yeah.
Bex, but it's still the picture you've been looking for, but just presented different. You got it, Bex.
Yeah. And they are taking a picture of something.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
if all you have is the filtered and edited version, you're still going to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because, like I was saying earlier, there has to be a thread of truth in something, not to gain our consent. Well, it is sort of on a subconscious level because we wouldn't believe it otherwise. The masses, yeah, it's just it's the way we would be programmed to find truth, right?
Yeah.
Or else we would just believe everything all the time.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
almost like the boy who cried wolf, right? Because he's been crying wolf for so long, you don't believe it, right? But knowing full well there's wolves out there, but just because he's cried wolf for so many years, you're like, nah. But there's wolves out there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they used to say seeing is believing, but now seeing is not really what you're seeing,
Who's back here? Christos, my bad, Chris. I was making my chicken sandwich. I fried up some chicken old school
Alright.
style with flour,
That sounds good.
some organic chicken.
Nice.
Word. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome back.
You might want to turn your hazards off or you're indicating. But yeah, that's how I feel about CGI and these things. I have to be open minded. If for me to be open minded, I have to do these things. Otherwise, I'm not open minded. Even the globe, I'm open minded to that now. But I look at things in a completely different perspective.
Yeah, question everything.
They could take the realm and wrap it on a globe to deceive people.
Think about it this way too. You could have a flat plane. Okay, we're just going to call it flat for right now. A flat plane made of hexagonal tiles that are interconnected, right? Like that little Chinese finger snake toy you used to play that you had to pull apart a little bit to get it to bend.
The finger trap.
Yeah, finger trap kind of thing. But these things are flat, but they're connected in such a way that you could actually put, well, you could actually, if it had corners, okay, if it had corners, it could actually just fold and cut the perfect size, right? Because you wouldn't have any half tiles. It could actually fold itself round. You know, like exactly like if you evenly cut a soccer ball up, you could make a flat square, you know, with its little 6-sided or 3-sided pieces missing on the edges, right? So technically there is a way that something flat can be round and be completely spherical, you know?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Because
You know?
I think I see what you're saying. So you're saying if it was on a macro level, where the bits would meet up, that's where angles would meet, right?
Yeah, so if you're looking, you're looking at, you're basically looking at a whole bunch of, not stop sayings because they're saying, you know, look at okay, you could take a piece of beeswax and properly carve it out so it was a perfect square that when you now folded it like back on itself, it would actually turn into a soccer ball.
Yeah, I think I get the gist of what you're saying. Yeah, I think I get the gist.
You know?
That's
And
a
it could be
macro was coming to it.
Yeah. It could be triangular. They doesn't have to be hexagonal. I was just picking on the hexagonal because it's easier to make a checkerboard out of, for instance.
Definitely not on the ball of any sort. This is my thing.
Pardon me?
I said we're definitely not on a ball of any sort.
You know what you're saying about the angles / angels, information, messengers. It could be that the structure, let's call it a structure, plane, whatever, has certain information that we still don't know, and that's why we lost contact with angles / angels, information.
Yeah, angle does sound like angel a lot. All you do is flip that E around.
Yeah, and looking at things different is like looking at it at a different angle. That's why you have to keep all options open to find out stuff, I think.
I've always seen an infinitely continuous plane in my mind's eye. You know, I never ever saw it to be round. I'm not saying that in some sort of grown up better than way, but I won math competitions at the university level when I was in elementary school. My math brain, at least when I was young, worked very, very well. And a lot of physics made no sense to me. And I, eventually dismissed it, even though I already knew that their physics and math around the shape of the realm was just absurd. And then they juxtaposed heliocentric and geocentric, and to me that was just like, that's just flipping X to Y equals X. That's nothing to do with flat and round Earth, right? So it's like I'm with Chuck on the, like, it ain't a globe, but I am with there's something that they've trapped us into, or something, something in that narrative that has to do with the prison then that people claim we're in, that I think is pertinent to not dismiss the entire narrative. It definitely helped me be suspicious of everything, to be so convinced that and so scared. I didn't know people were on the internet. I just found them 3 years ago that there were flat earthers. I Googled like flat earth, like scared someone was going to find me and come and get me like 15 years beforehand, you know, like I didn't even know this community existed. Like I said, I didn't know what a mega hat was until a few years ago either, you know, like I'm neurodivergent. I don't, you guys put up with me a lot. It doesn't show as often, but
I have to
pretty
agree.
daft for
I
a
never
bright
thought
girl.
it was round. I never thought the Earth was round. I have to agree with that.
But what if there is a flat realm that we're in? And what if some of the things that we see when we look out, and even with my this sort of like the replication of the realm allows us to see things that are actually from the past in the now in such a way that what if some people were brought here in the eye of a bird, or like what if there's some aspect to it that is like that can hold true, just like being I don't know, I feel like there's a lot to what we believe has to do with what we perceive, and once we see it you can't really unsee it, and then you try and fit it all in the same framework, and it's I don't know, I just feel like there's something to that, right? That there's millions of stories that bring us here, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, I try to look at it this way. It's my way. I'm not always. I'm trying to look more inwards, instead of always outwards. And I think you can find a lot of stuff inside yourself, information that you really didn't know that was there. Like,
I agree with that.
and when you understand yourself better, you will also understand the outside world better.
Exactly. That's you took the words right out of my mouth, Marcel, because that's where I believe the secret is inside. The universe is in the eye.
Yeah.
Or at least to my understanding, especially with all the symbols that are pointing towards it, with the theory that I've been looking into, that we could be existing in the eye, especially when they speak about the domes above. It's all there. It all corresponds with the eye, with the cornea, the pupil, and the lens, and the iris, and everything, so on and so forth. Whether it's the eye of a man or a beast or something, but there's similarities there pointing to an eye. So I'm thinking, the when they say everything's within, it's like, are they talking about ourselves and all these things? Everything that makes us up, is that the future? The future is inside of us, basically, like residing in us. The future is residing inside of us, on all levels, whether it's sperm or parasites, doing their thing.
Yeah. The war within.
The war within.
Did you hear the reading earlier, London Man, that I read? It was talking about micro and macro and the human body, and it's talking about the spine, Jacob's ladder. It was talking about the micro, macro, and how the Bible, the stories in the Bible, excuse me, are explaining the human body. And when it talks about like God's throne or yeah, and like and it talked about the tree of life and the eyeball, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you would
Something about
find it
the eyeball.
fascinating.
Did you see my build the other day when I was showing the tree of life?
Yeah.
Yep.
With the serpent and the raptor out. Oh, you saw it? Okay.
Mhm.
What did you think about that? Do you see any resemblance in that?
For sure. Yeah, it looks straight up like an eye. Some of those photos.
I'm talking about the serpent going around eating itself. Did you see that part
The
where it shows?
Ouroboros.
Yeah. Did you catch that, Chuck? With the tree growing
Yeah.
inside of it.
Yep. I have that picture. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But did you see the one I presented?
It was in the last live that you just had.
No, not just the last one.
I'm
I
sure I was
probably
there. I'm
did.
sure I've seen the photos.
Me too. I was there, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it because I know what picture
Do you
you're
want to?
talking about.
Do you want to
You could
refresh
share
our
your
memory?
screen if you want to show it.
Yeah.
It's up to you if you have time.
Is that the one where you were talking about where it said that they made the their shelter or whatever out of the eye? Was it eyebrows of something?
Oh yeah, I heard that.
The Nordic story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Odin story. It wasn't that, but I think that has something to do with the build, but it wasn't that itself. Hold on, let me get it
I
for
want to
you.
see the picture now. I have it, but you might have a different one than what I have. There's a ton of different Ouroboros pictures. And my favorite one is the one with the tree in the middle, because I'm into that tree of life and just like those maps I found with those Titan trees in it. I can't find them again. Yeah, that would be crazy. Like, you ever see
You got that,
Bex
yeah?
and huh?
Screen share.
All right. You ever see Bex and Marcel the Hennessy commercial when he goes
That's
up?
beautiful. That was
Oh yeah,
beautiful.
I got this one. I got this one on my symbol.
Yeah.
That Soama made me.
Can you see the screen? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you talking about the snake going around the trunk?
The snake and everything, just the whole everything in its whole completeness. The snake, the tree, the dome, the eye, everything. Just take it all
It
in.
does look like an eye. If you would flip it, and like if we were able to flip it towards us, it does look like an eye, man. Oh shit.
This right.
Damn, where'd you get that? That's a dope picture.
It's beautiful.
That looks like Asgard with the rainbow bridge. And the dragon is
the sea serpent.
Yeah. Well, the dragon's representing, I think, the like the force field to the firmament. What is that called? The I always mess that up. Man.
And you know the seas surrounding it, the serpent. If it is an eye, aren't they always saying you can drown in their eyes?
Okay, yeah.
The
I
deep
heard him say
seas
that.
with the serpent, so you can do good and evil. It's in the eye.
The eyes are the windows
like
to the
that.
soul.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
Beautiful picture.
Getting lost in someone's eyes. You get lost in someone's eyes.
Drowning in
I've
someone's eyes.
heard that one too.
Right now, look, keep this in mind. This is the tree of life again, right? But you have the birds present when the
Oh
tree of
shit.
life is there, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Mesopotamian.
This one here. Hold on, let me show you this one as well first.
That's Gilgamesh, right? London Man, Gilgamesh or Mesopotamian?
Right.
One of them.
Enlil.
Enlil.
Yeah.
Oh, Anunnaki. Okay.
So you got this one here again, right? The snake, right? Keep in mind you got the snake, right?
Yeah.
Eating itself, right? And then you got the
eyelid.
globular or the eye, whatever you want to call it, right?
Mm.
Right. Let's keep going.
So what would the turtle be?
And you've got this one here now, right?
That definitely looks like an eye.
Yeah.
You see, you got the serpent. Look at the scales. It's got like a
Oh,
repeated
shit.
pattern, right? It's a repeated pattern to show you that it's something there, right?
Yeah.
It's got a repeated pattern all the way around, right? Like scales or something now, yeah? You
Yeah.
guys can see it?
Yeah.
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 Now look at this thing here, this flower, right?
Got a pyramid.
You see how it's growing from here? It starts from here. You see the attachments and it's growing out this way, right? So it stems from here. Or it could be reaching, right? But just check this out now, right? Keep in mind the snake and this thing here now, right? Then we go here now. Bam. You got the snake
What?
and you got the
Oh,
tree
shit.
right here.
That's a
Come
real
on.
eyeball?
That's a real eyebird. It belongs to a bird, bro.
Holy shit.
You see what I'm saying?
What? Yo,
Yeah,
nobody's doing like
see it
London,
now.
man, bro. Nobody's lining this shit up like that. Yo.
It's an eye opener.
Ah.
Come on. I ain't come to play. That's when I say I'll bring receipts. I ain't come to play. It's different out there. I'm different with it.
Yeah.
No, it's not no.
Damn.
It's
That's good synchronism, London, man. That's really good.
Yeah.
Huh. You got me thinking now.
See, you missed that gem. So it's a good thing I did show you that one because you missed that gem. You don't miss that.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
explained it in a different way.
those
A
few
better way,
pictures
actually.
really showed a lot. Yeah.
Because the two different ways I've heard of the Ouroboros was it's energy, which, you know, we know that. But then you get religious people to be like, that's the devil, you know, or it's just all misinterpreted. But the way you line that up, man, that was...
Yeah.
I never knew that about the eyeball, to look into the bird's eye, and then you took the Anunnaki tree of life with the bird heads because they are telling you something. I always knew they were telling something with those damn animal heads.
Exactly.
They're not just headdresses where they were speaking something. I think you might have decoded that.
Of course. If that's the tree of life, they're saying everybody that's present that was probably there had something to do with the tree of life, possibly. Meaning the bird or the bird man and the man. You know, 'cause what is man really? What is man? We don't
Well,
know.
birds live in trees.
Yeah, and if it's a bird, I was thinking about the phoenix that will rise from the ashes.
Birds lay eggs, the cosmic egg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Huh. Whoa, wait, the cosmic egg. You know how some ancient people talk about that? Now you align that stuff with the birds. It's making me think about the cosmic egg concept now too. They say, I forgot that the cosmic egg. You ever heard of the story about it and how it hatched?
Yeah,
There
throughout
was
the
some
cities.
Titan dude, huh?
Yeah, it was concentrated or something, and then it couldn't be managed anymore, so it burst.
Maybe
That
a
would say,
giant bird laid it.
that would explain the birthing of the egg, something like the Big Bang basically was the birth of the bird.
Maybe the creator used a bird egg and he genetically modified it and created the Titans with it. He needed a womb. Who knows? But
Yeah, who knows?
I think London Man's definitely onto something. I'm gonna dig around too myself now with this bird and the eye and stuff. Cause I've seen the one with the snake and the turtle. I have that picture. I have a couple Ouroboros pictures, the one with the tree. I have that Anunnaki one. But I never thought to look at a bird's eyeball. That's good, good shit, Linda, man, good shit.
Yeah, that one picture with the tree and the rainbow in the middle and the deep sea and the sea serpent. That one showed me a lot. Basically, showed me everything I already was thinking of, and that picture showed everything. You know.
Boom.
It's me. Yeah, that's why I look at everything different now, man. Very different. Before I dismiss it.
And that picture that I sent you, you already had it though, London, man, with the United States being that bird.
Yeah.
That was when I seen that map, it made me think of the bird you found in Africa with the fish in its mouth.
Mm.
And then I started thinking, what's with all these big birds? You know?
But that's nothing. I think I found another bird on the big bird. I think that's where that phrase might come from, the double-headed bird.
Nice. True.
Yeah.
The Germans used it.
You mean the two-headed eagle, or that they use in flags?
I got a video on that. I don't know if you ever watched it, London, man. I did a video on the double-headed bird.
No,
And yeah, it's old, man. It's like just a year or two old.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
Even the Gretchen too. I just did a video today of the graveyard in downtown the city, and on the tombstone there's a freaking Gretchen.
What's a Gretchen?
It's like it's the bird that's on the Tartaria flag. And I think it's on a couple other flags in the history, but isn't Gretchen like a bird and dragon or something? A dragon-like bird or something?
I couldn't tell you.
Griffin, you mean?
Yeah, a Gretchen's. Look up the Tartarian flag, Bex, and you'll see a Gretchen.
Okay.
Look it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there to be found. Yeah. The macro world looks very real. Very real.
I like that saying, as above, so below, as within, so without, and from micro to macro. They're the best sayings, because.
Well, yeah, to me that shows. I think it looks like a lion body and the wings of a bird. Well, that would basically explain the highest in religious stuff, and the lion was basically a combo of both, right?
Yeah, I've heard we lived in the eye of God, but what is he only got one eyeball? So that means there's people living on his other eyeball, or her, or whatever the creator is. But
only sometimes does it have back legs of a lion though. It always has front legs of a bird, but only some images have back legs of the lion. Some of them have all birds' legs. But they all have the beaked. They all tend to have a beaked thing, and like a devil's pointed tail, like a a arrow for a tail.
Yeah, it's got that tail of one of them. What's that animal in the water that stabbed that dude in the heart? The
Stingray.
Stingray.
Stingray tail. Yep.
Yeah, and birds have a beak, right? And would the phrase "picking order" come from that?
You want to come up, Phil?
Although there is one yet, Tartaria Emperor flag. There is one that
Yeah,
shows it
owl.
two-headed. There's one that shows it dead on with 2 legs, and
2 heads, right?
yeah, 2 heads.
That's the one London Man's talking about. Yeah. Germany used that too, and Russia, and the U.S. Just the U.S. took off one head and used one to try to deceive the people, but it's really the double bird. All they did was divide the government up from the left to the right. If you look at the bird, that's the far left and the far right, but it's one bird.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Damn, Chris, where'd you go? I just put you up here. Oh, why isn't it letting me drop the fucking link?
Sometimes, though, it is just a winged, looks like almost like a female lion with some sort of almost ancient Greek wing contraption on its back. Like clearly it's carrying it. It's not all one, doesn't look like one beast. There's some neat pictures.
I see one here that has 2 tails. 2 tails instead of 1.
Yeah, that's it, Bex. That's the German flag bird, I think, too.
Cool.
Yeah, they have different versions. See, they even got the one head too. There's the black.
Lots of one head.
I got something else for people. Look at the new quad. Oh, you're not in the U.S. You can't. None of you are. That's crazy. I'm the only one.
Someone has a T-shirt. Make Tartaria great again. Oh my God, that's so cute. Anyways,
The Holy Roman Empire had the double bird. I didn't know that.
Not surprised.
Well, I have to say the Tartaria bird/lion on their flag. I scrolled through all the flags that are here on this page, but if you leave out the bird head and the rest of the Dutch lion, looks basically exactly the same if you put it up straight. Not walking on 4 paws, but on 2. It looks exactly like the lion the Dutch present or used to present in flags and all that. So it could be something as well.
Interesting. So they don't present the lion anymore in your flag, in the flagship of your nation?
Not in our flag of the country, but it used to be. It's still on buildings and on stuff from the past. They used to present the lion as.
Oh, the quarter in the U.S., right? Let me see. I got them right here. 2 quarters. George Washington was facing the old quarters. He was facing the left. The 2023 quarters, they spun Georgie around. Now he's facing the right.
That's
now,
crazy.
Why would they do that?
I have a coin collection from all around the world, right? And I've had it since I was a kid. I didn't really add to it, but all the women face one way and all the men face another.
Right.
Like they turned the back on us.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But all them years, Georgie boy was facing one way. Now, 2023, they flipped him around.
He came
and
out.
check this out. All the coins are facing one way but Abe Lincoln. He was the only one that faces the opposite. And he's on a copper-colored coin. People say it's because he was black, copper-colored. But I don't know how true that is. He's the only one that was facing the opposite way. And I think Georgie boy is facing that way now. I wonder why. People be like, I showed it to someone, and to me, I always think something's up. Maybe it's the conspiracy theorist spirit in me. No. But yeah, why else would you flip that around? That's just odd to me. Maybe he's a woman.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't exist. I think a lot of these people didn't exist. Fallacy. And look at all these so-called people. I brought this up before that supposedly we're fighting for the people, right? Like Abe Lincoln assassinated, JFK assassinated, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King gone, right? Always the people that are so-called fighting for the people get shot. And look at Trump. He so-called got arrested, right? Like, these people put on a funny circus, man.
Yeah. It really are the jokers from the old stories, you know? How they call them, the half-nars? To make people...
the Shriners. They're the clowns.
Yeah, distract them, the kings and queens from what's really important.
You know the Shriners are, Marcel, right? They drive them little clown cars in the circus in circles, and they wear their KFC bucket hats. They look like a bucket of KFC chicken in their hat.
I didn't know they were called that, but now I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have parades here because we have the Elks Club, which is a Masonic lodge. We have the actual Masonic lodge, and we got
Rotary Club.
Huh?
The Rotary Club would be affiliated.
We had Unico, which is also affiliated. There's just a bunch of, like, Fagan League Baseball, I think, is part of some Masonic organization. You know, baseball is Masonic. It's a ritual baseball.
Yep.
All sports are rituals. I played baseball, and I looked into it. I had this PDF that explained how baseball is a ritual, and that's gone. I don't know what happened to it. Like, the pitcher, I think, was God, if I'm not mistaken, or the batter was. And the crack of the bat is like the thunder, and the crowd cheering's the angels up in the like the firmament. You ever see the angels all around the firmament? That's the crowd, and yeah, it was pretty esoteric.
It's like the bread and games from the Roman era.
Does Manly P. Hall write about sport?
Give them bread and games, and they will be satisfied. The people will be satisfied.
I don't know. Look,
while distracting them.
I wonder. Maybe he did. Yeah, where did Chris go? Sounded like I said Crisco.
He said he's doing DoorDash deliveries tonight.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's coming on while he, and listening while he drives there.
Yeah,
That's what he said.
Phil said he's going to the grocery store working on his truck.
Okay, big up, Phil.
Yeah, that made my day, man. That shit you just showed, London Man. I was I ain't gonna front, I was kind of skeptic on it. And the evidence I just seen, kind of changed, you know, like the whole eyeball thing. I was like, but I always questioned, I didn't finish what I was saying about the Hennessy commercial. Remember, he rose up in his contraption, and when he, damn, what did he do? He looked out his window when he rose all the way up to the firmament, and when he looked out his window, he seen himself as a child. The child of him was looking in, and he was looking out. And I'm like, why does he see his younger reflection of himself, or is that really him? Now, I question that. Like, why would you rise up to the firmament and see you know, I got to show that. I have that in one of my videos, that commercial.
Well, maybe that's where, how would you say, that's where possibly where we get made in the eye, you know, it's photosynthesis to a degree. Light makes us within the eye, and, you know, we travel down, something along those lines. As we're going back up, as it could be portraying as it's going back up towards the light, you know, it's seeing these like a younger self or something. I don't know, but I have to see it to break it down some more.
Could be something like that. I got a recollection of a few dreams from the past, and that I saw myself.
In your dream?
Yeah, it was me in a different state or something. You can call it your higher self or whatever. He smiled. Oh, I smiled at me or whatever. I don't know. It was pretty strange, but it could be something.
It could be, Underman said the light. And I've heard some people say this is a holographic reality. And if you rise up to where the light's coming in and he's looking out, that could be like his younger self is the projector. That makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
And he's the projection. There's something to that. Yeah, if you ever get time, London Man, watch that commercial. You could just Google it. You could look it up on YouTube, I mean. I remember London Man when I first heard of London Man. He used to go on Bro Sanchez, man, and people used to try to like. London Man would come up with stuff that no one else was thinking about, man, and Bro Sanchez was always try to like overtalk him or. When you said was it the eyeball you brought up one time? I forgot what you had brought up, man. I used to like when it was you, Sir Drop. Who else I like listening to when it would come up? I think Mind's Eye. But Sir Drop too, man. He used to always. That shit used to get me tight. Sir Drop would be on a roll and he would fucking just cut him off.
Yeah, they do that a lot over there. They do that a lot. I heard that what's his name? Bro Sanchez and that Globe guy was having like a debate, but you had to pay for it apparently. Anybody catch that?
Damn. Huh? Wow.
Yeah.
Phil.
Hey y'all.
What the hell?
Hey, what's happening, Phil?
What's up, Phil?
What's up, London Man, Rebecca?
What the hell would I want to pay for that for?
Chuck.
I know, right? Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I've spoken on a theory I had, like the dark abyss is where the spirits are made, and then the hole in the center would be, it's like a vacuum. Like every shooting star you see is a spirit coming down.
I could agree with that. Definitely.
Shooting star, the spirit coming down.
Yep.
Like Satan, Lucifer, they said he shot down like lightning. They didn't say,
That's
I
right.
don't think the Bible said in
He said he
lightning, it said
fell.
like
Yeah, he
lightning.
said he fell like lightning. That's right.
So it could have been a shooting star. They thought it was lightning.
Yeah, I think all shooting stars are spirits coming down to Earth. That's why we've been
Right.
seeing a lot of them here recently, maybe. And then
Hmm.
when you said something about that Hennessy commercial with the guy looking out at himself young,
Yeah.
well, that would make sense because that's where he would have started.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a short video of it. I got it in my phone actually, saved to my chip. I'm gonna make a short video of it because you feel like my changing of the sun like a light bulb.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Well, because we know it's true.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Damn.
You got to see that video, London man. I think
funny.
I got it here. As a matter of fact, let me see.
What's that?
It's in my short videos. It's a guy. He comes with a ladder. He climbs the ladder and changes the
Not right
sun like
there.
a light bulb.
I remember I mentioned that to you lot some time ago.
Yeah, think so.
Yeah, that's the one. I remember mentioning it to you guys because I saw that. I think I saw that when I was abroad somewhere in Belgium. And I was like,
Yeah, it's
wow.
not an American commercial.
No, exactly. And then I saw it again in the UK. But I remember bringing it to you lot's attention, but I don't think you lot seen it yet. But now you've seen it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Good stuff. You got it, yeah?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
I changed I changed the filter so it'd be my copy. I had to alter it, and then I put that song, Black Hole Sun.
Yeah, it's pretty good. What you been up to, London man? McLovin? Been all right, bro?
Yeah, man. I've been good. Busy. Family life. Researching. Family life. Researching.
Right on. It's been a while since I talked to you.
Did you see what he just presented, Phil?
No, I'm gonna have to go back and look at it. I was outside working on my vehicle, but I heard you mention it, so I'll go back. How long's it been? Half hour, maybe?
Yeah, not that far back.
Right on. I'll go check it out.
Nobody's bringing stuff like that. Well, not nobody, but you know,
I got you.
it's only like our group that be synchronizing stuff to that level. That's some good shit, man.
I can show him again if he wants. Let me show him again.
All right, cool.
A second.
I don't even think bro channels is on the level we are over here.
Nah, he's stuck. He's stuck
in a looper of a
Yeah.
pooper. He's stuck in a looper of debates. And that's cool, that's his shit. But me, I get bored with fucking
flat earth shit.
Yeah. Now he's having debates with globes and flats, and he's having you got to pay for it like a cinema movie.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Phil, you can see the screen.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
I see
Yep.
it.
Alright, cool. Let me show you a
Hold
few
on,
stuff.
let me put it one screen. I'm gonna put it on full screen layout. There you go. You see the eyeball, Phil?
I just want you to pay attention to the image, right?
Okay.
Everything there, the whole in its whole entirety, with the the circle, everything.
Okay.
Can you zoom in on the roof on the top for a minute? Like, what's the intricacies of the? I know it's
That's
tree.
fire and water.
Water
That's
and
the
fire.
elements.
Hmm.
There are animals in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sun and moon. The fire's the sun, and the water's the other one's the moon. That's what it represents.
Hey, London, those on top, dropping the red and the blue.
Hmm.
What's on the very
Maybe
top?
that's the spirit being made, the left and the right, the good and the evil, the balance.
That too. I think it
What's on?
means it all. Female, male, sun, moon, and the elements, and it's a bunch of stuff. That's a little bird
A
sitting
little
at the
teeny tiny
center.
bird.
No,
Yeah.
it's a hold on. It's I think it's like a dare or something with a bird on top of its head.
Oh
I
shit.
think there's a bird on top of its head or horns,
Oh
something.
shit.
But
Looks like a.
Looks almost like a horse. Just because isn't that its legs coming down into the tree there, like the neck above the?
saying that it could be a bird, but to me it looks like some type of dare or something. Because these look like dares down here, but
I just
It
don't
looks
see
like
any horns. I
it
don't see
looks
any
like an
horns.
eagle with a little bird on its head. I didn't even see the little bird. It's,
yeah, I think it is that one because there is other representations of owls like this with an owl with another owl. So I think they're kind of referencing, the same thing.
But its body looks different than the tree below.
It does.
Okay, that's cool.
Then
Wonder
you got
what
this.
they got. Oh wow, that's
yeah, I like this
This one
picture. I
said
don't know where
everything.
you got this, bro, but I like this picture.
yeah, that's nice.
The snake and the dragon. And is it an orange fish in the sea there?
It looks like a boat of some type. I
A
think
boat.
could be
Okay.
wrong. Right, Phil. So
Yeah, it
I
looks
want
like a
you to
ship.
remember
That's
this. The
okay.
the serpent, right, going round again, eating
Okay.
itself, right, and then you got the Sumerian tree of life, right,
Yep.
with
With the
the
bird on top again.
bird again, and the bird's present in the background, right? Bird on
Okay.
top and bird there, bird man there, eagle man at that, right?
Gotcha.
And then we
Cool.
go over to this one here, right? And then when you look close at the thing going round, it's got like a pattern, a repeative pattern, right? Looks like a
Uh-huh.
scaly pattern.
Yep, I see it.
You see it, right?
Yep.
All the way around. And then this thing in the middle, it's like a flower, like a tree, if must. And it looks like it's starting from over here, right? It's attached to over here. But it looks like a tree of some type, right? Now, keeping in mind this fuzzy thing here and this serpent thing going around, right?
Okay.
Now, you have this one also, serpent again,
Okay.
right? Going around with something that looks like an eye lens, right? Then I'm gonna quickly fling you back over to here real quick. Show you this one for one more reference. Right, this fuzzy thing here with the serpent going around.
See it?
Right,
Okay.
and we go over to here now. This is it, right here.
A human eye.
No, this is the bird eye.
Bird eye, really? Wow. Damn. Okay. Wow.
And it's infected with a worm.
That's what I was thinking. That's crazy. Get out of my head, man. It reminded me of that little boy's eyeball we seen. But
Okay. Damn.
that does look like the Ouroboros eating its tail. Zoom in a little
sure
more.
does.
Right there, look, yep. Right there.
Boy, it sure does.
Makes me think that the dome is the glasses we.
Wow, Adrian. Good find, man.
It's maybe a glass we. The glasses of the something that we bump into.
Hell yeah.
The dome.
It's the lens, the eye lens.
Yeah, the lens.
That's what's up, man. Good find, Lone Man.
Respect.
Hell yeah.
I wish I had the sound effects for people clapping. That was dope.
Damn. Yeah, I'm here looking at it on the PC. Yeah, that's cool shit.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the worm on? It says the bird eye with the worm on it. Is the worm around it, the edge?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Wonder why that worm goes around like that. That's weird. Hey, I seen that one had stags on the top of the tree.
Yeah.
You know when you see pictures of the Rockefellers or Rothschilds at their little sicko parties, a lot of them have stag horns on.
What's that?
Yeah, they do. They do, some of them, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of
What's a
relation that is.
stag
Like deer animals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's some sort of ritual to the satyr or whatever. Maybe some sort of homage or triumphant, more likely, against something.
You guys will find out that Saturn isn't as evil as what they make it. Saturn is actually everything is ours,
We were
man.
talking about satyrs earlier when AK was on the goat
Oh,
men.
Okay.
SATYR.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's why they do this. Like the deer horns over there.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be. I always thought it was for the bowl, but yeah, it could be. It could be that. Yeah, they would look stupid holding two hands up to their head, looking like deer antlers.
But it's funny. Remember that was something that you used to do. Na 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 na. You hold your hand up and like wave your fingers like antlers, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if
Or,
there's something to.
They call
Parasites. Parasites
the-
got two little horns.
Yeah, they call the thumb on the nose. You know, you do and stick your tongue
Yeah.
out, and that's the branch of the nose. It's called the branch.
Oh.
That's actually biblical. That's in the Bible.
Yeah, I read that earlier. That's crazy.
What's that
They
called?
were
Say that
talking
again.
about it.
The branch of the nose, they put their thumb on their nose and then wiggle their fingers and stick their tongue out.
Yeah.
Like.
You remember that, Bex? I was reading it earlier about the nose.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read the next 3 chapters tomorrow. That'll be the whole book.
Cool.
Yeah, I think you'll like this book, London Man, because it's great. Yeah, it looks like a chicken head with the hands like that, like a turkey thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would like the book London Man because it talks a lot about the micro and macro in the human body and the universe and how we have the universe within us. We are the universe.
Well, that would also make sense if we come from the dark abyss as new spirit. Then
we do. We're birthed from darkness. We come from the darkness. You're right about that.
That's right.
Light couldn't exist without the darkness.
Well, the only explanation to me would be a female and a male that create new life. So from nothing, something. Two people coming together and creating.
Yeah. Maybe,
New spirit.
sorry, Marcel, go ahead.
No, it's fine.
I was going to say maybe if, maybe we're stuck here in this light trap loop, maybe we're supposed to go out through the center a lot sooner than we have. If we were upside down, that the dark abyss would be the bottom, and vacuuming towards the center of the earth. After our spirit dies, it goes. After we live this life, if we complete it, if we live it equal so many years, maybe we're supposed to be here in this little trap. Maybe the ones who are getting out are the ones who are seeing everything for what it is. It's like our final exam.
Yeah.
Well, I look at it different. I look at it in the sense of like, just imagine if there's, little parasites or smaller things inside of me having this conversation now. I wouldn't want them to come out of me. I would want them to stay inside of me. You understand?
Okay.
Mm. Even though I'm just here chilling,
or remove them.
smoking my weed, whatever, listening to you guys, I'm here with you guys. That could be a part of what's making, the quote unquote Acoustic Records. Everything that we do here could be playing a part of it. So I would hate to think, if there was a mini me inside of me to come out of here, and probably get stepped on, if it was that small, probably get stepped on. So it's probably safe. We probably are safe where we are, but the conditions isn't what we expected.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I can go with that.
Mm.
That would explain the war within, the demons within, the parasites within, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
I mean, I could be wrong, but this is where how do you call it? The quantum theory would come into it, like some of the things that they present to us and they say, oh, could this be true? Could that be true? These certain things like this that we think is way out of our reach could be just within our grasp when they talk about these things.
Yeah.
But because it's been presented in sci-fi format, we're like, nah, we can't really fathom it, can't really picture it in, real life, so to speak. But we see it from day to day when we look into nature.
True.
Do that. Hey, I left something on the chat in your, I think it was your last video. I didn't know if you seen it. We were talking about something, and I said I can prove you're right with photos. I didn't know if you seen. I didn't know if you seen it or not. I'll try to get it to you. I have to remember what it was, but I got some stuff to give you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
For your little journey here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll get it to you here in the next couple days.
Mm. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, even down to the globe. When that, what's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think it is.
No,
Even when he's
we renamed his name.
say that again. You are
Charles renamed his name.
Okay, and what's that name now?
Neil the, what was it? Did you call him Neil the Ass Tyson?
Yeah, spot on. One of the things that he said, right, and I'll never forget. A lot of people laughed when he actually said it and was like, ah, and until this day, I hear them questioning it and still mocking it. But when he mentioned the oblate, right, I immediately thought of pupil. You understand?
There you go. Oblate spheroid, he said.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's gone from globe to oblate, spheroid, whatever you want to call it. That's what comes to my mind when I think of that now.
Right.
Because I'm on this eye journey.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
shit.
and I think he mentioned pear-shaped at one time, or a few times, pear-shaped.
Yeah.
What else?
Yeah, I've said the eye for a long time. I just didn't know how deep it was. Well, I sent it to you, London Man. That brown eye. It's been a
Yeah.
long time ago.
Yeah. It's deep, man. It's deep.
Yeah, it
So I'm
is
saying, I
deep.
think probably. It sounds like you guys missed a bit of the stream because I've synced up a few things to do with the eye. Played a few bits and bobs, but yeah, I think you lot might be behind actually.
No, I've seen him. I'm caught up. I watch him, even though it might not be there. I watch him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm caught up. Sometimes it gets a little dramatic, but I just fast forward through that shit.
Mm-hmm.
No, Tommy, he's funny, man.
Yeah, it's something else.
I only
Definitely.
usually miss the first, I try and catch up, but I only usually miss the first couple hours while I'm at work. But I missed your whole last build because you started early. I was at work all day.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw your, I heard a lot on the eye when I was there. I'll have to go back and see what I missed.
Yeah, I just been doing a lot of inner stuff, man. I just kind of been taking a break, checking things out, doing my own thing, researching some stuff, getting my legal stuff in order. That's what I need to concentrate on the most.
Yeah, that's it.
So,
Feel you. Did you catch that guy that came onto the stream, the occult reject? Anyone catch him?
the call reject. I believe so. Yeah, I did. I can't remember what he was talking about though right now. But he was only on there for a few. You said you tried to keep him on there longer, didn't you?
Yeah, but he came through and he cooked. He cooked. He
Yeah,
cooked.
yeah,
He
yeah. I
had shit
seen
to
it.
do with the eye as well. He was watching because I've seen him around. The metaverse. But when I started cooking, he had shit already prepared because he's been kind of on this journey as well. But it didn't make sense to him until he watched my stream. He said, and now it's kind of falling into place.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's good stuff, man. He's on the same journey like myself. So there might be more link ups.
Hell yeah, that's what's up.
Mm.
Good shit. Well, if
Yeah,
I have anything, I'll send it your way. For sure.
Yeah.
You
You
already know.
definitely
I'm
find
really grateful for these meetings.
mhm.
Yeah.
The occult anatomy of well, that's what we read this morning, right? The occult anatomy of the human body, and that it definitely would tie in. I was just looking up oblate too, which you guys might find interesting. Of course, we know it's flattened or depressed at the poles, like an oblate spheroid, or it's also a layman living in a monastery under a modified rule and without vows, or a member of one of several Roman Catholic communities of men or women. But when you look at the when you look at the etymology, as an adjective, it's borrowed from New Latin oblatus, from ob, and latus in prolatus, prolate. So I'll look that. Okay, what does prolate mean? Just a second. As an adjective, that would be the shape thing. Hold on. Prolate is extended. Yeah, elongated in the direction of a line joining the poles. Prolate and oblate. Okay, so anyways, but the etymology, the second it's going back, as a noun, is probably borrowed from French oblat, going back to Middle French, lay person living in a religious community after bequeathing it property, borrowed lay person living in a religious community after bequeathing it property, so giving your inheritance. Borrowed from medieval Latin oblatus, a person as a child given over to a monastery.
Wow,
Just a second.
that fits in completely.
Derivative of oblatus, adjective given over to a religious community, going back to Latin suppletive past participle of offerere, to put in a person's path or provide, to offer, more, tolerate. Interesting, though.
Very.
And then oblata. What's oblata? It's probably just oblated, but an oblation is a form of eye surgery, right? That's what they do when they correct your vision. They perform an oblation on your cornea, I believe. And then oblata, plural noun, archaic. I love it when you come across the archaic ones. It's old debts.
Hold on. Go back to the first one you just said.
Okay, just a second. I'll look that up in a sec. I promise. Oblata, plural noun, archaic, old debts or gifts to the crown remaining unpaid to the English exchequer, whatever the fuck that is. Also, the entries for them in the rolls of the exchequer. That's oblata. Etymology, medieval Latin, oblatus, neuter, plural of oblatus, oblate noun. Okay, so I'll look up oblation for you. It's a form of eye surgery. And I think it's what they do when they correct a vision of someone in like laser correction is a form of ablation.
Okay.
Which is another interesting part here, because just before we find that, because I'm sure it is. So oblation noun is the act of making a religious offering, specifically the act of offering the Eucharist elements to God, offering the Eucharist elements to God. That's blood and body, man. Something offered in a worship or devotion, a gift, a holy gift offered usually at an altar or shrine. Now let me find oblation.
Even when I hear that word, right, the oblation, I think of the word, the obelisk, right? But when you see the obelisk, sometimes it would be in the middle of the Vesica Pisces, right? The two circles that creates the third eye, right? Now that's surgery to the third eye. Would that be like the laser pointing through the third eye, or something poking through the third eye?
It made me think of the Nordic story with the one losing the eye.
Exactly, Odin.
Yeah.
That's what I've been on. I've been on the
Oh,
Odin.
oblation. That's what I'm looking for. Oblation, not O, but oblation. Oh, it's for restoring normal heart rhythm. No, there's another one. And just a second. Ablation eye.
Sorry.
Yeah, corneal ablation surgery. It's with an A, but they always fuck with our vowels. Corneal surface ablation is a procedure where a vision correction surgeon gently removes the epithelium surface of the cornea and treats the refractive error on the front surface of the cornea. Corneal surface ablation is an alternative to LASIK that's also commonly known as photorefractive keratectomy, or PRK. So that's ablation. So what's ablate then? It's just okay, I'm almost done. But still, oblate, they're very close. Sorry, guys. I was pulling up my Merriam-Webster's. It's my trustworthy one. Because I'll bet you an oblation is something religious, too.
I've got a crazy toothache coming. I feel it.
Yeah, so the process of ablating, such as surgical removal or the loss of a part, such as ice from a glacier or the outside of a nose cone by melting or vaporization.
One more time, please. One more time.
Ablation, an ablation is the process of ablating, such as A, surgical removal, or B, loss of a part, such as ice from a glacier or the outside of a nose cone, by melting or vaporization.
And is that oblation?
That's ablation with an A.
Ablation. Okay. Okay. Mm.
I'm
And
also reading here
ablation.
something that oblate spheroid has something to do with that it's rotating in a fluid very fast. So if the eye is
Weird.
the connection between different realms, it could also be if you add certain frequencies and lights and all that you experience the experience in a certain way. Let's say like that.
Mm. You know, I'm not sure if you lot are even aware, right? But you know the ancients once said that we lived on a type of mound, right? And it had elevation, but you wouldn't even know because it was so gigantic. I think sometimes they tie that in of living on the back of the tortoise for some reason, right? I've heard that along the line somewhere. I've heard it a few times, to be honest with you. But just imagine if you was living on something that had elevation, or even something like a 5% of an increase, right? Just only 5%. Do you think you'd even notice? Do you think we'd even feel that if, depending on the size of the platform you was on, if it had a 5 degree of a tilt? Because I was watching something and one of those spin-off programs, Cosmos, whatever it was, but they was talking about they landed on something and it had a five degree. You understand? But you wouldn't even know because it looks flat. That's how big it is. You understand? So I always take the micro macro into play when I watch these things, and they're describing certain things to me.
Yeah, that could be. If we are really that small, you would definitely not see it or recognize it.
Mm. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. Even when you look at an ant's got things living inside of it. That's like a small world. But you put that small world on top of something that's sphere shaped. Would it realize that it's on a ball, or would it just seem like it's flat to it? The smaller you go, I wonder if that comes into play.
Right?
Yeah, I
I
think it
wonder if you
won't even
could.
recognize it.
I wonder if you could keep like zooming in infinitely.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. That's why I think the infinity is inside. The realm is inside, not outside. You know, literally, if you want to use the phrase gatekeepers, we are all gatekeepers. If we got life within the eye, you know. Yeah, quite deep when you think about it. If the theory is true, I'm not saying it's 100% true, but you know, it's got legs at the moment, so it can walk. And since no one else, I mean, we're not no one else, but since you know the academic system seems to be flawed in many ways, you know, very questionable. I rather leave this realm, you know, using my brain instead of checking out
Well, they
without
do.
doing so.
Yeah, I agree.
They do put the gigantic eyeball on everything.
They do. I noticed that as well. They do.
And the all-seeing eye.
Yeah, all of that. Eye of Horus, everything. It's for a reason, if you ask me. Whether
There's
if
the
I mean
Eye of Horus. And what's the other one? There's two
Eye of Ra,
Egyptian eyes.
Ra.
Ra. Yep.
It could just be, you know, two of the same eyes on one body, left and right. So that could mean left eye and right eye.
Yeah, and it makes me
But if
think
they,
it's one eye that they show, and if it's a bird or something else, it has two eyes, and yeah, the evildoers, they say, are we gonna turn one eye the other way or close one eye to
yeah,
not look at evil and all that? So if there are really two eyes, then
there is.
we are only still aware of one eye, right?
But look at the old maps when they have two circles, the eastern hemisphere and the western hemisphere. It's like two different eyes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant to say the east and the west. You know how I mean, it doesn't look like two different eyes, but they put it
They
on
do have two
two
overlapping
circles.
circles.
Yeah.
Even the way how when I think about it now, when that map is
That
presented,
is how a bird would see, though. Sorry to interrupt. That's how a bird would see. It does have the eyes at the side of its head, can see more than we could be standing in the same position. Sorry, London.
I forgot I was going to say that.
About the map.
When I look at them, when I think about the map now, the way how it's it's literally. Oh, let me see if I got it here. 1 second. It's got that look to it now, like it's got the lens of pupil look when I think about it. Where's it from? Actually, it might be in here. No, not that one. Yeah, fucking hell. No, not that one, not that one. Not that one, not that one. Not that. Not that. No, not that.
I know when you seen that bird's eye, London man, you were like, the outside of that eyeball looks familiar. It looks like the Ouroboros.
Yeah. Where's that thing gone, man?
Yeah, man.
but I can't find it. I don't think I've got. Hold on, is that it? No. Oh, yeah, sorry, man. Oh, it's gone. That's a shame. What's this? No, that's not it. Oh, no, that's not it. Yeah, fucking can't find it. Let me show you this one actually.
Yeah.
This isn't the one I was looking for, but this is close enough. All right. Do you remember when I was? Remember when I was saying the how would you call it? That little thing that looked like it was connecting to something on the tree of life. Do you remember when I showed you earlier on?
Yeah, I do. I remember.
Yeah, those stem bits here. I don't know if they're meant to be representing it, but even when I look at this, right, I look at it like two eyes and the eyelids are dropping down. These are the eyelids, one eyelid here and another eyelid.
Okay.
Imagine someone sleeping but their eyes are half open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's creepy, isn't it? My cousin does that.
And all this shit here, right? This like the how do you call it? The what's the thing? Amoeba, you know, like the conjunctivitis shit in your eye. When you go sleep and you wake up and you're like, ugh, get me a wet cloth. All that shit there in the eye.
Okay.
And the right one, which says Liberia, looks like a big mushroom to me.
Yeah, it's got that
Or
look
is
as well. I see
yeah.
it. I see it. Yeah. Hold on, what's that there? No, hold on. I messaged something. Wait there. Wait, hold on. What am I looking at? Hold on, wait there. Wait. Alright. Because this is actually showing me something, but I can't figure it out yet. No, not that way. Maybe that way. No, can't be. Yeah, interesting. I have to look it up now. Got more time. Okay. But yeah, that's the two eye theory. Because even when I think of eyes like this, I think of an owl as well. I like Moloch, Minerva, and wisdom and these things. And especially Bohemian Grove and all that crap. That's bird related. Yeah, boy, it's crazy, but I say my research is leading me.
It was good stuff.
Cheers,
Good
myself.
shit. Good shit, London man.
Nice one.
Do you
Nice
think
one.
that if we are in the eye of a beast, that we are the apple of its eye, so to speak, sort of like that you saying, you know, if there was some smaller thing in me that, you know, I keep safe, like that makes me me. I know you didn't say it like that, but some parasite that's vibing through you in a good way. Like, do you think that we're like that in the eye? Or do you think that we're like an infection in its eye, or we're a creation of its eye?
Well, probably all the above, really. All the above. I think
Because
some of us could be original to its eye. Some of us may not be original to its eye. But then it makes me think if we are all here, um, you know, especially being in the eye, I'm not sure of the ins and outs as yet of the eye, but I'm pretty sure if we are in a secure chamber, then you know that's where we will remain until we pass over. So, are we coming back through the light? You know, the photosynthesis shit, or is it you know where we're produced could be in the eye, twinkle of the eye, they say, and then we're downstairs in the father's department through the mother. You know, could be a hell of a ride just to get here.
not too shabby a place if we're in some sort of factory, eh? Like,
Mm.
you
A
know.
genetic factor. Yeah.
I mean, even if the coding could be in the light, right? That's where you know it's in the eye, read your retina.
Because
Yeah.
cameras take pictures, right? And then cameras could also be projectors. I know we don't really see them that way because they haven't been presented it. We always use the camera to take the picture, but then anyways, our phones do that for us now. So if our eyes were this is one thing I was thinking it could be, if our eyes were not only receivers but projectors as well, then perhaps and I know that the Tibetan monks didn't like, or Tibetan people didn't like having their picture taken because it could capture a bit of their soul. And what if we did find out that anything that had ever been filmed or taped could actually be, you know, uploaded by Kodak through the
Hold on,
cloud?
but I think they was right though. Those Tibetans. Sorry to cut you
Yeah,
back because listen, I saw a clip the other day, right?
yeah,
And this man and woman, they I think they found a hack. Basically they turned off all the lights in the house, right? And they
yeah,
switched the camera to infrared. The camera went to
Oh,
infrared, right?
yeah.
And the
Taking pictures,
phone was
right?
taking pictures by itself. Yeah, it was taking pictures by itself.
yeah.
We
Well, I was
try
gonna
that.
say, what if there was a bigger beast though that had taken, let's say, old beasts, longer and greater and bigger than we could imagine, that had witnessed something, you know, like and saw and recorded that event, let's say, and then somehow through some sort of tragedy that befell everything, potentially even including the beast, that like a projector playing what it had recorded, um, that's what we are in its eye.
That's what Medusa was, a camera. And when it flicks a picture, it turns you to stone.
Interesting. So that'd be a flash of light. And so on a different spectrum, you're saying like people have infrared. Is that a setting on our phones now? Or did they have some sort of infrared camera, digital camera that
Yeah,
they...
infrared digital camera. And they put it to, they could see the dude was holding his phone and they could see it flashing, taking pictures.
Mm.
You can't see
Cool.
it with the naked eye.
But that's like that lady Svetlana coming on and reminding of us that just because we can't see the sunlight that goes through the building into our bathrooms, that's why the plant survives in the bathroom, right? Because it
That's
still
deep.
gets that sunlight through the wall, quite literally. So there's like,
Sunlight through the water. Don't know about that. I have to look
Well,
unless I miss something, but I don't know.
yesterday we had a woman come on named Svetlana.
I
I can't
know
remember her last name.
I'm familiar with her. I know I'm very familiar
Uh-huh.
with Steph, but just
Yeah,
that
she
one
came
there.
on and dropped a little gem about something as if you had some sort of frog's eggs or whatever in a container that was had aluminum foil around it or in it or whatever, that they wouldn't develop, but the frog's legs or whatever in a container, or frog's eggs I should say, in a container would. And that there was this idea of, just because we don't see the visible spectrum of light coming from the sun's radiation or whatever, or the sun rays, doesn't mean that they're not penetrating the walls of the buildings that we're in, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she has got a few gems here and there, Steplana. She has got some gems, but just that one. Unless I'm not reading it correctly, I'll have to take a moment to ponder on that one. But other than that, yeah, she's got some gems here and there.
Well, we are light, even when we're sperm. Because you ever put a black light on your bed sheets, sperm shows up as light. So we're light.
Liquid for.
We could be like in some sort of hologram.
And not to, I mean, yeah.
We only
Yeah,
think we're
that
flesh.
is your light, literally. Because you know, so your semen has your cerebral spinal fluid in it.
And the light, and yeah. Damn. So no, when you said that, I just think if it's from the spine. Remember we were reading today about the spine. They said it synchronizes with the scepter and Moses' staff in the spine. And when he split the Red Sea, then with his staff, what the hell would you split with the spine? I hope they get into that next few chapters.
That's how I was saying that one's worth listening to a few times, even after you've read it. It's got so much information in it.
Now I'm going to be all up on the human body anatomy. I'm going to be trying to like read all I can to figure out these stories in the Bible and how they align with the body full story. Because if Moses' staff is the spine, he split the Red Sea at that. But if you look at the map that I put, the Red Sea isn't near. The Red Sea isn't in Africa and over there. The Red Sea is in between California and America's mainland. The California island map I got, that's the Red Sea. It says it, the Red Sea. The Gulf of California, the Red Sea. So
Yeah, they
I've
moved
heard
a lot of
that.
things.
Huh?
They moved a lot of things around.
Yeah. Maybe Moses split. No.
Yeah, could the Red Sea also be like the female
Yeah, I've heard that too.
side?
Yeah.
See, I've got a different theory. I've got I know it sounds wild, but from what I've been looking at, I know it's crazy, right? But the Red Sea, the Red Sea, the Red Serpent. It's a serpent. Yeah, it's a red serpent.
Did Moses' staff have a serpent on it? That could symbolize the energy, but it's crazy you said that because I only said that because Moses' staff had a serpent on it. He split the sea. So
Yeah, even when I think about it, when I hail splitting the sea, right, to get across, I think of someone like cutting a serpent's head to get across through the middle, through the valley type, so to speak.
in a lot of the rivers, when you look at them from far up, they look like snakes slithering through the land. You know, they curl in and out. You know,
Yeah.
like a snake across the land.
Yeah, and when you said split the seas, I heard in my head split the seeds.
Mm.
That's dope.
It's maybe a language difference, but it sounded to me like that. Not only splitting the seas, so in the seas, the ships sail on the seas, and you got a haven, a sea in a port.
What is the word they use? Do they use split or what's the word? Hold on. Divided.
Both. You use both.
Parted. I heard parted.
Parted, there you go. Parted, divided, parted, yes. Okay. Parted the Red Seas. Yeah, it's crazy.
J. Phillips Leviathan equals light of Athos in Latin. So Leviathan in Latin means light of Athos. Athos is a mountain range in Greece. If the earth could be old dragons, yeah, that's what Mud Fossils University was saying. That we live on old dragons, dead ones.
Yeah, see, all right, cool. Let's hold on. Let's go there real quick because he's gangster, right? But he's so gangster he don't even understand how gangster he is, or probably he does, right? But I don't think a lot of people give him enough credit, right? But there's one thing what he's missing in all of this, right? The macro theory. He don't push that enough. That would solidify his work, and that would explain the size of these beasts when he presents them. You understand? Sometimes he goes on a bit too much about it, where he should possibly add that aspect into it, because no one can really fathom the size of these things until you actually present things like this to them. You know, macro. But it's going back to what I said to Christos, right? When we look at the globe, I can spin the globe to London and say, look, Christos, I live there. And then I can make, Chuck spin it back to where he is and say he lives there, but Chuck lives on a big bird. And then we'll spin it to a guy over in Morocco and he'll say he lived there, but he lives apparently on a big dragon. And another guy will live on a big fish. But these things are presented to us on a globe, right? But if we know the globe to be, quote unquote, fake, not real, but the stuff they're putting on the globe seems to be real because it's matching up with ancient maps, it's matching up with ancient scriptures and things that were said. So it leads me to think like, why would they put something real on something fake? You understand? That's where I'm kind of caught in between. And the only way in my head that kind of makes sense if we take into the macro theory. Because even when you zoom into some of these places, it already has people living within the eye of these beasts. It has people frolicking in these beasts, as I showed you, within the elephant, within Roger stuff. There's people, civilizations living within these creatures, but non-existent creatures. So it makes me think: is everybody living on these creatures? Because, like I said, the model they give to us, we know to a certain degree it might not be real or it could be real because there's beasts on it, and these beasts I spoke about in scriptures. So that's where I'm just kind of caught in between two worlds on that.
Well,
yeah. Then it could be like Agent Smith says in the Matrix. He says we are a virus that needs to be exterminated, while Neo and the other rebels say the opposite. That they are the saviors, basically.
Well, the people in control are definitely parasites. They're a cancer to this place.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff they do is they're cancer, man.
You know what, chat? It's even gotten to the point where I'm not even worried about the stuff they do anymore. I'm really not, because I don't know what's going to happen when I pass away. It could be the best thing that happens to me, you know, if I drink one of their Lucozades and drop over. It had a chemical in it that I should not have drunk. I might be in a better place, who knows? But I'm just enjoying, you know, putting the puzzle together, showing you lot these type of things that I'm coming across. That's where I find my enjoyment.
Yeah, I agree. I have it the same.
You
Feel the
know,
same way.
I enjoy being present when you share it. Yeah, I like researching too and putting the pieces together. Um, I just get tired of watching people suffer. That's all.
yeah, of course, it's natural, it's morally. But I mean, you can't help everybody. That's one thing we've got to remember. Help those who you can help, I suppose. You know, whether it's knowledge or information, it's just a few little gems here and there. A bit of time helps, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where I get my pleasure in putting the dots together. Yeah,
But
I love
Charles,
that.
I'm gonna drop off. I need some sleep.
All right, Marcel.
Good
Was
night,
a pleasure.
Marcel.
Was a
Peace,
pleasure
Marcel.
to talk to y'all.
Yeah, it's a
Likewise, man.
great build. Thanks for coming up.
Okay. See you later.
Much love.
Peace
Bye.
out.
Love,
Much
Marcel.
love. Mm. Damn. Yeah, this
What are
world's
you doing,
crazy.
Bill? You
Said it.
fixing your car?
I'm here.
I found out today, Phil, that this morning I was watching James Freeman.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of those, him and Lackluster, because they're very knowledgeable with the law and stuff, and I've learned a lot between both channels. And James Freeman was saying, because they had pulled this guy over in Texas, and he didn't want to show his ID. And you know how the cops make up stuff? They try to
Yeah.
get you to show you your license. Well, the guy was telling him that he's committing a felony, blah, blah, blah. And James Freeman corrected him. And the guy in the video said that police are sovereign citizens and the law does not apply to them. And I said, damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's true.
So the law, none of the law, only when they're in uniform, though, right? Or is it just even outside of the uniform?
It's even outside the
Like,
uniform.
because they became sovereign by being an officer. I mean, a public servant. Damn. So they're free because they serve the people. Well, shit.
Yeah.
What is sovereign? I have to look into this.
Sovereign is you're your own man or woman stands on the land, basically. You're not a citizen of the United States.
Because
Yeah.
qualified immunity protects them. Now, I know qualified immunity has been abolished in states, but if the law don't attain pertains to them or whatever, what the fuck does it matter anyway? That no wonder these public servants do what they do, man. You know, step all over your rights, disrespect you all the way, because they know ain't nothing gonna happen to them.
Yeah, they're trying to get you to contract with them. Is what they're trying to. They've been trained to do that. Contract with them.
Yeah, they love fishing, man. They love fishing.
Yep. So, yeah, the best thing to say when you get pulled over is nothing.
Right. Facts. Yep. If they try to intimidate you, say, I want my lawyer, and that's it. That's all you say.
Yeah, it's a diabolical system.
How is it in London, man? Do they have qualified immunity for them piggies over there?
You're breaking up, bro.
Yeah, they do. They go off their let's see, it's 1688 or something like that. 1689. Their rights. That's what my friend Kate Floss is doing. She's all into that shit. See, we're different though. But here's the thing: where I'm seeing something different is all those corporations are ran through the mark. they're all registered in the United States of America, all caps. Every crown country is. So
sounds like every one of our sovereign beings is. Because listen to this. Sovereign, there's as a noun, one possessing or held to possess supreme political power or sovereignty. B, one who exercises supreme authority within a limited sphere. C, an acknowledged leader or arbiter. And then 2, any of various gold coins at the United Kingdom. Okay, now sovereign as an adjective, like describing ourselves as a sovereign being. 1, a superlative in quality or of the most exalted kind, supreme, or having generalized curative powers, or of an unqualified nature, unmitigated, or having undisputed ascendancy, paramount. Okay, number 2 as an adjective definition is possessed of supreme power, or unlimited in extent, absolute, or enjoying autonomy, independent. And then a third adjective a third definition is relating to or characteristic of or befitting a supreme ruler, royal. So then they have a little thing here that says sovereign power. Sovereign has everything to do with power. It often describes a person who has supreme power or authority, such as a king or queen. God is described as sovereign in a number of Bible translations. In addition to describing ones who have power, the word sovereign also often describes power. To have sovereign power is to have absolute power. That is power that cannot be checked by anyone or anything. Nations and states are also sometimes described as sovereign. This means that they have power over themselves. Their government is under their own control rather than under the control of an outside authority. Sovereign can also be a synonym of supreme, as in the most exalted kind. In that case, the power is figurative rather than literal. So, like, what if we all have crowns that's exactly what they've capitalized on, you know? It's a lot of like overlap in that word.
Royal.
Yeah.
That's why the crest. And the crest looks something like a crown point. You know, the top of a crest has the crown, looks like the side of a crown.
And it says, sorry. Yeah, exactly. And just as a etymology, the noun comes from Middle English sovereign, from Anglo-French sovereign, from sovereign adjective, see sovereign. And then as an adjective, it comes from the same, but that comes from vulgar Latin superanus, looks like super anus, was how it's spelled, from Latin super over, above, or more at over. So to be over, yeah. But I think righteous sovereignty over our entire being and the part of creation that is our right and our inheritance is part of being sovereign and righteous and knowing how to take on these institutions like some people really know how to do, like when they don't drive without a driver's license and they get away without a ticket, you know? But there's more to it than that. Like,
Wow. No wonder they're making them sovereign.
mm-hmm.
How will we ever defeat these people?
How would we what?
Are we ever going to defeat these people? I only know one way that's guaranteed, but we all know.
Right.
I could live with that, no problem. I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep. I probably would sleep better. Bing bong.
Hey Charles, did that package show up?
Yeah,
Okay. Cool.
I didn't open it yet. I'm gonna. Don't say what it is. I don't even know. Gotta be a surprise.
It's a tablet.
Ah, are you serious? Why'd you tell me?
Yeah, I'm serious. Surprise.
Yeah.
Nice of you.
What?
Very nice.
Yeah, thanks, Bill.
You're welcome, Bo.
We have to stop the what? The signal. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I figured you had plenty of cords and USB plugins for it, so I just sent the tablet. So I just factory reset it and sent it your way. So, or
Yeah.
Jason sent it actually.
I thought it was a book.
No,
Well, it comes like a digital book.
no, it's a tablet.
And we can't do anything. Oh, Kimba, come on with that. Can't do anything.
I've been blessed with things here recently, so I just got this whole outfit here, this computer. So I thought, well, who can use it the most? So I sent it your way, homie. Homie.
There's two birds actually. Cape Dorset bird sanctuary.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, Kimba. We can't do anything. It gets me upset when people think like that.
Think like what?
When people say there's nothing we can do, it makes me feel defeated. Excuse me. just sad that the military, backs these people. That's the sad part. People were saying the military was turning their back on Biden, and it looked like they was, but I think that's all for the circus act.
Biden. Guys should just take his mask off already and show us who he really is.
It's either Obama or George Bush. But I don't think it's Obama under the mask. I think that could be George Bush Jr. But Obama's definitely running the show from the basement with the earpiece like he said he wanted to. People always put the truth in the speeches. He got what he wanted. Trump said too many times that Joe Biden don't even know if he's they don't even know he's alive. So that obviously is saying that he's not alive. And if you look at Biden, that these people could all just be characters made up. You ever see the picture with Schwarzenegger, and he's got like 6 masks that look just like. I mean, they don't look. Yeah. It was for the Terminator movie, and it showed how there's like 6 different masks. I think all these presidents are just actors. The real power is the bankers. The bankers.
Whoa. Oh, shit. Listen, I'm going to jump off now. It's getting that time.
All right, London man.
Good night, London man. Nice to see you.
Yeah, it's definitely a dope build, man.
Bye, London man.
Respect you guys, man.
Much love.
Much love, fellas. Ladies and
You
gentlemen.
too.
Peace
Much love
out.
to you.
Peace to the chat room.
Good evening. Have a good night. Sleep well, brother.
Yeah, Underman presented some dope stuff, man. That was definitely a dope addition. When he showed the bird's eye, it does look like the Ouroboros.
Yeah, that was
blew my
wild
mind.
shit. Definitely wild shit there.
Cause I was like kind of iffy when he was showing the big bird and stuff in the African desert over there. He shut me up with this evidence right here, man. It wasn't like a bad thing. I wasn't down on him or nothing. I just had my doubts. He shut them doubts right up today. That was fire.
Did you see Jay Phillips in the chat there, Phil?
I'm just reading it now.
Oh, and Michigander made it back. He's in the back. He's in backstage.
No, he's not. He's up here.
Oh, he's back up here already.
I'm a crisis actor. I'm a crisis actor, and I'm full of shit. Look at the pic. That's funny stuff, man. I found some good pics, dude.
Where was that one?
Huh?
She looks like one of them.
Yeah, it's she's well, he is a Rothschild, but yeah, that's that Greta Thunberg or whatever. How dare you? How dare you?
I know
Yeah, she
who
never
that is.
screams out at the Saudis.
Hey, I got another one that's just so funny. It's so funny. It's wrong.
These crisis actors, man. I remember when I found out about them in like 2015, and people were showing applications you could fill out to be one, and like, how could you live with yourself? Like, just imagine. That's hilarious. Just imagine, you do a thing. When they're telling you you're playing a role for a movie, and then the next thing you know, you see yourself on the news, and they're telling, man, like, how could these people live with themselves?
Is that's Big Mike?
Yeah.
As a banana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny shit, dude. When I seen that, I fucking was rolling. Strawberry goes running away.
It's so funny.
That's
It's wrong. I like that.
It is.
Remember when she went on, what TV show was that? Yeah, that was Michael, all right. She was on Ellen. That banana flopping around.
Oh yeah, Michelle. Yes, and the white pants. Yes, you would think don't wear white pants, man.
That's treason to the people. Look at the drag queen in Europe. That ain't no queen of England. That's a drag queen of England. Look at Aleister Crowley. That was George Bush's wife. That's just my opinion.
I see that stuff too. I know I see all that stuff out there too, Charles. It makes me wonder. You know, it makes me sit and wonder. Ooh.
You just look at a lot of these presidents' wives. Just really look at their face bone structure, their hips. They're always doing stuff around the neck to hide the Adam's apple.
Yeah, you can't. The bone structure doesn't lie. There's certain things, a male and female, you cannot hide.
Like what's your name? That rapper. Shit, what's her name?
Snoop Dogg.
Cardi B. What woman got? She could palm a basketball with those hands. That ain't no woman. No woman can't fucking basketball. She got manly man.
Isn't Cardi the one that's supposed to be like looks like what's the other one? What's the other little Nicki Minaj. She's supposed to be the one that looks like Nicki Minaj, right? Isn't that Cardi? They're all confused.
Nicki Minaj, really Nicholas Minaj.
Nicholas Minaj.
How about Megan Thee Stallion? Why would you, if you're a woman, why are you calling yourself a stallion? That's a male horse.
Right.
She admits it on camera, dude.
Does she? Yeah.
Yes.
Starting to. A lot of them are starting to. You notice that?
Yeah. So does Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
So does whatever her name is that played Katniss.
Yeah, Megan
I'm pretty
Fox.
sure she.
Oh, dude, she had to. That Katniss chick, she had to. That Chris Pratt dude outed her bad. He's like, I felt your dick. I felt your dick when we were hugging. I was like, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, he outed her bad, dude.
Yeah.
Look at Gaga when she first came out, and then look at her now. There's two different people, man.
Well, even Gaga's though, like, so what if you did see my dick?
Right, exactly.
Hey, you guys were talking about mainly P. Hall is talking about being in darkness for 3 days.
Yeah.
Lady Gaga was in that egg for 3 days.
Yeah, but that's just to achieve being a medium. You don't want to be a medium when you can be clairvoyant.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
I'm
That's
just
the
saying.
whole, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
like an invitation for possession. We'd be fine. All of us, I'm sure, not to be all too cocky, but we'd be fine as medium.
Whatever them freaks are doing, do the exact opposite. You'll be okay.
Yeah, they do it in mockery, of course.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I meant to say that today, but I got kicked off of StreamYard.
What's it, your Wi-Fi?
What's that?
Does it happen from your Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I'm sure. You know how good my Wi-Fi is out here.
I just the whole war that went on in the Middle East. Like, how could you slaughter all the people? Like, how many soldiers went AWOL? Thousands.
Oh, do you know? Charles, I just watched a good movie last night that had to do with 9/11, and what it was is the person they tried to nail it on. They had him in prison for so long and did all the psychological crazy torture on him just to get him to admit and confess that he was part of that. And then check this out. I've got to find the name of the movie. And he took a beat. He went through all kinds of torture. And then when Obama came in, and just as they released him, he had 2 lawyers working to release him. Once they saw how they tortured him really bad, and they wouldn't release it to anybody. Once his lawyers got a hold of the paperwork, now this is a movie, okay? Once the lawyers got a hold of the paperwork, as soon as they get ready to release him, Obama stepped into office, and he served another 7 years in there. Now, whether this movie is true or not, I was like, damn. Especially when you kind of have your own idea, you know what happened.
Hey, that situation you're talking about is even worse than you think it is. The motherfuckers were raping their kids in front of them as torture because in their religion they got to kill their kid when they get out. The CIA and feds were literally raping their children in front of them, and it's documented.
Okay, because they were threatening him, like, we're gonna arrest your mother. I mean, no matter what they threw at this man, he would not. And then finally, it got to where he was, tired. Wanted to eat. He was like on the like, please, can I just eat? I was like, it made me want to cry. I'm over here like, damn, And then he finally just confessed whatever they wanted, all the way down. And they're like, that's not good enough. We want you to confess more stuff. And he confessed all the stuff just so he could sleep and eat. I was like, that's sick shit, boy.
I'd rather them kill me than confess.
Right? That's what I would say. I just get it over.
Well, listen, fortunately for us, one of the fellas earlier was saying, everything's going to get this bad, that, and nothing but worse. It ain't going to get better. Unfortunately, I don't agree with that because a lot of our soldiers realize what's been done.
Yep.
So they got big problems on their hand. That's what the revelation means, or the what do they call it? Out of the Bible, the rapture. That's what
too many people are aware. Too many people are aware.
That's what that word actually means. It just means it's going to reveal everything. Everything's going to be revealed. They ain't going to be able to hide no more shit.
Yeah. And look at it this way. I've been telling a lot of people the agenda already went through. Yeah, the agenda already went through. It should have already went through. So, like I said, it's like a game of chess. I feel like they're waiting for us to rise so they can finally put the final smackdown on us and be like, all right, y'all done messed up now. Now we're really going to bring in the troops.
Yeah, that's all fear porn. Yeah. Apocalypse, that's the word you were looking for there, Daniel. Hey, I'm Phil. Good to meet you, man.
You said air porn?
Nice to meet you, Phil.
Yeah, fear porn.
Man, I'm so hardcore. I'm so hardcore off-grid cracker. I'm literally starting a fucking fire to warm up my coffee and make bacon.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
Yeah, I still got to split wood.
Yeah, Michigan was all out there in the woods. I like that though. That's good.
Dude, I got 3 fucking stoves, and I don't fucking use none of them. And I just bought a brand new gas stove, double flamer, one of the expensive fucking like restaurant flame grills. Brand new, sitting here on a custom stainless steel table, and I'm using wood.
That's all you need.
I know, dude. It's whack.
That's cool though. When you can live off the land and do stuff yourself, that's really, I admire that big time. Because that's what I'm slowly working on. It's just a work in progress, slowly.
That's when they lose all control and power over you, is when you realize they got nothing. They could never force me to go back into the city, nothing. Even if they tried to throw me in the cage, it ain't happening. I'm walking back. As soon as I got a chance, I'm walking back off in the woods. Fuck you.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah. It's a facade. Listen, that city's a facade. It sucks your energy. The whole design of it is to suck your energy.
Oh, yeah.
It's called a grid for a reason.
I felt that.
Life is good. Life is good.
Yeah, when I moved out in the country, I felt that Michigander. I was like, oh my. It took me like 2 or 3 years to get used to it. I was like, people are slow. They're taking their time. I got stuff to do. Then I was like, oh, wait a minute. No. I was like, I was teaching myself all along. You slow down. You calm down and slow down. Right? Let me tell you something, listen.
Did you say Wilson?
Oh no, I said, let me tell you something, Lucid. Let's see him in the chat.
That's the name of the what?
That's Fire Marshal Bill. Let me show you something from that old show in living color.
Yeah.
It's old school. Well, you're old.
Oh,
babe.
you didn't. Oh, you never heard that thing? Let me show you something. Yeah, it's a little joke we do. Let me show you something. But I changed it up a little. I say, let me show you and tell you something. Because you want to show it yourself. You don't just want to show. You want to show and tell people. I like my microphone, people. Just I got a new microphone. So I can be heard better.
Oh my gosh, Kimba, from a distance, you don't know how close to sounding like Fire Marshal Bill that was. How he laughed. He'd go, let me show you something.
Let me tell you what I think I could do it pretty good if I want.
You know how many people don't remember Fire Marshal Bill?
I know. I seen that. How can you not? I guess if you watch the show, right?
Yeah, Vera. That was some freaky shit. Vera.
Yeah. If you watched it a lot, you'll remember. Probably if you don't watch it a lot, you know.
No, that's good shit.
Living Colors. That's where what's that butt slut's name?
Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Was Jenny from the Block? Is that when she was Jenny from the Block?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's funny, dude.
That's funny.
The Puerto Rican Panucha.
In Living Color. Yeah, that was old. That was what, the 80s? 90s.
90s. It's been a long time ago.
90s.
Yeah, it was the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Shanae? Do you remember Shanae from A Living Color?
Oh, yeah.
With Jamie Foxx. Yeah, with his eyes crossed. With a
Yeah.
Shanae. Do you remember?
Homie the Clown.
Yes.
Tell me to play that.
Tell me to play that.
Don't play that.
The coffee guy. Oh, see now, Lucy, you mean his characters? So am I.
Oh, I got so fucking ripped. My brother I don't know what he does different. The only thing I gotta think of is elbow grease. Like he knows how to work it better or something. But him and his buddies been making hash from the same weed in the same bags for making hash. And my brother's hash is like twice as strong as this other dude's. And you take like 2 hits and you almost want to go to sleep.
Nice.
Very.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but this sucks when you got work to do.
Well, yeah. You don't do it.
Well, I was bullshitting with these guys sitting here getting stoned, and all of a sudden I get a phone call. It's time to go. It's like, oh shit. And so here I am trying to take care of filling tanks on trailers and shit, and I'm all high wanting to go to sleep. I'm like, dude. So we get done doing the work and did some dabs.
I've been alternating between the indica and sativa throughout the day. Not as many joints as I used to smoke. The last week I took quite a few days off, so I sort of eased into it with a couple joints today, just like lighting it and then putting it out or whatever. But it's 20% plus. Both of them. It's guaranteed brand that's 20% plus, and I buy it pre-milled, so it's like really cheap because it's the small buds they've busted up. But yeah, it's like 27, 28% typically. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I like the couch lock stuff, the stuff that sets you back on your ass. Nothing else works. I don't like just smoking weed to smoke weed.
I went more with the philosophy of like not wanting to build my tolerance up like to something so strong, but I don't know why I wasted so much money smoking like 16 to 18%. It's just like 3 months ago I switched to this like 26, 27%. I buy a half ounce of each. So I get an ounce, of a sativa and an indica, and it usually lasts me about a month. And I used to go through way more of it at a lower level. So I'm really glad because, it's nice to have more money to yourself, right?
Right. You'll smoke
I
it
mean, I
fast.
know.
That's what I do, girl. With the lower,
Yeah.
I'll smoke it faster. That's why I like the higher potent. Like I just got stuff today called diesel dough. That's 26%. I was like, I'll take it.
Well, I'm from the hood. I grew up in the 80s, and I really just like paying for weed. They call it weed for a reason.
Well, yeah, who doesn't? I mean, it's natural to plant. We're not supposed to pay for that. I don't believe we're supposed to pay for water or food either, or housing. But that's me. I think that's courtesy of Mother Gaia that we should already have that. Is this thing on? I'm sorry, I like that tactic. I don't believe we should pay for that stuff that we already should get courtesy of Mother Earth. Water, food, shelter, those things I believe we already should have courtesy of the earth.
We do. You have to read on it. That one lady was just talking about it, about being sovereign. My problem with the sovereign stuff, once you get studying it and get reading it, it's the same stuff, but another direction. It's just a control factor. But the thing is, if you read the laws of this land, it says it's illegal for them to take your rights from you and sell them back to you in the form of a license, registration, or permit.
Oh, there is something that says that? I didn't know
Yes,
that.
and I'm like, I was reading it, and I'm like, dude, wait a minute. That means everything they're doing is illegal.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't. Well, we know that, but I didn't know there's actually some that says that they can't take our own and sell it back to you. That's messed up, Jack.
Go read. It's the same principle as the fact that the government was null and void when they called the lockdown. Read your $20 bill. It says right on there, when the government becomes destructive of your means, it's time to tear it down and rebuild it.
Everything to do with void.
What's that?
A lot of laws they passed are void.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot of
Yeah,
the Constitution, you can't. They were designed where you can't alter them.
Good.
They have been since Bill Clinton. They have been since Bill Clinton really bad. And if you go back and read Bill Clinton, go check out what the documents say on his impeachment. It says absolutely nothing about him getting his dick sucked. I'm telling you right now. Go listen. Hey, listen. I remember. I didn't pay attention to everything. I was busy working and being a teenager, coming into 18, 20 years old. But I remember him getting in trouble for getting his dick sucked. The thing is, when you read the documentation, it says nothing about him getting his dick sucked and lying about it. It says China, China, China.
Well, and that specifically, it was about, wasn't it about him using a cigar?
Well, that's what they told us on the news media. But if you go read the documentation, it says absolutely nothing about that.
So that he didn't, yeah.
Go read yourself. Go read the impeachment procedures and what it's about. It all says China and Mexico, China and Mexico. And what's funny is, as a mechanic, I can see where they screwed us in our cars, especially Chevy, because everything says Mexico on it. Right from 92. I from 1992 on, everything's all fucked up Mexican.
All these corporations went overseas to China and South America for cheap labor.
Yep.
Stanley Works, they closed in the year.
Well, it's the same thing with Lincoln. It's the same thing with Lincoln. He was assassinated for selling us back to the Queen. That's why they put him in front of the fucking Capitol on a throne. As democracy, that they sold us back to the Queen. It has nothing to do with him releasing slaves.
Yeah, no, we're still slaves now.
You said selling us back to the Queen? Is that what you said, Mr. Gander?
Yeah, yeah, because that's what America was founded for. We split from the fucking paying taxes to the Queen and started our own thing, and fucking that's when we went from a gold-backed currency to paper, and he sold us out back to the Queen. That's when everything started going back to the Queen in the Vatican, and that's why they killed him. But they played in our history that it's over slavery.
Yeah, we need to in China.
That's why. Listen, that's why they put Lincoln on the penny, because as far as an American, his value was the least. And then fucking, he was a traitor to the throne, so they put him on a throne in front of our Capitol.
Yeah, he is the only one facing the other way. And look at George.
Oh my!
Look at George. All these years he was facing the way, and now in 2023 they flipped him around. He's facing the other way.
Hey, pay attention to Trump. It's gonna be the same situation. He's gonna be stuck like that. Hey, he's gonna be stuck.
Wow.
But he'll be worth less.
What did Trump do?
Huh?
What did Trump do? Biden's the one.
What's that?
Trump's the same, man. It's Trump too. Who is Operation Warp Speed?
When you say Biden, you know what I hear? Obama. When you say Biden, I hear Obama.
We all know that.
Yep. Biden's gone.
Hey,
What was it?
Christos.
Trump said it once when he first supposedly lost that election. Everybody goes, he was doing some kind of a thing, and he goes, what about Joe? And Trump goes, oh, don't worry about slow Joe. He's shot.
He said he don't know if he's alive.
No. Trump flat out said he went.
Oh, Joe Biden
Trump
don't
went
know if
just
he's
like
alive.
this. Oh, hold on a sec.
But yeah, Biden's gone.
Yeah, straight up, Trump went like this. He went, don't worry about Slow Joe. He shot. And he said it on camera. That's not something Trump would say unless something like that had actually happened.
Well, why are they playing burying the country shit then? Like, I don't get it. Why they would put Biden
listen,
as a
you got to ignore what the fuck they're putting right in front of your face and pay attention to detail and read between the lines. Not only that, but a ways before Trumpet's bullshit, that John McCain dude, there was two fucking senators that slipped up on national fucking news and said he was executed. Then they yanked that shit offline. Bam.
So why is Trump gonna be in trouble? What did he do?
That motherfucker's forever going to be the godfather of the vax. I'll never let that live down, dude. That motherfucker pushed that vax through and helped all that trash. Trump is not a good dude. He's a two-faced fucking demon.
Like none of them.
I can't see how any of them are, you know, because in the grand scheme of it all, they don't make a decision. They have someone handling their ass as a puppet, you know.
They're all the same.
Yeah.
We make listen, you just said something that totally twists me and I got to control myself because it pisses me the fuck off. That's where everything's all twisted. We tell these fuckers what to do. They don't tell us what to do.
Well, yeah, we're supposed to be, but do they allow us is the thing. You know?
That's just it. It's just brainwashing. Who is it? Who is it? It's just another fucking man. It doesn't matter what he calls himself. Tom, Dick, Harry, God. It doesn't matter. It's just another fucking man.
Yeah.
Here, I tell you what. I'm going to write this new book. I'm going to call it The New Laws. And if you don't listen to that, I'm going to fuck you up. You going to listen? You going to do what I say? Fuck no. You're going to tell me to suck your ass and fucking turn and walk away. You know?
Yeah, Christos, I play this healing music on my TV, and when you popped up here on the screen with your avatar, if I showed you my I'm over here like, this is crazy. Okay, so this avatar I got, it's like the same thing you got on your screen. So I'm over here like, this is weird. I'm looking at your avatar and my TV.
Awesome.
Yeah. Because I watched with that, you know, just one picture while it
I swear, Kimbo, there's been so many synchronicities recently for me. And it's stuff like that happens on stream that just adds on to it.
Can't see it. Hold on. Let me put it on full screen.
Okay. I know. Isn't that crazy, Christos?
Oh, okay. Wow.
What's that say? Warp speed? Yep.
Saturn's cube. That looks like the swastika.
It is. Hey, do you know what happens when you unfold that cube?
You get a cross.
Yeah, buddy.
All religions pay homage to Saturn.
Oh, wow. Trump should be incarcerated. Hey, Trump should be incarcerated for enslaving everybody's grandchildren's grandchildren with that first $1 trillion package he signed. He just totally fucked this country.
That makes me think of the box too, that cube on the Transformers movie. Remember the cube? It unfolded.
The Allspark.
It would open and fold back up, or whatever it did. Yeah.
That's no mistake, I'm sure, in regards to referencing. Yep.
Hey, check it out. They did the same thing in that new Aquaman movie where fucking that dude fucking went to grab the box underwater, and when the minions got next to that box, they all started doing this. They all went like this, and they went crazy. They changed into demons and grew wings and shit.
All right. Hold on. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was that in?
That Aquaman, that newer one. Johnny Depp's in the clip I'm thinking of, Johnny Depp's old lady is one of the guardians underwater. And then this creature dude comes down in like a plasma portal, and he portals right in front of the box. He grabs a box and disappears in the portal.
Assist? An eyeball.
That's
Yeah,
that
that's
bird's
from
eye.
earlier. That's from earlier.
Yeah.
I just dropped a link in the chat. Check it out. It's called the Bank of Wisdom. Like stuff like this is in there.
Yeah, it is, Jay. Phillips is Mecca too. You're right. Saturn's cube, GameCube, the cross. It's the Ka and the Ba. It's the Kaaba. I got an old picture of Mecca stone in the center. It's from the 1890s, and I posted it in my community page, but no one picked up on it. I don't think many people appreciate the pictures I post. Kimba does. Kimba's
What's
one of
that?
the few that,
You just keep doing them, Charles. The right people will look at them. You don't worry about that. You know?
Kimba looks at them all.
Yeah, the right people will come along, and if they're into it, they'll look at it, you know?
I wonder what Salama's doing. He hasn't been here.
I want to show you guys. I want to show Christos my TV. I want to show you guys my TV for a second. Put me on big screen for a second, can you, Charles?
Would you?
Just 1 second. Okay, ready? This is the stuff I watch. I highly recommend this to people. It's healing frequencies. They're very good. And this right here is 432 hertz spiritual awakening. Music to harmonize your energy. Now, it's not the same exact picture, Christos, but it can be close to can be close to it. See? And you just relax and you heal. See, I like that stuff too. It's all I watch. This will help heal your body, whether it's before sleep, during sleep. You're just sitting here and you're bored. Ignore the hair. Watch just, you know. And isn't that pretty? So yeah, I just wanted to show you that. 432 hertz. Yep. Peace.
Andrea Lynn is back. She was the first one to say hello this morning. Remind us to hit the likes button.
Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, just wanted to show you that. Yeah, you can take me off the big screen at entire Charles. There we go. Very lovely. Relax. The 528, yeah. They're all good. They all do different things, you know? You can tell the difference if you're aware of your body, what each one does. The 428, the 528, the 111. I like the 111 too.
What's up, Chris?
Yeah, talk to us, Christos. How's your day going? How's your evening
I think
going?
Christos is working.
Oh yeah, he's normally running around. He's always busy.
Door dashing. He's door dashing.
Yeah, he's dashing for the door.
You like the 111-2, Andrea? It's good to see you, Andrea.
Yeah.
That's another warrior sister right there, girl. I mean, sorry, Charles. I'm sorry. I called you a girl. I meant her. Whoops.
You're cleaning a pharmacy. I need some of them Percadurkeys. And some Zanny and what else?
Charles is putting his order in. Charles is putting his order in.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why, but I'm sitting here cooking my bacon and thinking about how much fun it would be to do Jagger bombs with Kimbo and play Kimba and play what do they call that shit? Mini putt golf. That's it.
Mini putt. I'll tell you one thing.
Huh?
Mini golf.
If there isn't one game that drives me crazy, I mean, if there is one, it would be putt golf. You know why?
Why?
Because I can hit it 20 million times. That thing is never going in the hole. And I sit up, and people be way ahead, and they're like, "Come on, kid, catch up!" And I'll be like, "Man, I'm getting a thing in the hole." Therefore, I don't do putt golf. No, I don't.
I've only gone twice. And the second time, it was fun, but it was so gay, it was boring.
So did you have to do one of those things where you hit it a million times just to make it
Well,
more fun?
it was like a business. It was a business situation for a company that I was helping, and they took us for putt golf, and then afterwards they took us for go karts and pizza.
Oh wow!
Team building exercises.
Yes, ma'am. It worked. It worked very well.
Yeah,
He was the
sounds like
biggest.
fun.
Yeah, he was the biggest e-cig company in Michigan.
What kind of company?
E-cigarette. Those e-cig. E-cigarette. It's called Juice Vapor. JOOST. And then when I last seen the guy and was helping the family, they were starting a side company called Mod Fuel. MOD Fuel. Mod Fuel. And they were just building a clean sanitary room and starting the bottling process and stuff when I left Grand Rapids.
I see. Andrea Lynn says, "Hey, Michigander."
How you doing, Hot Stuff? You staying out of trouble? I can't see the chat. Yeah, I know. Big time trouble. Good, let's go bowling. I like bowling.
Well, I got spaghetti on the way that my son's girlfriend is making for dinner. Hooray. Hey, that rhymes. Charles, I could rap too, see? Since
I don't know why I keep muting my mic.
What did you say, Charles?
No, I kept muting my mic. StreamYard.
Hey, Andrea, I'm making a pound of bacon and 6 eggs. Get you some of that.
Andrea, Michigander is sending you blowout. His blow.
Oh.
He's
God
sending
damn,
you
what the hell?
courtesy of Booby Tooby Lands.
I tried telling her I was only joking when I said I tried telling her I was only joking when I said I needed a sandwich maker.
Mic check, Chuck.
Loud and clear, girl. Loud and clear.
But is Chuck's mic working? He may or may not be there, but
I hear it playing.
I'm here.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We hear
I
you.
just thought I heard you saying something.
I think he's multitasking, Bex. I hear it in his voice. He's multitasking over there. Yep.
Cool. I didn't mean to interrupt.
What happened?
Nothing. I thought I heard you saying something. But you didn't. No worries. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I got to see where that laptop is. See if it left Alaska. I don't get how it's been a week and it still hasn't left. Yabba dabba doo.
Wait, hold on. Has it been a week since he sent it? Exactly a week?
Yeah.
It can be a lot easier reading off a tablet in the meantime.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it is coming from Alaska, you know. I mean, I don't know.
I'll probably give my roommate my old tablet.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you want to hear how? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go on.
You want to hear how stupid the cops are up here?
Yeah.
My brother apparently had a warrant for child support. So they arrest him. They call my old man to come pick up the car with his dog in it. They take him to jail for a whole couple hours. And the preacher that preaches for the jail, you know how they have a preacher come in X amount of days for the jail?
Yeah.
The preacher that does the preaching for the jail comes to bail my brother out. And he's been doing this for over a decade. Why they would even take him to jail, I don't know.
You just went underwater, Michigander. Bloop, bloop,
What happened?
bloop. You
What
went
did the
underwater.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
It's kind of garbly.
Sound like you're.
Okay. Is that better?
I hear baby. No.
Is that better or no?
No,
Not
you're
much.
underwater. You're underwater.
I hear bacon popping though.
I didn't hear what the preacher man did. I said that he said he was there for 2 hours, and then the preacher man came.
And bailed him out. My brother works with My brother works for the preacher that fucking does the sermons for the jail, and the jail has known this for over a decade. It's dumb.
So the jails are run by the church? Actually?
Probably. I know I read some stuff that you're gonna have to watch the priests and stuff in here in a second. And the thing is, I had a little bumping up here, and that dude was afraid of me because I had him by the balls. They give me a wide girth up here. I'm not that bad or nothing like that. I just don't put up with nobody's bullshit, and they know it. I'm that guy that'll fucking flip my driver's license at him and fucking put my four ways on and drive fucking 40 miles an hour to the fucking sheriff's office.
Wow, Charles, I just noticed you've been going 9 hours and 49 minutes. Wow. Wow. Too bad you don't get paid by the hour. Too bad you don't get paid by the hour.
Yeah, I'd be rich this week.
It's just saying. 10 hours, folks. Pay at the door as you leave. Thank you. Come again. You guys
That sounds
talk
like
and get your thoughts out. Thank you. Come again. That's funny.
Hey, I was in Bradenton, Florida, cashing a check at a party store for one of them Indian people with the dot on the forehead. We call them muck-mucks, dot heads. Not to be racist, but that's what the boss called them. And we're in this line, and it's in the middle of the worst ghetto. And this black lady's trying to pull a big scam on this Indian dude. And this Indian looks at her, and he gets pissed off. Get the fuck out of here! You want to be in a cocksucker today? The whole fucking store just started rolling. I'm talking fucking. You'd have had to been there to hear it. It was like some Simpsons stuff.
They own a lot of stores here too, gas stations.
Gas stations, 7-Elevens. I think there might be some. This is my opinion. I think there might be some standing rule that, and this is what to me it can be a little messed up. And like Michigander says, I'm not racist by all means. You know, to me, people should be free to roam and travel and go where they want to go without paying and having borders and prices and all that. That's how I believe. But you know,
We're gonna sell that package to the people. Watch.
no.
It's one world government. As long as you get the chip, you can go wherever you want.
Damn, I was going somewhere with that and I totally forgot. Oops. Braveheart. Oh well, it will come back.
It's about to be 10 hours. I couldn't close it up because there's such good builds going on.
Have you walked away or got off the stream at all for any amount of time to do anything at all, Charles? Or you've been here the whole time? You've been on the stream the whole time?
No, I got off.
Oh, okay.
I let Marcel up spot, and I went and cooked food. Then I went to the store. Then I did dishes, cleaned up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I took everyone with me when I went to the store too. I had to buy some stuff to cook. Forgot about that.
Okay, yeah, I remember when you took that walk. I remember you walking, yeah. That's why I like your stream. I will say that because You can sit here and talk. And if you have to walk away and do something when you need to, you can, because I have to do the same thing. I got, crazy family to attend to. So it's like I have to walk away, like you say, go clean a toilet, go supervise this, stop this one from biting this one's head off, and then go over here and throw laundry in, and then go out to the car and the dogs. So I can still do that while I sit here, That's what's nice.
I'm cooking something to eat right now.
Are you? I just got
Yeah, just reheating some chicken and gravy I made last night. Homemade gravy.
I just got my nice plate of spaghetti with garlic bread right in front of my face. So I'm like a little kid. I'm like, yeah. When you get food and you're like, yeah. Mom, I know I'm not the only one that does that. And you're like, yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'll probably close this down in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
I wonder I forgot how long SPINAL lets you go. I think it's like 12 hours. I forgot what the max is. And then they boot you off. Actually, no. If you go as long as you want, it'll stop recording on YouTube at 12 hours. So I've done it. I went 16 hours before straight. It was me,
okay.
Lucid. Yeah.
Charles, you know what I'm gonna do? I was watching a couple of good documentaries the last couple days on all these underground bases. The alien documentary things on YouTube.
Yeah.
You watch those? They're like 2 or 3 hours long.
Yeah.
You watch those? Oh, okay. If you're already watching them, okay, because they say some stuff on there that blows my mind. It blew my mind. I was like, wow. When we question a lot of things and these people in the military are coming out and speaking and saying what they've been through, what's going on, all these different underground base. I mean, all the money being put towards it that we, the people, supposedly were paying for, and all this crazy shit they got going on, and these people are just coming out and talking about it. It's like, whoa. It's like, wow.
Ain't they coming out with some wild stuff?
Say that again, Mr. Gander.
I said, ain't they coming out with some pretty wild stuff lately?
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're coming out with stuff to the point that JFK's son is saying flat out on TV that the CIA killed his father.
Yeah. That's starting to come out very fast. And that's what part of me is happy, but part of me is also like, it's going to be such a big shock and mind blow on people that a lot of people's hearts aren't going to make it through it. Because they're already not, So a lot of people's hearts are going to fail when they find out what's going on. And people are going to freak out. That's what I keep looking at. And I think I'm feeling it because I'm a deep empath. And I think I'm feeling that worldwide.
Yes, ma'am, I agree. But I think that's what we're here for. I think we're to help continue on and teach and steer people the right way.
Yeah. It's like for a while there, part of me was like, yeah, I want everything, I like to call that my high and mighty horse.
Where I was like, yeah, I want everyone to know. I want everyone. I was running around like, everyone, you know, wake up, stop it. But then I had to stop and think to myself, and I was like, yeah, I want everyone to know. But like for me, I was like, I want everyone to know because I found out. For me, I found out, and I was like, so now that I found out, I was like, I want everyone else to be on board. So, you know, things can get better again and we can make this a better world. And then I was like, but wait a minute. Why do I can't control what other people are going to receive, you know, what they're going to take in, what they're going to want to do. And then the more I think about it, I'm like, damn, I know when I started learning shit, I'm like, I wish I didn't know a lot of this stuff. I really did. But I want to run around and I want everyone to be like, y'all need to know. And I had to stop and be like, that's like, it is and Mind's Eye helped me. Mind's Eye helped me realize this. I'm here on Booby Tubby Land. Helped me realize you like traumatizing people. Do you want to be traumatized? And I'm like, oh no, especially not with this information. No. Not at all. And then I slowed down a little. You know, that's why when Charles, I can understand how Charles feels, but it's like, I drove myself crazy, literally. I was pissing a lot of people off. A lot of people were like, yeah, she's being locked up. We're done with her. Stop. We're having her put away. I had everyone's, and I had to be like, slow down. You know, what are you doing? No. You want everyone to accept something you had to accept. And I was like, because I chose to accept it. And I was like, maybe we should pump the brakes attached. So I pumped my brakes a little bit. And I was like, well, when people want to catch on and they're on board, then they're on board, you know? But if they're not, they're not. That's okay. But who am I to run around and be like, y'all need to wake up, even though I want to do it? Who am I to do it, you know? Because I could run around and slap the piss out of people all day long. That ain't going to get me nowhere. You know what's going to get me? Locked up. It's going to get me in jail. It's going to be getting a whistleblower. Whatever. Going to be all kinds of weird shit done to me. So I ain't going, you know. Let the chips fall where they may. Those of us that are here and those of us that are just don't give a shit, you know. You know, I let them be. That's my present. Mm-hmm. There we go. See?
I heard that same line before somewhere else. Somebody else told me that. Somebody else told me that same fucking thing.
What? Exactly what I just said?
Yeah. Kind of sort of. About who are you to shake somebody and wake them up? What if they don't want to be woke up? It's like, yeah, but if you leave them like that, they're condemning you too.
Exactly. You gotta remember that perspective. You know, have a certain amount of respect for other people's process and journey as individuals and beings. You know, respecting this whole like collective web and how it intertwines, and that you have influence over other people through how you are. It's that paradox, you know, of like existing as you are, as authentically as you can, will hopefully, in theory, impact the ones around you to maybe find their most authentic self or start expressing it more because it's being emanated from you, like this light and these feathers and the background behind me. So it takes a certain, I think it just takes a certain level of heightened consciousness and empathy for other beings in the collective, you know, self, one consciousness, I am, you know, one love, the whole 10 yards, the whole beautiful shebang.
That's lovely. I just want to hug you, Christo. So I'm sorry, but I do.
I hear you. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I hug all you guys. I feel the inspiration right now. Yeah.
We
Respect.
all need that. We all need that. We need that in our lives, you know? We've been stressed out and running and been lied to and all crazy shit going on too long. We need that. The power of positivity. A lot of us can dwell. I know for me, speak for me, I can dive deep into my feelings and emotion and dread and all the stuff I've been done wrong to me. I can dive deep. But when I dive deep down there, because I'm, got over drugs and depression and all the crazy labels they wanted to give me over time, because I beat all that shit, if I dive too deep, I may not come out. And I train my brain to where when I go deep sea diving in my feelings, I emerge. And when I emerge, I come out a kicking and a screaming, and no one's putting me back down there. The only person that's gonna put me back down there is me. So when I start to get too deep, I'm like, whomp. I come back out of that ocean of feelings, because your feelings, I learned to deal with mine in certain levels, but not all at once, not overwhelming yourself, not trying to pile them all on one time. A little bit, maybe a little bit of shadow work, come back out, have fun. A little more shadow work, come back out of it, okay? Because we can overwhelm ourselves, especially with all this information we're given. Oh my. Right?
It's that process that's possible through knowledge of self, basically. If you have that knowledge of self, you're able to what's the word, tailor your experience, of how deep are you diving, and at what time, for what purpose. It's just like healing something physically. Sometimes it's a process that's maybe extended over a certain amount of time, and you have to go ice it, go stretch it, whatever, day by day. It's kind of a similar thing, like spiritually, if you're doing shadow work, it's not like you're supposed to fucking. It was just like weightlifting, you work your way up. You don't just fucking start working out and say, "What's my PR? Let's see how much I can bench in one go."
Right. Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it's
Yep.
definitely something. There's like an accumulation, for sure. It probably, is the best way to go about it.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree.
At times, you see, I wasn't done talking either. Things are extended, depending. Sometimes it's a shortened process.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
You know how they say junk DNA?
What's your thoughts on that, Mr. Gander? Let me hear it, because I saw a comment one day. You don't believe in it, do you?
There's no such thing as junk DNA. It's activating now.
Oh, okay. There you go. Thank you. I like that you said it that way.
Yeah, but what people don't realize is it also does the same thing to the fucking animals too.
Yes.
That's why they're spraying the fucking skies. They're trying to fucking shut the fucking the download from the sun down.
I believe every time we heal from a trauma event, we upgrade a little more. You know what I mean? Oh, I like that. Avatar. And so, like for me over here, since I am healing 35 years of trauma from my sister passing away now, and all the runnings the streets we did, and all the crazy crap we did, and the physical fighting and mental abuse and all that, and our family and all that crap, because I'm purging that now, I feel I'm upgrading very fast, very quickly. So on my end over here, my perception of seeing, hearing, and my beliefs are changing drastically. Besides, snot coming out all over the place, and detoxing crazy stuff all out of my body. I feel I'm going up. So I am over here in my own little kind of reality, I feel. And there's not many people that are kind of like in it, I'd like to say, because I sit here in silence a lot. I talk to my spirit guides a lot, like my ears ringing now. And there's a lot of stuff I just won't put up with. And a lot of weird behavior when I see, I'm like, I don't, I didn't want to go there. So I'm over here in my own little heightened light of reality. So when I see kind of like low vibe behavior, it's like I have to read the intention behind it, which I'm very good at. And I have to read the intention behind it. And I'm like, is there a good intention? No, I'm not going there. Is there is there good intention? And maybe people are trying or they want to try. I'm like, good, I feel comfortable. I'll go and hang out in this area. But the other area, no, sorry, there's probably no hope for you. And if there is, I don't got time for it because I've already wasted a lot of time. So I'm going to go to this area, this reality where people are like, yes, we want to know, we want to expand our knowledge and be good human beings. Because I can't dwell on that little pond anymore. I just did my whole life and I can't no more. It's draining. It's all come down on me like this. And it's like, no. Before it comes completely down on me, I'm not going to do it. So I choose my energy, more wisely. And it's nice. Okay, thank you. That's it. That's my present.
Oh, no.
Is that Michigander?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wasn't sure if you were saying something.
I was talking to my dog.
I see. Well, I definitely love this time spent with you guys. It's such a gift. It really is.
Yeah, I had stepped away there for a little bit, but I've been here for the most time, or for most of the time.
Well, I tend to hit live streams early in the morning at like 4:20. then I like to do another one again. Yeah, I like to do another one again at 4:20.
You should check and see if Benton's still on at 4:20. I've only been up that late a couple times. He usually starts around 3 in the morning, I think. 3 in the morning. 4:20 in the morning is a different time for you than me, though. You're out east, right? You're 3 hours different from me.
I get that, but what I'm saying is I hit both of them. I hit the AM 4:20 and then I hit the afternoon 4:20 too. Yeah.
That's great. I love that. What's up, Bex? Were you about to say something?
I just was going to say, I don't know what time zone Benton's in. I've only caught him once. I thought he was hilarious. And also...
yeah. Sometimes I just I sit there and get stoned and play guitar and let everybody chat while I play guitar and get high and laugh and giggle or whatever.
Oh yeah, kind of like I do on Matrix Man stream on the weekends. I like to smoke, giggle, joke, sing. Yeah, that's always fun.
Then there's the other days where we talk shit about the conspiracy and all the shit going on.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I like the variation, at least from the streams that I usually listen in on or join the panels of. I know there's a lot of different communities for real, and a lot of different overlap. I'm sure there's a bunch of channels or people I might not know about still, but from what I do know and the places I do visit, I appreciate the variation. So I know what you mean. Sometimes we are going deep on, like what's going on in the world. What's really going on, behind the scenes, and what the reason is for shit, the conspiratorial side of things, as well as sometimes it's just fucking, casual conversation and just, having fun, dude. Just fucking having some laughs with good people that you're, affiliated with and have come to commune with.
That's my favorite Christos, I think. I mean, we could talk about research and information. I enjoy that too. I'm a very intellectual, intelligent person, I like to say, and I like to learn. Well, apparently, I can't put that out. I like to learn, but I also like to let go and learn how to balance myself and have fun, and laugh. Because, like I say, if we don't take control of our own thoughts and our mind, best believe somebody else will, and it's called the government.
all our all the fluids in us used to be called humors.
Really?
Lymphatic humor, all of them would have been the different humors of our body. If I recall correctly, I know they definitely, our blood is one of the main humors of our body, and these entities that have infested our realm don't have any sense of humor to them at all. In many senses.
Oh, wow.
Of the word.
That's good shit right there.
Thanks, guys. I'm like the Cliff Clavin of words. Although I got ablation mixed with oblation, but still. Them and their vowels, Berenstein, Berenstein.
I like Bex when you talk because your mind reminds me of mine. You're very fast with your thoughts, and you spit your thoughts out very fast.
Uh-oh.
Which tells me your body's very upgraded. You're very upgraded just by the way you talk and think and act. Yes. I have a lot of people that can't understand me because I'm upgraded. Like, wait a minute. Slow down. You're talking too fast. What? Wait, hold on. And you see the way I move around my house too. I run circles around people like a cat. And people are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I almost knock myself over. Sometimes I gotta stop and go, whoa. So now Kim, you're in a tailspin because I've upgraded myself so fast. And I love it. And it's like, woo.
Well, I can say this much, okay? There's absolutely no way I could watch YouTube at 1.5 speed like I used to and expect to have friends. I fucking talk way too fast, man. I even listened to someone recently at 2.0 speed to catch up, and I really could. Some people you can listen to that fast. Most people lose their character at 1.25 or 1.5 speed, whatever their invented character is. But I can say that, after 3 weeks of watching 1.5 speed, maybe even 2 months, I'd walk up to people in the coffee shop and I'd be like, hey, how you doing? And that's when it was just like, yeah, it was like I had to. I mean, I wish I could. Maybe I should now try it again because it's just so fun to consume information at like twice the rate you're supposed to.
Right? It's like Johnny Five, right? It's like Johnny Five over there. Johnny Five, need more.
Oh, it gets your brain going fast, It's like probably better than cocaine.
Johnny Five is alive.
Right? More information. Download.
That's the one I couldn't think of the other day. Johnny Five, the damn Mars rover.
Hey, Laser Lips, your mama was a snowblower.
Wait a minute. What did you say, Charles, about Johnny Five and the rover?
Johnny
Mars
Five
rover.
is alive. Johnny Five needs input.
Johnny Five is the Mars rover.
Johnny Five needs input. More input.
Johnny Five could steal car radios at ultra speed. He robbed all them cars for that gang. That was funny.
I'm trying to remember. One of my favorite parts of that movie was when he said, "Hey, Laser Lips, your mama was a snowblower." And I think when he went into the Radio Shack and punked himself all out, and he come out with a mohawk and shit, and his eyes all twitching and shit. because he broke into a Radio Shack to fix himself after they fucked him up.
I'm trying to think. I wonder if that was the first movie they pumped out and gave us to get us ready for robots. Johnny Five, Short Circuit. That was the name of it, right? Yeah, Short
Yep.
Circuit.
Short Circuit 1 and Short Circuit 2.
Movie you would say they probably came out with? The predictive programming, probably, from what I remember. Yep. Ali Sheedy, because I remember her. I liked her from the 80s or 90s. Yeah, that had to be the first robot movie they gave us. That's funny.
Oh, that predictive program is even more hardcore than you really realize. And if you stop and think about it, it'll fucking scare you to the point. You remember the TV show Quantum Leap?
Yep.
Okay, you remember the guy that would step in and out of that portal, and he held that thing in his hand? He called it Izzy or Gizzy.
Yeah, and then later he became a guy on Star Trek, or sorry, on Stargate.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
here's the thing. Listen, we're at a point in time to where fiction became reality. That little Gizzy thing that he was holding is our fucking cell phone. Google, tell me this. It's the same fucking thing, identical to the T.
But they always had it. I think they always had it. They just didn't roll it out to us. They made us think they had pigeons on the roofs sending messages to one another in the wartime. Little tiny notes that they scrolled out with their gigantic man hands. The ladies, I found this for you. Anyways, I do believe they've had it all along. And you can find evidence in old pictures, like in the early 30s or 20s or whatever in Germany, where you could go downtown and you could sit like in front of a TV and have a conversation with somebody else on a TV somewhere else, like public Zoom meeting through the television, like 100 years ago.
Well, I've seen what
And-
they manipulate. I've
Wow.
seen what they manipulated the history just over 40 years, because I'm 45 and I can recollect stuff from when I was 2 years old. So, and younger. But the thing is, my mind's pretty sharp when it comes to that, and they're lying about the history all the way down to the record snowfalls and shit. I'm sitting here watching. Listen, I'm watching these guys on the fucking news saying, oh my god, get ready, there's a storm coming, record snow, and we get fucking 10 inches of fucking snow. Well, guess what, motherfucker, there's no record there, because I was born in a record-setting blizzard of 78 in Traverse Bay, Michigan. There was fucking 12 to 16 foot of fucking snow. How in the fuck is 10 inches a fucking record? How is 10 inches a fucking record? It ain't. You're fucking retarded. Go look it up in a newspaper. This is where we're at in history right now. You can go and pull the fucking, listen, right now you can pull it up. 1978, January 1978. Pull it up. There's a record-setting fucking blizzard that hit Michigan. Literally fucking 10 to 16 foot. It's in the newspaper. Okay, how are you trying to say we got record-setting stuff when it's in the newspaper archives that we had, there's no record? It's just, I'm watching that every day, and it's like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? That's stupid. Am I the only one seeing that kind of stuff and thinking that way?
that they're lying.
Yeah.
They lie about everything.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, though, they're putting it down in history. They're doing it to the weather. Like I said, how are we setting any records with our weather when literally I was born in the blizzard of 78. I was literally born and went home and 10 to 16 foot, snow. How is 10 inches a record? I just don't
know exactly what you mean.
I just don't.
They've definitely done that, where it's like in real time they're rewriting history, even like things like that, records for weather.
Well, I got glass thermometers all over, and they're lying about the temperatures. They'll say that it's fucking 70 degrees. It's only 50. And then they'll say it's they'll say they'll put down that it's 70, and then it's actually 85, 90. I mean, and I'm watching it. I'm watching it physical time.
Well, it's kind of like numbers, you know. People have X amount of views after a stream, and then they go back the next day, and the numbers changed and reduced.
Yep, I've seen that. You know, another thing that's got me just slap baffled, and this is where I get lost, and I don't quite know where to go, because as a whole, it doesn't matter whether you're left, right, stupid, or smart. Okay, if our country is trillions of dollars in debt, 13 trillions of dollars of debt, how can you remotely be thinking about sending $1 billion over to this country, $1 billion to that country? How it just doesn't even make sense. None at all. It doesn't. I don't care how you try to slice it and dice it. It just makes no sense. None at all. None.
Yeah. I said that the other day.
Yep, I agree.
And I could have sworn I heard Trump say he paid that off for our country to China. And then all of a sudden we're in debt again. We've always been in debt. Why? And people fall for it. Well, all we got to do is come to start asking them to see receipts. These people work for us. They're fucking robbing us blind.
We've been known that, and that's just it. We've been known. All I can think of to say is, read my lips. No new taxes. I've just, since I was born, I was born, and I remember everybody freaking out on that fucking dude. I remember hearing it. I remember the whole fucking thing. What the fuck?
Who are you referring to, or what? Who said that?
That's a historical saying from George Bush when he came into office. Read my lips. No new taxes.
Okay.
And that's a big saying. That was a turning point for our country. I could see it.
Yeah, I'm the youngest one here, so I was pretty little when. But yeah, no, not to say that's like an excuse for me not knowing that, but
Yeah, he's in his 20s. Christo's in his 20s, Michigander. So yeah, he's young.
Oh.
I like to say he's a young buck. Yes, he's a young buck. He's probably the youngest one here. Yeah.
Good with your hands?
Yeah.
Hey, fella, you good with your hands?
Peaceful state.
My
The
bad,
Fed
I'm
system
walking
is a
around
temporary
doing stuff.
scam. Flow State said. No, go ahead, Chris. Look what Flow State said. Go ahead.
I'm not necessarily like mechanically inclined in that sense, like with my hands, but like, well, I'm trying to figure out what you would mean other than like being able to do stuff mechanically. Do you
The
mean
skills.
like do I have like a
Do you have-
trade?
Yeah, do you got a skill set?
No, no, I'm just a cleaner right now.
That's still important, dude.
Yeah.
It's all, listen, it's all about community, and they got that all twisted and fucked up. See, when I was a little kid, even in the fucking hood, once a year, the whole hood would get together and they'd block off 2 fucking streets of the hood and put picnic tables up and down the fucking center of the street. And all the neighbors, even if they didn't like each other, they all got together, everybody bringing pots of food out and shit, people putting stereos out on the porch, partying, drinking beer and shit like that. And fucking then, everybody get done, go back in, and then they work for the rest of the week,
Mm-hmm.
They don't do that no more.
It was very simple, right? It was very simple. Simple, safe, people bonded. Oh, it was so nice. Yeah, Crystals, I just realized you're only 5 years older than my son. Yeah, that's it. Only 5 years older. Yep.
I could dump out if you guys need a spot for somebody else. I'm just kind of hanging.
I'm about to close down in a minute anyway.
Hey, thanks for having me, Chuck.
Anytime, Phil.
Right on. Nice meeting y'all.
Yep.
I know the rest of you.
The feeling is very cool. Thanks for letting me up. Channel Rock's pretty good, man.
Take care.
Peace, Phil. One love, man.
Bye, Phil.
I'm gonna head out too. I'll catch y'all next time. Thanks for having me up.
What a treat, Dan.
Yeah, good talk.
See you later, Kimba. See you later, everybody.
All right, Michigander, peace. Is that his name, Michigander? Mister.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Gander. I know him around from Booby Tooby Land. Yes, I do. That's my new term. I call it Booby Tooby Land. Do you like that, Christos? Booby Tooby Land.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like to say, welcome, fellow boobies, to Booby Tooby Land.
Look what Flow State said. The Fed system is a temporary scam in its entirety. They could end all taxes and the inflation would still be ripping us off.
Well, no. A lot of those places are scams.
I say we rise up and stomp them roaches out.
Are you driving the bus, Charles? If so, I want shotgun. That's all I know. I want shotgun.
I'm driving a helicopter.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I like that name, Flow State. That's cool.
Yeah, he's he gets around everywhere in these communities. I see him all
Really?
over the place. He's cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes he plays devil's advocate unnecessarily, in my opinion. But yeah,
Oh, well,
I
then
see him everywhere.
Right? Well, it kind of sounds a little like me sometimes.
I like that green screen, Chris. That's dope.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm gonna work on some more. I'm trying to get some. I've been getting some dope shit going with the AI, and you know, not everyone knows how to make cool stuff with the AI, and this is what I realized. And sure, yeah, like sometimes all it takes is a couple words, but yeah, you can make some really cool stuff with it. Definitely worth trying.
How do you get that? Is it it's an app?
Midjourney. If you look up Midjourney, use the bot on Discord, or there's other things you can use as well for free.
I use GenCraft to make mine there. I made that avatar.
I like that one too, girl.
Yeah, I really like that one.
Somebody made mine. I think this is made with AI.
That's cool. I like that.
Kind of hard to see, but
you always have.
I like how it looks like a bear's face at a distance.
Oh, I see that.
It's like two eyes. Yeah, under this. Yeah,
Yep.
The crown would be right at the light. Like there's a bear's face in behind there.
the bear's nose. Almost.
I could draw.
I'm a little slow.
Point it out for you, but the wings are out there, up where the wings are. He's got his ears out there, the head. Yeah, you see it. I see it, girl.
Oh, okay, yeah.
See the tip of the wings? See the ears come out, the head? Yeah, I see that. I love it when you see things differently. It's so nice. Okay, well, I just enjoyed my edible. I'm going to boot, scoot, and boogie out of here, Charles.
You made an edible. I gotta get into some edibles, man.
My edible chocolate chip cookies. It helps with my body pain, you know. Thanks.
Bye, Kimba.
Have a good night, girl.
See you.
Yes. Christos, good night.
Peace, Kimba. One love.
Have a good night. This was relaxing. This helped kill some time. All right. And I like this microphone a little bit too much.
She's stoned, man. Kimba's stoned.
Yeah. But I always feel like I'm not being heard or something needs to get across. No one's listening, and people are like, oh, I always like to go, is this thing on? Is this thing on over here? I'm like, I'm being heard.
How many milligrams you take?
Oh, that's just 50. but I've been smoking too. And I had a 50 milligram gummy about 2 or 3 hours ago. So, yep, I'm in my THC zone. I love it.
Nice.
Right? My THC
I want to
level.
try what Lucid. Lucid said he takes 1,000 milligrammer. I want one.
That's a good way to fall asleep.
You know
I
what?
noticed there's a threshold with edibles at times, depending on the strain and whatnot. You break a certain threshold with milligrams, it's like a couple hours in, you're probably going to be fucking couch locked falling asleep. You know, I've had it where like I'd be on a come up and I'm like, I want to eat more edibles to get more high, but then I break a threshold and I'm just so high that I'm too tired.
Yeah.
Then you sleep good though.
Maybe.
Yeah, it even though it relaxes you, it doesn't. You would think it would make you sleep, but I guess for some people, I know, like for me, no, not really. Like you said, Crystals, no. And if you sleep, like for me, it might be like a little half hour, and I call it a light meditation because you're just, your eyes shut, relaxing. That's about it, and then you're back up and you want to do stuff. Charles, we're gonna talk, buddy, because I might be able to do something there. Because you want to try might be able to work something out. Yeah, I'm gonna think about that tonight. Yes, because it might relax your state of mind. Yes, it definitely will. It works really great for me. Let me tell you, especially for us overthinkers. That want to think deep all the time, every minute of the day, and we don't want to know more. It will help. All right, I'm out here, guys.
All right, Kimba.
Much love, Kimba. See you soon.
All right, see you then.
Quick question before I drop off, Christos. When you make your when you work with AI, do you give it like concepts and stuff in addition to like direction of what you want the picture to be of? I often give it feelings and ideas beyond like physical construction, like melancholy or nostalgia, like
Oh, that's good.
Like unity.
I try to get all different types of descriptions.
Yeah.
For sure. It's something I'm still trying to figure out as well. But I do notice that like certain certain concepts seem more liked by the AI than others.
It's true.
Like, fantasy has been pretty easy for me to make for the most part. Fantasy things. But I'm gonna have to try that out now that you mentioned it, because it sounds like what you're talking about is more like it could be outside of the range of the AI.
Yeah. I find it quickly builds on itself that way too. Like at least in your own, I don't know. I've only ever used GenCraft. So, but I right off the bat started giving it more feelings and more, and sometimes I put, words in the wrong order and I'd end up with something that looks more like a creature than a person. And then later, sometimes you'd use the word again and it would put that same, I think it's that same sort of creature shape in it. And I think it builds on its own files that you give it to, right? So it can be nice that you're sort of building on your own artwork. I'm sure if you deleted access to your own GenCraft or whatever and uploaded it onto a new device or something, you might not find the same pictures were generated for the same prompts in a different order,
Mm-hmm.
But it
We
was
could
fun.
definitely talk more about it sometime.
Yeah.
Definitely want to talk to other people using it.
For sure. And Charles, I look forward to hearing the next 3 chapters of Manly P. Hall's Occult Anatomy of the Human Body, or whatever that was called. What is called Occult Anatomy. It's fantastic.
Cars are loud. Yeah. I'll probably start at like 9-10 o'clock.
Perfect. I'll listen while I get ready for work, and then try and listen to your build while I'm at work. But I should be able to catch it before I go. I'm just starting to go in a little later these days, 10 o'clock instead of 8:30. It's just too much for me. So that's cool. I look forward to it. And much love to you both and to the whole chat. And thanks for such a gift to hang out with you all like 2 days, 2 full days and a half day. But who's counting? Who's counting? Obviously I am this week. Anyway, love you guys. And I'll see you soon.
Much love. Have a good
Bye
night.
for now.
Back. Peace.
Bye for now.
See y'all tomorrow.
For sure.
Yeah. Peace out, everybody, man. This is a long, dope build. Appreciate everybody. Till next time. Peace.